Chapter 48. Seeing the miserable state of the hegemon-scaled black dragon, little Jiang Shui widened her eyes and asked, "Did you just stomp it to death?" This was a fifth-tier great demon. It was an existence that could destroy cities and countries. She had a surreal feeling. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin also felt the same. Only Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief. He was in awe of Sword God Zhou indeed. He acted decisively and was not afraid of threats. The three-eyed drought rodent moved closer to the little black snake and sniffed it. Then it bit the little black snake's head and prepared to eat it. Zhou Xuanji kicked it away and squatted down. He stared at the little black snake and hesitated. He could feel that this guy wasn't completely dead yet. Should he kill or not? Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Northern Sword Valiant, "How long does a Nirvana rebirth demon usually need to recover to its peak?" He wanted to ask the little black snake about the black-robed old man. Without a clear understanding of this matter, he was truly suffocating. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "It will take at least a few decades. After all, cultivation needs to be cultivated." His heart skipped a beat. He had just praised Sword God Zhou, and Sword God Zhou was moved? Zhou Xuanji immediately took out a thin rope and called the three-eyed drought rodent over. He tied the little black snake's tail to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg. Then he used his spiritual energy to help the little black snake breathe. After a while, the little black snake opened its eyes slowly. The pain all over its body tormented it. It looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Bah!" Zhou Xuanji spat at it. For its size, it was like pouring a bucket of water on its head. The little black snake was so angry that it almost fainted from the indescribable disgust. "This old man is... Bah! How dare you humiliate me like this? Bah! Bah!" The little black snake fell into a pool of saliva, not daring to move. It was in complete despair. At this moment it wished that it was already dead. Little Jiang Shui walked over and patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Zhou Xuanji grinned and said, "If I don't teach it a lesson, it will really think that it's the king." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin walked over as well. Seeing how Zhou Xuanji humiliated the little black snake, they did not know what to say. "Why did you suddenly want to spare its life?" Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji's kick just now was really vicious, but the little black snake was lucky enough to survive. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Of course we want to ask about what happened that day. You don't want us to be followed by a mysterious enemy, right?" The three of them nodded. Thinking back to the black-robed old man's head that day, they couldn't help but shiver. After that, Zhou Xuanji threw the little black snake into the river. Its tail was connected to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg, so as long as the rodent was not thrown into the river, it would not sink. After resting for 2 days, the group continued their journey. The little black snake's injuries recovered gradually, but it did not speak about the black-robed old man. Zhou Xuanji decided to starve it for a while. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Green River Village. Green River Village was still isolated from the rest of the world. The villagers lived and worked in peace. The villagers were very enthusiastic about Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui's return. They still remembered them. Back then, after Shenhua's death, the Fang clan did not come to investigate. The villagers did not spread the news either, which showed that Shenhua was really just a nobody. When little Jiang Shui found out that her grandma never came back after she left, she could not help but feel disappointed. Zhou Xuanji decided to stay in Green River Village for another year. A year later, he would head to the Great Zhou Empire. No one had any objections. For the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji began to teach Northern Sword Valiant the Tri-Source Vein Severing Sword. The Tri-Source Vein Severing Sword did not only belong to Xiao Jinghong, but it was not presumptuous of him to teach it to others. Northern Sword Valiant was pleasantly surprised. He knew how powerful the Tri-Source Vein Severing Sword was. That day, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin built 3 wooden houses, one for each of them and one for little Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji. On the 3rd day after they moved into Green River Village, the little black snake could not take it anymore. It laid on the ground and said weakly, "I admit defeat. Give me something to eat. I will tell you about Li Qimei." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out a small piece of jerky and placed it next to its mouth. Then he poured a cup of water. The little black snake began to eat with difficulty. After half an hour it finally finished eating. During this period, the three-eyed drought rodent kept disturbing it. If not for its lack of energy, it would have scolded the stinky rodent to death. Tell me honestly, including where you came from. Zhou Xuanji lay on little Jiang Shue's thighs and said lazily, enjoying her shoulder massage. The little black snake raised its head and said, my name is Hegemon-scaled black dragon. I've been through life and death with Li Qimei. Back then we traveled to all corners of Great Zhou to Great Shang to 7 mountains. How carefree and happy we were. Get to the point. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. The little black snake quickly changed the topic and said, 8 years ago, Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhou defected. Li Qimei received a mission from the Empress of Great Zhou to capture Zhao Xian's son alive. The search lasted for 8 years. However, before we could find Zhao Xian's son, we were cursed by the depths of Gulan Forest. Li Qimei went berserk and became crazy ever since. Not long ago, Li Qimei had his eyes on you and followed you all the way. In the end he encountered Xiao Jinghong. If he was not crazy, how could Xiao Jinghong kill him? At this point the little black snake became angry. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and so was little Jiang Shui. Xiao Jinghong? Could it be that the sword noble had been protecting them in secret? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Good disciple. It was great to be in another world, unlike on Earth, where becoming a disciple was like playing house. Here a teacher for a day was a father for life. Although Xiao Jinghong learned sword techniques from many people, only one person truly became his disciple, and that person was Zhou Xuanji. Disciple? The little black snake was stunned and did not understand. So Li Qimei's death and your severe injuries were all caused by Xiao Jinghong? Zhou Xuanji asked. As he spoke, he pointed to his waist and signaled little Jiang Shui to massage it. That's right. The little black snake said indignantly. He wanted to fight Xiao Jinghong to the death. That's enough. From now on you will be my pet. Is that okay? Zhou Xuanji said lazily. How could he let go of a 5th-rank demon? When the little black snake recovered to its peak, Zhou Xuanji would surely be able to fight it. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, what if I can't? Zhou Xuanji said, have you eaten deep-fried snake jerky before? The little black snake shuddered and cursed in his heart. This kid is so evil. He must have been possessed by an evil demon. To survive, the little black snake could only yield. And now, Zhou Xuanji's party had another 5th-rank demon. He still tied the little black snake and the three-eyed drought rodent together to prevent it from escaping. The days that followed were peaceful again. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 10. After passing the age of 10, his bone base matured, and his cultivation speed increased tremendously. It was the same for little Jiang Shui. 10 to 20 years old was the golden age for cultivation. It was an important period for building one's foundation. Another 4 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to the enlightening stage. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the enlightening stage. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold. Chapter 49. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Thunderclap Sword, 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, and 3,000 pieces of 3rd-grade Spirit Stones. In the morning, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating by the river, opened his eyes. He had just successfully broken through and his spiritual power had not completely stabilized yet. When he heard that he had obtained another gold-ranked god sword, he felt even more elated. Information about the Thunderclap Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thunderclap Sword level. Gold description. A godly sword born from thunder and lightning. It contains the power of heavenly thunder. Its destructive power is at the top of the gold level. Power of heavenly thunder? It sounded very domineering. Zhou Xuanji blinked. It was said that one would encounter a lightning tribulation when breaking through to the inner pellet stage. As one advanced, the lightning tribulation would become more and more powerful. With the Thunderclap Sword, could he avoid the calamity? After the Thunderclap Sword absorbs the heavenly lightning, it will gradually become stronger, and may even level up. The sword spirit replied. And Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. It can be upgraded? This setting was amazing. He immediately took out the Thunderclap sword. The size of this sword was comparable to the Hell King sword, and it was even wider. It was black and silver in color, and the blade was engraved with many lightning-veined patterns. The hilt of the sword was exquisite, and the tip of the sword was like a crescent moon. Mighty, domineering. At first sight of the Thunderclap sword, Zhou Xuanji was in awe. In terms of appearance, the Thunderclap sword was very handsome. Compared to the Hell King sword, it didn't lose out in the slightest. A gold-ranked godly sword was indeed a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhou Xuanji smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Maybe it was just a psychological effect. He displayed the white crane sword technique to his heart's content. Then he used the fiery sword technique, but what he slashed out was not flames but lightning. This was a pleasant surprise to him. Then he started to inherit the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. A large amount of memories, even more than when he was inheriting the cultivation technique and sword art, surged into his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What a great 10,000 sword dragon incantation!" The 10,000 sword dragon incantation was a powerful sword technique that could control 10,000 swords. The first level dual sword style. The second level 10 sword style. The third level 100 sword style. The fourth level 1,000 sword style. The fifth level myriad sword style. Each of the swords would emit sword chi into a dragon, and they were extremely powerful. This sword technique could also be used simultaneously with other sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji now had 11 swords: the Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, and Thunderclap Sword. He first used the Crimson Dragon Sword and the Thunderclap Sword to execute the dual sword style. The basic sword moves of the dual sword style were very tricky and had high requirements on the body's flexibility. Ordinary people would not be able to execute such sword moves. By the time he finished practicing for the 50th time, 2 hours had passed. After 50 times, the dual sword style had reached the initial realm, and his execution speed had greatly increased. After another hour, he had practiced for the 100th time. He had mastered the dual sword style and thoroughly mastered it. The two swords slashed at the surface of the river, and 2 streams of sword chi transformed into the shape of a dragon. The sound of a dragon's roar caused the surface of the river to ripple. Handsome. Taking advantage of his victory, he began to practice the 10 sword style. Other than the Swine Culling Sword, he summoned all the other divine swords and used his mental energy to float around him. The 10,000 sword dragon incantation relied on magic power to maintain control over these divine swords. When he first switched his magic power, the 10 legendary swords fell to the ground immediately. Before he started practicing the sword moves, he had to overcome this difficulty first. He did not utter a word and continued to work hard. Northern Sword Valiant wanted to ask Zhou Xuanji about the dual sword technique, but he saw that Zhou Xuanji was practicing the sword, so he stopped. He rarely saw Zhou Xuanji practicing the sword, but he only saw Zhou Xuanji internalizing qi. Sometimes he muttered to himself. Sword cultivators spent most of their time on the sword, but Zhou Xuanji rarely practiced the sword and looked very relaxed. Now that he saw it, he was suddenly enlightened. His master was practicing the sword in secret. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw Zhou Xuanji take out the 10 legendary swords, his body trembled. It was as though he was immobilized and could not move at all. Zhou Xuanji noticed Northern Sword Valiant's arrival, but he did not chase him away. Instead, he continued to practice. He tried again and again. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he finally mastered controlling the 10 legendary swords with magic power. He began to practice the 10 sword style. The Crimson Dragon Sword in his right hand and the Thunderclap Sword in his left hand, while the other legendary swords floated around him. He practiced the sword moves carefully and slowly. Northern Sword Valiant was confused. Shortly after, he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. Practicing sword moves with 10 swords? How could it be? He had never heard of it before. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou could use 7 swords at once, but the way of attack was very simple. and the direction was almost the same. But Zhou Xuanji's 10 swords moved in different directions. After practicing the first round of the 10 sword style, Zhou Xuanji spent half an hour. During the second round, he sped up abruptly. Northern Sword Valiant opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. Is this speed of improvement an act? Northern Sword Valiant questioned in his heart. The second round took half of the time. The third round took half of the time again. The fourth round, the fifth round. The more Northern Sword Valiant watched, the more he wanted to kneel down to Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was fully focused. In his eyes there were only 10 legendary swords. The three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran over to find Zhou Xuanji. The little black snake, who was tied to it, stumbled along the way and almost fainted. The three-eyed drought rodent stood beside Northern Sword Valiant and watched quietly. Its eyes were bright, and it seemed to be curious. If I have the day to rise again, I will slaughter all the scoundrels in the world. The dizzy little black snake cursed in a low voice, powerless and weak. After it sobered up, it noticed that something was wrong. Why was this scoundrel not moving? It turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji practicing sword techniques by the river. 10 swords? Seeking death. It said with disdain. This brat wanted to go berserk? Sure. It better be so. The more it thought about it, the more excited it got, so it kept looking at Zhou Xuanji. Time passed quickly. Noon passed. Dusk came. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin came to find Zhou Xuanji to inform him to eat. In the end, when they saw Zhou Xuanji's strange sword technique, they also looked at Zhou Xuanji in curiosity. So far, Zhou Xuanji had already practiced 98 times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 legendary swords demonstrated their sharpness. Zhou Xuanji's twin swords were like the wind, and the 8 legendary swords beside him seemed to have souls. They danced with him and stirred up a strong gale that caused the river surface to churn. Northern Sword Valiant was covered in cold sweat as he watched. He thought about it. If he faced Zhou Xuanji's 10 sword style without using his sword will, the chance of winning was very low. Zhou Xuanji did not use his full power either. Or else he would attract the attention of the entire village if he made too much noise. After Zhou Xuanji practiced it 100 times, he achieved great accomplishment in the 10 sword style. After he achieved great accomplishment, he focused his eyes and forced out his sword chi. The 10 legendary swords hummed and shot out 10 dragon-shaped sword chi in all directions. Roar. The roars of the dragons converged like thunder. The swords shone brightly on both sides of the river. Northern Sword Valiant, Little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were all tongue-tied. The little black snake opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "I went berserk. I went berserk." The sword chi dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji stored his swords. The 8 legendary swords disappeared into thin air. He flipped his hands and held the legendary swords in a reverse grip and walked toward Little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him excitedly and asked, "What sword technique is this? So powerful. Can you teach me?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said in high spirits, "Of course. My sword is your sword." Chapter 50. My sword is your sword. Little Jiang Shui was in a good mood as she listened. She could not hide the smile on her face. She liked Zhou Xuanji's indiscriminate attitude. She shook her head and giggled. "Forget it. I can't even master one sword, let alone 10? I'm afraid I will go crazy." At this moment, Northern Sword Valiant walked over. Thump! He knelt down straight away and his knees smashed 3 pebbles into the air. He held back his excitement and said, "Master, can you teach me such a powerful sword technique?" When he knew that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he was still doubtful and thought that Zhou Xuanji was bragging. Now, he firmly believed it. Compared to his master, Sword God Zhou, Xiao Jinghong was not even a little brother. This was the true grandmaster of the sword's way. He could master such a powerful sword technique just by practicing blindly. That's right. Northern Sword Valiant thought that the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation was Zhou Xuanji's self-created sword technique, because he had never seen it before, nor did he see Zhou Xuanji interact with anyone recently. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "There are thousands of swords ways in the world. The one that belongs to you is the best. You are walking on the path of the Overlord sword, which is indomitable. One sword is not inferior to 2 or 3 swords. Of course, it's definitely inferior to my 10 swords. Northern Sword Valiant heard him, and his body trembled as he came to a realization. He had been pursuing Zhou Xuanji's dual sword wills, but it was difficult for him to even use dual sword techniques. Only after he heard it today did he understand. A single sword is my path. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out the swine-culling sword and said, "Watch closely." He swung his right hand and activated the ranged sword propelling. The swine-culling sword flew to the forest in front of him and cut down the trees. It swept across hundreds of meters and penetrated a small mountain. Even though it was dusk, everyone could see the small mountain split open, and the swine-culling sword soared into the sky. So fast. Northern Sword Valiant's heart raced. It was not his first time seeing the ranged sword propelling. Previously, he thought that Zhou Xuanji's strength was too great, but now that he looked at it from such a close distance, he realized that it was a sword technique. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, and the swine-culling sword flew back to him. "Ranged sword propelling," he said. "At great accomplishment, you can kill enemies from 100 miles away in an instant." Northern Sword Valiant was envious and asked, "Master, can I learn it?" Northern Sword Valiant was not weak. If Zhou Xuanji wanted to rope him in, he had to give him some benefits. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and decided that ranged sword propelling was the most suitable for him. There was no future for him to learn dual sword intense. With such talent, it was hard for him to defeat the will of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said, You are loyal to me. You completed all the missions I gave you with flying colors. Since you cannot cultivate dual sword wills, then cultivate the ranged sword propelling. I have countless sword techniques, and there will be more powerful ones that are more suitable for you in the future. Work hard." Beixiao Wangjian heard him and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji in excitement. Huang Lianxin also looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Zhou Xuanji raised his head and said, "If you become my sword slave, you will be below me sooner or later." Second only to one person. He was the strongest. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin's blood boiled as they listened. They saw that Zhou Xuanji mastered the 10 swords mode, and they had no doubt about it. "All right, it's time for dinner." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and brought everyone back to the village. The little black snake was still in a daze, but the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly moved and dragged it along. It almost fell to its death. That night, the villagers thought that there was danger nearby. After all, the swine-culling sword created quite a commotion when it broke the mountain. They went to investigate but found nothing. Zhou Xuanji was still waiting. He wanted to leave for the Great Zhou Empire after he turned 11. But to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection, he had to do something earth-shattering. For half a year he did not do anything and his reputation declined. Only when he became more famous would there be more factions to rope him in and recommend him to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. He summoned Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin and asked them about it. Something that can increase one's reputation? Huang Lianxin was in deep thought. Beixiao Wangjian said, "I know one thing. It's in a city at the border of the Great Zhou Empire. The Sword Monarch's eldest disciple, Xie Wuyo, organizes a sword conference once every 5 years. The winner can visit the sword library for 3 days, and at the same time, have the opportunity to become a disciple of the Sword Monarch." The sword library contained countless sword manuals and sword techniques. It was the sacred ground of Great Zhou's Sword's Way. Only the Sword Monarch's disciple had the opportunity to enter the library. The Sword Monarch's position in Great Zhou was very important. He did not have an official position, but he received orders from the Great Zhou Empire. He was the overlord of the Great Zhou Empire's cultivation world. He could protect the Great Zhou Empire in times of crisis, while he was supported by the Great Zhou Empire. Both of them could not live without each other. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "When will the sword conference begin? How long will it take?" Beixiao Wangjian replied, "Half a year later. It will take 4 months to depart from here." Zhou Xuanji said, "If so, we will depart in a month." Beixiao Wangjian had no objections. He was also very interested in the sword conference. He had participated in it before, but it was a pity that he did not emerge as the final winner. Zhou Xuanji returned to his house and told little Jiang Shui about it. "If you still want to wait for your grandma, stay here. A big and small heir will stay to protect you." Zhou Xuanji asked for her opinion. He could not force her to follow him. This girl was almost 15. According to tradition, she would be married in another year. Little Jiang Shui heard him and pinched his ear. She snorted. Of course I will go with you. My grandma will not come back. Without me, who will take care of you? Zhou Xuanji felt warm in his heart. He pretended to be in pain and said, Let go, my ear is going to fall off. I won't. Do you still dare to say such things in the future? I won't. Humph, don't even think about getting rid of me. Okay, let's make a deal. We will not be separated from each other in the future. Zhou Xuanji took advantage of the situation and said. Little Jiang Shui had the same intention. She stuck out her pinky and said, We will use your method. Pinky swear is not allowed. Oh, and one more thing. You are not allowed to marry so many wives and concubines. Now that she had Huang Lianxin by her side, she could ask Huang Lianxin many questions she did not understand. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, Why? He laughed in his heart. This little girl had grown up and had more and more ideas. She even set traps for him in advance. Little Jiang Shui twisted her right hand and stared at him with her bright eyes, saying, There is no why. Do you agree or not? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said with a wronged expression, If you do this, aren't you afraid that I will not be able to find a wife in the future? It's best if you can't find one. Little Jiang Shui said excitedly. As she spoke, she let go of Zhou Xuanji's ear. She crossed her arms and looked proud. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt pain in his liver. How could a man not have a wife? Little Jiang Shui pouted and said, At most, I will be your wife. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be frightened and quickly stepped back. He said, Great, you have such evil intentions. Little Jiang Shui was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She picked up a pillow and chased after him to hit him. The two of them were innocent and depended on each other. This love was destined. Chapter 51. Half a month later, they bid farewell to the villagers of Qinghe village and left. Initially, Zhou Xuanji wanted to wait for a month to give little Jiang Shui some time. But she had already given up and did not want to hold him back. The group traveled through the wilderness. Their destination the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji did not want to bring a big and small heir, but after some consideration, he decided to bring them. The two dragon eagles were rare beasts that could easily attract the attention of other cultivators. It was too dangerous to let them stay in the Gulan forest. Northern Sword Valiant suggested to buy a beast-taming bag. There was a space in it that could be used to hide demonic beasts. As long as one put in spiritual stones and food, the demonic beasts would not die in it. However, beast-taming pouches were extremely expensive, and ordinary dynasties simply couldn't buy them. They were controlled by the great families and the imperial court. Zhou Xuanji was overflowing with wealth. It was not a problem for him to buy a beast management bag from the empire. On the mountainous region, the team trekked over mountains and rivers. As Zhou Xuanji walked, he patted a big and sighed in amazement. The little cub from back then has grown so big. Looks like I raised it well. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, I'm the one feeding them. Okay? Zhou Xuanji stared at her. Had this girl entered her rebellious phase? Why did they have to undermine him for everything? Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin laughed. Huang Lianxin smiled and said, It's said that if the dragon eagle lives for 1,000 years, it can become the overlord of the demon race. I wonder if it's true. Nonsense. I've lived for 1,000 years and I've never seen a truly powerful dragon eagle. That's just a legend. The little black snake was being dragged by the three-eyed drought rodent as it said weakly. As it was dragged along by the three-eyed drought rodent, its skin and flesh were often lacerated and its entire body was covered in wounds. However, it was worth mentioning that its snake body was getting stronger and stronger under such torture. It had the effect of tempering its body. Zhou Xuanji said, I will definitely nurture them into overlords of the demon race. The two dragon eagles heard Zhou Xuanji and immediately let out a long cry. They seemed to be very happy and circled around Zhou Xuanji. As they flapped their wings, they created a powerful gale that almost blew the three-eyed drought rodent and the little black snake away. Now they were 3 stories tall and were already huge monsters. Are you trying to kill me? The little black snake shouted in exasperation, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Unknowingly, the hegemon-scaled black flood dragon had become their source of happiness. Strangely enough, its size did not increase, as if it would never grow. Every time this was mentioned, the little black snake seemed to have been poked at its sore spot and roared. How can you mortals guess the innate talent of this old man's race? When it acted so pretentiously, Zhou Xuanji kicked it in return. Everyone walked slowly. During the day it was as if they were sightseeing, and at night they stopped to cultivate. If they encountered a demonic beast, Zhou Xian would have the chance to teach her how to fight, so that she could gain battle experience. Huang Lianxin was the same, while Northern Valiant Sword was obsessed with the ranged sword propelling technique, unable to extricate himself. Even though he was walking, he was still practicing his swordsmanship, traversing mountains and ridges, crossing rivers and plains. They walked through the woods with dancing autumn leaves and climbed over the snowy mountains. More than 2 months passed by quickly. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 11 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Silver Formless Sword, Golden Thistle Inner Armor, Mysterious Sea Purple Pill. Zhou Xuanji, who was on his way, heard the sword spirit's voice. He was already 11 years old. He sighed inexplicably. Time really made him grow old. After that, he looked at the Formless Sword's information delightfully. Sword name, Formless Sword grade, Silver description. A formless sword that can only be seen by the sword owner. It has no weight and is extremely destructive. Formless sword? He immediately took out the formless sword. The sword was long and thin, similar to the windcutter sword, but lighter, as though he was holding air. He immediately used the white crane sword technique to familiarize himself with the formless sword. Little Jiang Shui, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were stunned. What is he doing? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji's right hand was holding a sword, but there was nothing in his hand. It was really strange. Whoosh, a cold wind blew, and Northern Valiant Sword's pupils contracted suddenly. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's cultivation was too low, so they could not see clearly, but he could. Sword Qi. He could slash out sword Qi without a sword? He had heard of a sword technique that used fingers as swords, but Zhou Xuanji's movement was obviously not using fingers as swords. Could it be a brand new sword technique? He could not help but think of 3 months ago, when Zhou Xuanji created the 10 swords mode. His master must have come up with it on a whim. After practicing the white crane sword technique, Zhou Xuanji felt good. The formless sword was weightless, but it was even sharper. Could kill without a trace. Shortly after, he sheathed his sword and walked forward while taking out the gold-locking thorn inner armor. The gold-locking thorn inner armor was a tight-fitting golden inner armor with exquisite details. It did not feel too heavy when he held it in his hand. This armor's defense is not bad. It can withstand attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. The sword spirit introduced it timely, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately walked to little Jiang Shui's side and said, "This armor is for you as a birthday present." Little Jiang Shui did not know her exact birthday since she was young, so Zhou Xuanji decided to let her have the same birthday as him. In the past, on this day, little Jiang Shui would prepare a sumptuous dinner for him, and give him a set of clothes that she had already knitted. Little Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "This armor looks extraordinary. You should wear it." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "This armor can defend against attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. Within the enlightening stage, no one can hurt me." It was not that he was arrogant, but now that he had broken through to the enlightening realm and had so many divine swords and sword techniques, if he could not become invincible among those in the same realm, he could just kill himself with a piece of tofu. He forcefully handed it over to little Jiang Shui, then walked forward and focused on the mysterious sea purple core. The profound sea purple pill is a type of spirit qi pill. If consumed, it will help the swordmaster to cultivate the jade skin and golden bones of the sword qi golden body spell, and the sword qi soaring sword. After hearing the sword spirit's introduction, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Every time his sword qi golden body incantation broke through a level, his physical strength would skyrocket. Right now, his strength had already reached 60,000 pounds and was extremely powerful. However, he usually used his sword and had never used it before. On the other side, Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. An inner armor that could withstand attacks from an enlightening realm cultivator? How many treasures did Master hide? They were instantly envious and secretly looked forward to doing more things for their master in the future so that they could receive more rewards. Whoosh! At this moment, the neighing of a fierce horse came from the east. The group turned around and saw a valiant man dressed in black armor riding toward them. Beneath him was a tall and mighty red horse. Its hooves were surrounded by flames, and there was a horn on its head. It was extremely fast, covering 20 to 30 meters with each step. In 3 breaths it had crossed 1,000 meters. Beixiao Wangjian's expression changed. He quickly blocked in front of the man and shouted, "Stop!" The valiant man galloped his horse over and only stopped when he was less than 10 meters away from Zhou Xuanji and the others. "I am the Great Zhou Empire's cavalry general Meng Tianlang. I have my eyes on these 2 dragon eagles. If you want to gift them to me, state your conditions." The valiant man waved his hand domineeringly and said in a tone that allowed no refusal. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Meng Tianlang? The Meng Tianlang who had a duel at the border with Xiao Jinghong? The youngest cavalry general of the Great Zhou Empire. This was troublesome. He had his eyes on him. However, for such a powerful person to come on a horse was beneath his status. No wonder he had his eyes on my dragon eagles. Chapter 52. Great Zhou Dynasty's Meng Tianlang? Northern Valiant Sword's expression changed drastically. So did Huang Lianxin. They felt as though they were facing a catastrophe. Meng Tianlang, second on the Great Zhou's hero ranking board. His strength was on par with Xiao Jinghong. Could even be said that he was even more powerful. After all, Xiao Jinghong was alone, while Meng Tianlang controlled an entire Great Zhou cavalry. The reason why he was ranked higher than Xiao Jinghong was because of his identity. Meng Tianlang sized up a big and small air and praised, "They are well raised. They have a murderous aura and are very suitable for the battlefield." He completely ignored Zhou Xuanji and the others. In the past, in the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as he announced his name, who would dare to refuse him? Zhou Xuanji said, "Great Zhou's cavalry general, second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. You want to snatch a mount from a kid like me?" Having heard this, Meng Tianlang looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "These 2 dragon eagles belong to you? Huh. This brat was actually at the first level of the enlightening realm?" He immediately became curious and asked, "Little kid, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, "It doesn't matter who I am, but General Meng's status is so noble. The dragon eagle is nothing to you. If you met an adult it would be fine. If you snatch it, so be it. But I'm only 11 years old. Are you sure you want to snatch it? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughing stock?" He had heard some of Meng Tianlang's deeds in the southern Snow Kingdom. This person was not a treacherous person, but he was not a righteous and kind person either. An existence like Meng Tianlang cared about nothing more than fame. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang rubbed the bridge of his nose, his face a little hot. Since Xiao Jinghong viewed him as an opponent, his character was definitely not too bad. It must be known that Xiao Jinghong's pride ran deep into his bones, and he hated crafty, rude, and unreasonable people the most. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Kid, tell me, what will it take for you to give them to me? How about I offer 10,000 pieces of 3rd-grade spirit stones?" Huang Lianxin's expression changed slightly, frightened by Meng Tianlang's extravagance. Northern Sword Valiant's face was still gloomy as he secretly scolded Meng Tianlang for lying to a kid. This price was not worthy of the dragon eagle. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "No, I won't give them to you. They were given to me by my parents before they died." Meng Tianlang's countenance changed, thinking that this was troublesome. Bullying a child was not martial arts. It was immoral to snatch the belongings of others' parents. However, it was not easy for him to encounter a dragon eagle. He was really envious and wanted to bring the dragon eagle into the Great Zhou army camp. He rolled his eyes and asked with a chuckle, "Child, do you want to join the Great Zhou army?" As long as Zhou Xuanji joined the army, the dragon eagles would naturally belong to his army. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately had an idea. He asked, "If I join the army, can you recommend me to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven Selection?" The Great Zhou Heaven Selection. Meng Tianlang's eyes widened. This brat had such great ambitions. However, those in the enlightening realm were indeed qualified. How strange. There was such a young enlightening realm cultivator in the world? Could it be a peerless genius comparable to the second prince of the great empire Zhou Yalong? He said honestly, if you want to participate in the great Zhou's heaven selection, you need to be famous. I do have the right to recommend you. I will find a chance for you to make a name for yourself, but you still have to rely on yourself. Back then, he had also participated in the Great Zhou Heaven selection, so he knew how high the threshold was. It was like crossing a single log bridge with thousands of soldiers and horses. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened and said, if I don't give you the Dragon Eagle, will you let me join the army and recommend me to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven selection? Little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin looked at Meng Tianlang in astonishment. Was this guy really so kind? Meng Tianlang smiled proudly. I need the Dragon Eagle, not because I like them, but because they are useful in battle. If you join the army, you will bring the Dragon Eagle along, right? How can such exotic beasts be kept as birds? They should be used on the battlefield. His tone was impassioned and extremely persuasive. If it were any other child, they would have been bewitched. Zhou Xuanji was not moved but said excitedly, sure. I will participate in the sword conference with the Sword Monarch's disciple first. After I succeed, I will join the army with you. How about that? This guy is so straightforward. Meng Tianlang laughed and said, of course. I, Meng Tianlang, am a man of my words. He took out a bronze token the size of a palm and engraved with the word Meng. He threw the token to Zhou Xuanji and said, this is General Meng's token. With this token you can come to Great Zhou's barracks to look for me. When you enter, show this token to me, and the entrance fee will be waived. Zhou Xuanji was really shocked. This kid was a little too straightforward. He could even be called brainless. If Meng Tianlang knew what he was thinking, he would surely go berserk. He played with General Meng's token and asked, aren't you going to ask about my identity first? You can reach the enlightening stage at this age, so you must not be an ordinary person. You dared to reject me, so you are not a weakling. You remember your parents' wishes, so naturally, you are not a person without principles. I, Meng Tianlang, have high hopes for you. Young man, let's meet again in Great Zhou. Meng Tianlang laughed boldly and left on his horse. The sound of the horse's hooves resounded between the heavens and the earth, and his laughter echoed. Soon he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Northern Sword Valiant was dumbfounded. Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were stunned too. They were shocked by Meng Tianlang's heroism. Zhou Xuanji glanced at little Jiang Shui and asked casually, what are you thinking about? Little Jiang Shui sighed. Is this guy stupid? Zhou Xuanji immediately smiled and stared at her, saying, what do girls know about the heroism of a man? He can become the general of Great Zhou's cavalry, so of course, he is a dragon among men. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and used her eyes to tell him that he was a prince of Great Zhou. Huang Lianxin nodded and said, I think he is not lying. This is a good thing. With Meng Tianlang's recommendation, Zhou Xuanji's chances of participating in Great Zhou's heaven selection were higher. Beixiao Wangjian reminded, it will be hard to get away after joining Great Zhou's barracks. He did not want to follow Zhou Xuanji into the army. Could he still practice sword techniques as he pleased in the future? Zhou Xuanji said, don't worry. If I stand out in Great Zhou's heaven selection, can he keep me? His goal was to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he would surely have to run. Beixiao Wangjian heard him and smiled immediately. He knew that Sword God Zhou was not an ordinary person. What's the point of being a soldier? They were not Great Zhou's citizens. The little black snake spoke suddenly. You scared me to death. That guy's eyes were so scary. He noticed my existence. He is indeed the man that Xiao Jinghong regarded as his rival for life. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. No wonder this thing did not speak before. The group continued to move forward. Because of Meng Tianlang's interlude, they became much more cautious. The Southern Snow Kingdom was a few kingdoms away from the Great Zhou Empire. The Great Zhou Empire was located at the center of many kingdoms. Although it ruled over many kingdoms, it was very lax with the other kingdoms. It allowed them to compete and even declare war. 2 months passed quickly. This day, Zhou Xuanji and his companions passed by a battlefield. They stopped suddenly. Beishao Wangjian drew his sword and blocked in front of them. "Everyone be careful," he said. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead with burning passion in his eyes. He was a little excited. Chapter 53. It was a wasteland that had just gone through a war. Corpses and broken limbs were everywhere, and the dried blood made the ground look like it was covered with blood traces. The sandstorm swept across, and the atmosphere was silent and bleak. Zhou Xuanji and the rest looked at a hill in front of them. There was a blood-colored curved blade erected there. The tip of the blade was pointed downward, and it was buried in the soil. Wisps of bloody wind surrounded the blade. That's right. It's a bloody wind. A bloody wind visible to the naked eye. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were both frightened. Looking at the blood-colored curved blade, they felt a chill down their spines. Little Jiang Shui asked carefully, "There shouldn't be a ghost, right?" Even though she was already a foundation-building cultivator, she still had an innate fear of ghosts. Beishao Wangjian snorted coldly, "I'm afraid there really is a ghost." After that, he tossed the sword in his hand out forcefully. Ranged sword propelling. Although it was much slower than Zhou Xuanji's ranged sword propelling, it was still very fast. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The blood-colored curved blade was not knocked down, but deflected Beishao Wangjian's sword. Zhou Xuanji was communicating with the sword spirit and asked in his heart, "Are you sure?" "Yes. This blade is an evil blade, formed from blood qi and grievances. You can refine it and inject it into the bloodbath sword to help it level up." The sword spirit replied, still emotionless. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, "What level can it reach?" "We can only know if it's at close range, but it will definitely reach gold grade." The sword spirit replied again, which made Zhou Xuanji excited. The bloodbath sword was different from other legendary swords. The more blood it absorbed, the more powerful it became. How could it kill an enemy without spilling blood? This meant that once the bloodbath sword entered the highest level of his legendary swords, it would become the most powerful legendary sword. Seeing that his sword was deflected, Beishao Wangjian's face turned even uglier. Huang Lianxin looked around. The sandstorm was everywhere, and there were corpses and broken rocks everywhere, as though demons and ghosts would rush out at any time. She said, "If this blade has an owner, I'm afraid he is trying to bait us." Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. He instructed the two dragon eagles, "Observe the situation in the sky." A big and small air immediately flapped their wings and flew up, sweeping up the sandstorm. Little Jiang Shui took out her flaming fan and got ready for battle. Right at this moment, 6 cultivators suddenly ran over. There were 4 men and 2 women. All of them were dressed in rags and covered in blood. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they were filled with hope and immediately sped up. "Tisk tsk tsk. Where do you think you're going?" A cold and horrifying voice resounded through the sky, giving little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and sensed an extremely dangerous aura, just like when he faced Zhuang Huisheng. Northern Sword Valiant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly thought of something and mumbled, "Could it be?" Zhou Xuanji stood beside him and asked, "What is it?" "Demonic Inferno Sect's bloodthirsty cruel blade Yuan. He once fought his way into the Great Zhou hero ranking, but because his actions were too vicious, he was wanted by the Great Zhou dynasty and kicked out of the Great Zhou hero ranking." Northern Sword Valiant said in a low voice. There was a hint of nervousness in his tone. "Demonically Fire Sect. It's this demonic sect again." Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of the demonic cultivator Yi Fifan whom he killed 8 years ago. He asked, "What is the relationship between Guan and Yi Fifan?" Northern Sword Valiant replied, "Yi Fifan? The genius from the demonic Inferno sect who died mysteriously 8 years ago? They are blood brothers." "Oh, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road indeed." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He was determined to get his hands on that bloody blade. Since he knew that the other party was his enemy's brother, there was no need to be polite. Little Jiang Shui's expression became strange as well. She could not help but recall the scene back then. A 2-year-old killing an inner pellet cultivator was really a legend. After she started cultivating, she understood the power of the inner pellet stage more and more. At the same time, she admired Zhou Xuanji even more. A white-haired man in a blood-red robe leaped up from afar and flew toward them. His face was hideous and his eyes were bloodshot. The corner of his mouth cracked open, and he laughed crazily and cruelly, like a demon in the mortal world. Trying to run? Today I will suck all of your blood dry. I will let you feel your blood leaving your body and die slowly in fear. Ha ha. Yiguan laughed loudly. An extreme murderous aura locked down the area within a radius of a few hundred meters. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, "Kill him." Northern Sword Valiant's expression changed slightly. His body dashed out reflexively. Just as he took a step forward, he cursed himself in his heart. Was he seeking death? Yiguan was an inner pellet cultivator, and he was one of the top cultivators in the inner pellet stage. He was only at the enlightening stage, and to fight with him was seeking death. But he was already used to obeying Zhou Xuanji's orders. At this moment he could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Zhou Xuanji put down the three-eyed drought rodent. The little black snake which was being dragged by the rodent, opened its eyes wide and cursed. "Are you crazy? You dare to provoke him?" It was a 5th-rank demon, and it had seen Yiguan before. Although its cultivation was not as high as its peak, to Zhou Xuanji and the others it was invincible. Zhou Xuanji ignored it and quickly dashed toward the blood-red blade. The 6 cultivators saw Northern Sword Valiant charging toward Yiguan, and they immediately became excited. They were covered in injuries, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. Northern Sword Valiant did not look weak, and he might be a powerful cultivator. Bomb Northern Sword Valiant flew backward as he vomited blood. He landed in front of them, and the impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The 6 were stunned. In the next second, their expressions became extremely horrified. Zhou Xuanji came up to the blood-red blade and grasped its hilt. The surrounding blood wind turned into blades and attacked him. At this moment the thunderclap sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. The thunderclap sword shook violently. Lightning overflowed and dispersed the blood wind. "Brat! You dare to take my blade? You are seeking death." Yiguan roared furiously and charged toward Zhou Xuanji like a sharp arrow. Zhou Xuanji stored the blood-red blade into the supreme storage straightaway. Without this blade, Yiguan's battle power would be greatly reduced. He turned around to look at Yiguan. With the thunderclap sword in front of him in his right hand, he flipped his left hand, and the formless sword appeared quietly. Facing Yiguan who was coming at him ferociously, Zhou Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Trisource Vein Severing Sword. The sword chi transformed into a gale and shot out, sealing off Yiguan's path in an instant. When Yiguan saw that his blade was taken away, he cried out in rage. Both of his hands turned into bloody claws and tore the sword chi that came at him into pieces. He twisted his body and landed his right foot on the ground. He stomped again and tilted his body to stab at Zhou Xuanji. His right claw seemed to have been skinned. His nails turned into sharp blades and pointed straight at Zhou Xuanji's neck. Zhou Xuanji's hands and eyes were swift. He slashed at the ground with his sword, and countless bolts of lightning landed along the blade. The lightning swept out in all directions, and the weeds were burned into ashes in an instant. Yiguan's expression changed. He immediately somersaulted backward and dodged. The 6 cultivators who were far away were excited. This guy could fight against Yiguan. Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and smiled bitterly. The gap between him and his master was getting bigger and bigger. After he landed, Yiguan asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and raised his sword. He pointed it at Yiguan and said, "The Unparalleled Sword God Zhou." Chapter 54. Unparalleled Sword God Zhou? Yiguan's expression changed drastically. He had heard of Sword God Zhou before. He slew a rank 4 demon king, destroyed the body of the Gulan demon monarch's son, and took Northern Sword Valiant as his sword slave. These 2 years Sword God Zhou's reputation was higher than his. When the 6 cultivators heard this, they became even more excited. There's hope. It is Sword God Zhou. The dragon eagles roar across the sky. The sword god slays the thieves, and the sword king follows. Look up, it's really 2 dragon eagles. No wonder he could resist Yiguan. Just like the legends, he really does look like a child. Look at the sword in his hand. It's really a divine sword. The cultivators discussed among themselves, and those with serious injuries knelt down powerlessly. Yiguan was also wary of Sword God Zhou's reputation. With the qi obscuring incantation, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He said in a deep voice, "Sword God Zhou, we have no enmity between us. Why did you snatch my blade? Do you want to offend the demonic Inferno sect? Give me back my saber, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Scared? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and felt a little disappointed. "Looks like I'm too strong." "Master, kill him. This person once massacred a city, and he will definitely take revenge. If you return the blade to him, he will definitely make a move." Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and shouted. Viguan glanced at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization and thought to himself, "I see. No matter what, he would not hand over the blood-colored machete. This person was guilty of countless crimes. Killing him could be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the common people." After the thought, Zhou Xuanji walked toward Yuan with his sword. "What I hate the most in my life are those who bully the weak and kill the innocent. It's not that you're unlucky to have met me. It's the will of the heavens. Today, I'll uphold the will of the heavens and kill a demon like you," Zhou Xuanji said righteously. Although his voice sounded young, it was as though a halo was shining on his body when he spoke. Viguan's face was livid as he scolded loudly. "Shameless brat! Snatch my treasured saber. Still full of righteousness. I will break every single bone in your body." Boom! He stomped his right foot and turned into blood-red afterimages as he charged at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation's dual sword mode. 2 dragon-shaped sword qi coiled around his body. He twisted his waist and spun towards Yiguan. Yiguan flipped his right hand, and a gigantic iron blade appeared in his hand. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with great force. Zhou Xuanji was a physique refinement cultivator and had great strength. The thunderclap sword clashed with the great iron saber. Lightning traveled along the edge of the saber and shot toward Yiguan. Yiguan was so shocked that he quickly let go. "Puchi!" Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and the cloth on Yiguan's chest was cut open. Blood spurted out. Yiguan's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in his heart, "How is this possible?" He immediately retreated and asked in a deep voice, "What sword is this?" With his cultivation, he could immediately tell that there was a sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand that he could not see. At that moment what he felt wasn't sword qi, but an ice-cold blade. Zhou Xuanji smiled condescendingly and said, "A formless sword, a fatal sword." He came up to Yiguan with the 8-step sword lunge. His 2 swords were like the wind. Together with his own strength, he slashed and slashed wildly, forcing Yiguan to retreat continuously. This scene made the others' blood boil with excitement. Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists and mumbled excitedly, "Master indeed! The dual sword mode is so powerful." He knew that Zhou Xuanji also knew the 10-sword mode. This battle was in the bag. Huang Lianqin's eyes were filled with splendor. It was as though her master would not be at a disadvantage no matter who he faced. Little Jiang Shui, on the other hand, looked proud. This was her little brother. The other 6 cultivators were dumbfounded. They had guessed that Sword God Zhou could defeat Guan, but they did not expect him to be so overpowered. Viguan's claws were like metal. They could actually resist Zhou Xuanji's blade. As he retreated, his left hand quickly reached behind his waist. A blood gourd appeared in his hand. He used his thumb to open the mouth of the bottle. He swung the blood gourd toward Zhou Xuanji forcefully. Countless blood sand flew out from the gourd and pounced toward him. Zhou Xuanji gripped his right hand tightly and channeled his spirit energy into the thunderclap sword. Lightning appeared and weaved into a net, blocking the blood sand. But a dozen of the blood sand still landed on his body. They were extremely corrosive. They burned through his clothes and skin, making his face bleed instantly. The searing pain reminded Zhou Xuanji that he might be disfigured. "Damn! I'll kill you!" Zhou Xuanji was furious. As a man, appearance was not the most important thing. It was courage. But he had the appearance, how could he give it up? The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, and Residual Image Sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. They were all pointed at Yiguan. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, 10 Sword Mode. 10 dragon-shaped sword qi circled around Zhou Xuanji's body. His black hair danced in the wind. His face was covered in blood, and he looked as though he had just walked out from hell. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was injured, little Jiang Shui put her palms together anxiously. She did not dare to look away from him. Guan opened his eyes wide and asked with a trembling voice, "This is..." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 8 legendary swords moved in an instant and charged toward Guan in different trajectories. Zhou Xuanji swung his 2 swords and activated the Trisource Vein-severing sword. The sword chi was ferocious and forceful, engulfing Guan. Guan blocked instinctively, but how could he block so many swords? Moreover, he did not have a suitable enchanted artifact. In an instant, his body was covered in blood. The 8 legendary swords pierced into his body like a porcupine. Blood spurted out along the blades of the 8 legendary swords. His vital channels were severed by the sword chi. His legs weakened and he knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji. Guan was so frightened that he cried out immediately, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat! I will give you the bloodless saber, please spare my life. You and I have no enmity. Why must you be so ruthless?" His body was pierced by the 8 legendary swords. Guan's body was in excruciating pain as he spoke. He could not stand up at all. This scene made all the spectators excited. Sword God Zhou was enraged and killed Guan in an instant. They had never heard of such a sword technique just now. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and raised his chin. He looked at him disdainfully and said, "Do you know how to do radio calisthenics?" "Radio calisthenics? What's that?" Guan was stunned. He immediately cried out, I know how to do it." PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji cut off his head with one slash. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. The head landed on the ground and rolled for a dozen meters before it stopped. Zhou Xuanji's face was cold. He said softly, "In this world, I will not allow a second person who can do radio calisthenics to appear. How can an evil disciple like you know China's radio calisthenics?" As usual, Zhou Xuanji stabbed him a few more times to prevent him from faking his death. Shortly after, he began searching through Guan's storage ring and storage bag. He waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords flew up and levitated in front of him. He took out a water bottle and a dry cloth and began washing the swords. Little Jiang Shui and the rest ran over and were concerned about his injuries. The little black snake was being dragged by the 3-eyed drought rodent. He mumbled, "It's over. It's over. When I recover to my peak, this brat will be even more powerful. Will I never be able to rise again?" Chapter 55. The 6 cultivators who were saved came over and thanked Zhou Xuanji profusely. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "In the future, you can spread the news that this demon is dead, so that his enemies can be at ease." The 6 of them nodded excitedly. They witnessed how Sword God Zhou killed Guan, so they could brag about it in the future. Then, under Northern Sword Valiant's call, the 6 of them left in high spirits. Little Jiang Shui began applying medicine for Zhou Xuanji. Looking at his bloodied face, she felt a pang of heartache and muttered, "It's over. He's going to be disabled." Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. He really wanted to retort, but he was afraid too. He believed that his greatest ability was not his sword, but his face. In the future, when he grew up, he would definitely be a handsome man. How could he destroy it like this? Huang Lianxin also squatted down and helped Zhou Xuanji apply the ointment. She asked curiously, "Actually, we can go around them. Why must we fight?" Guan was not an ordinary person. He had the backing of the demonically fire sect. Zhou Xuanji even asked the 6 cultivators to spread the news. Was it really for fame? Was he not afraid of offending the demonic inferno sect? Zhou Xuanji replied, "Actually, there are 2 reasons. The first is that blade. This blade has already become an evil entity, and it must be eliminated. The second is that Guan is more dangerous. Seeing injustice on the road, why wouldn't I help?" Huang Lianxin and Northern Valiant Sword were convinced by his flawless words. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. What a nice way to put it. In the end, he just wanted that blade. She had been with Zhou Xuanji for 9 years. How could she not understand Zhou Xuanji? She did not expose Zhou Xuanji but was pleased with herself. Only she understood Zhou Xuanji the best. Zhou Xuanji would only reveal his true nature in front of her. Are you okay? Zhou Xuanji asked Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant received his order and fought someone of a higher stage without hesitation, which made him very satisfied. They had been together for a long time, and Zhou Xuanji had already acknowledged him. In name he was a sword slave, but in reality he was a disciple. Northern Sword Valiant looked ashamed and said, I'm too weak and caused Master to be injured. Today's battle gave him a deeper understanding of Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji had not even taken out his most powerful Hell King sword. In the future, don't spend all your time practicing the sword. Cultivation is also very important. Zhou Xuanji reminded him earnestly, and Beixiao Wangjian nodded solemnly. While he was healing, Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, how do I fuse with that blade? The sword spirit will help you fuse with it, but it will take time. Please wait patiently, Swordmaster. The sword spirit replied quickly, which gave Zhou Xuanji an idea. He asked, is it true that as long as the attributes are similar, any weapon can be fused? Not just any weapon, but only a few. The specific details cannot be announced for now. If you encounter a treasure that can be fused, the sword spirit will remind the swordmaster. The sword spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji feel a little regretful. He also wanted to collect a large number of weapons and artifacts to help the godly sword become stronger. Beixiao Wangjian's voice interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Master, why must you participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection? He always listened to Zhou Xuanji's arrangements and rarely asked about anything other than the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, you listened to my orders without hesitation just now, which means that you and I are completely united. I joined Great Zhou's heaven selection not to become an official, but to kill. Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened and became excited. Beixiao Wangjian was a little excited too. Who can only be killed by participating in Great Zhou's heaven selection? He was not afraid but felt excited instead. As a man, how could he not do something great? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, the Empress of Great Zhou and Zhou Yalong. The former was killed for his mother, while the latter was killed for Huang Lianxin. Beixiao Wangjian said with a deep voice, I, Beixiao Wangjian, will surely follow. He did not ask for the reason, but he felt that this was very domineering. Once they succeeded, they would shake the entire Great Zhou. After that, if he could survive, he would become a fugitive. Honestly speaking, he was already used to following Zhou Xuanji and the other two around. It was really interesting along the way, much more fun than traveling alone. Even the little black snake, a big and small heir, were filled with joy. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally tell him stories about Chinese myths and legends, which made him engrossed. The little black snake cried out, Madman! You want to kill the Empress and Zhou Yalong? Do you know how powerful they are? Even Gulan Demon Monarch could not do it. The fear from a 5th-ranked Demon King. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, Great Zhou is nothing. The sky in my eyes is much higher than Great Zhou. I have never seen such an arrogant person like you. The little black snake stared at him with his grain-sized eyes and cried out with a weird voice. Next, the three-eyed drought rodent became excited for some reason. It dashed about so quickly that the little black snake felt dizzy and doubted its life. The group burst out in laughter. After resting for half an hour, the group continued moving forward. There were corpses all around. It was really disgusting to stay here. Within half a month, a piece of news spread like wildfire within Great Zhou. Sword God Zhou killed bloodthirsty Blade Un. This news attracted countless discussions. In the kingdom, most inns were discussing this. One was a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword who appeared out of nowhere. He had killed a 4th-ranked demon and defeated the son of the demon monarch. The other was a powerful cultivator from the demonic Inferno sect who had committed countless crimes. Sword God Zhou became more and more legendary as the news spread. Some people even believed that Sword God Zhou was comparable to the sword noble Xiao Jinghong and the sword monarch's disciple Xia Wuyo. Southern Snow Kingdom. In a stone pavilion in the general's residence, Zhang Ruyu held the bamboo scroll and said excitedly, Did you see this? Sword God Zhou even killed bloodthirsty Blade Un. You were defeated by him before. Zhang Tunjian opened his eyes wide and slammed the table, saying furiously, How can you talk to your father like that? The soldier beside him chuckled and could only turn his head away. Zhang Ruyu looked proud, as though he was sword god Zhou himself. Zhang Tunjian rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself, "Seems like I have underestimated him." He thought in his heart, "Fortunately I am not free. If I meet him, then I will be finished." Great Zhou Empire Military Camp. Meng Tianlang sat on the general's seat and listened to the soldier in front of him. Now Great Zhou's reputation ranking has specially bestowed a name to Sword God Zhou, Demon Slayer Sword God Zhou. After that, the soldier passed the scroll in his hand to Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang took it and began browsing. After a while he closed the scroll and sighed in amazement. "What a character!" He changed the topic and said mockingly, "Seems like Xiao Jinghong has a rival." The soldier raised his head and asked curiously, "There is a rumor among the people that this person could threaten the Sword Emperor's position in the future, because he can use two sword wills at the same time. What do you think, General?" Meng Tianlang stared at him and shouted, "Fortunately he is under my command. How can you blaspheme the Sword Emperor's name? Do you know how many generals in the Great Zhou army worship the Sword Emperor?" Immediately after, he grinned and said, "Using two sword wills at the same time and controlling 9 swords. This is something the Sword Emperor cannot do. Maybe one day Great Zhou will really have a sword god." Chapter 56. 3 months later. Zhou Xuanji and the others traveled over mountains and rivers to the Great Border Pass. In front of the border was a boundless wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was wide open in all directions. The city walls of the Great Zhou dynasty were much taller than the imperial city walls. It was a magnificent sight. Looking from afar, one could see many carriages and people rushing towards the city gates from all directions. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the ocean. The 2 dragon eagles were so huge that they attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped when they were 10,000 meters away from the city. "I'll leave it to you." Zhou Xuanji threw a storage bag to Beixiao Wangjian and instructed. Northern Sword Valiant nodded and immediately rushed towards the border. He first went to the Great Zhou Empire to buy 2 beast management bags. Zhou Xuanji and the others stayed here and waited patiently. After Northern Sword Valiant left, someone immediately came over and wanted to buy the 2 dragon eagles. How could Zhou Xuanji agree? Next came wave after wave of customers. Some felt that it was a pity, and some wanted to forcefully sell, but Zhou Xuanji had ways to deal with them. After all, this was the foot of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one dared to be too impudent here. Gradually the sky darkened. Huang Lianxin took out some dry wood and started a fire. Zhou Xuanji touched his face and asked, "Is the scar on my face healed?" If not for the fact that he had already cultivated jade skin and golden bones, he would probably be scarred for the rest of his life. At the age of 11, he still had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was like a jade crown, and he was very popular with girls. If he were a few years older, he would definitely be an elegant youth. One had to admit that the bloodline of the Great Zhou royal family was extraordinary. Little Jiang Shui waved her hand and said, "Don't ask. No matter how ugly you are, I won't despise you." Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and giggled. She loved to see little Jiang Shui tease Zhou Xuanji. It made her feel that Zhou Xuanji was not so high and mighty. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Who's afraid that you will dislike me?" He turned to look at Huang Lianxin and sighed. "When we were young, this girl was so cute. She held me in the palm of her hand, afraid that I would melt. Look at her now. Girls in their rebellious phase really can't be provoked." Little Jiang Shui glared at him and pouted. "What are you talking about?" At the age of 15, she was already devastatingly beautiful. Her eyes were bright, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a beauty that could move one's heart. But overall he was still a little childish. In another 1 or 2 years there would be people drooling over her beauty. At that time, Zhou Xuanji would be in a lot of trouble. Looking at Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui bickering, Huang Lianxin hugged her knees and laughed from time to time. She suddenly felt that such days were not bad. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, she had been wandering from place to place and living in fear. She had never felt so at ease before. The little black snake laid on the firewood and said weakly, "I'm going to die." Unfortunately, no one cared about it. For the next few days, Northern Sword Valiant did not return. After all, it would take time to find a place to buy beast taming bags. But someone recognized Zhou Xuanji. 2 dragon eagles and his childlike figure. Wasn't this the legendary sword god Zhou? During this period many people came up to him and asked if he was sword god Zhou. Sword god Zhou admitted it openly. He was not afraid of the demonic Inferno sect coming to find trouble with him. After all, this was great Zhou. As soon as he admitted it, the people who came to visit immediately became excited. Ever since sword god Zhou killed Yiguan, his name had spread like wildfire. Dual sword will. 9 swords. All kinds of rumors pushed sword god Zhou's name to the top. Of course, there were still many different opinions about sword god Zhou's power. In the Great Zhou Empire, cultivators at Inner Pellet were not considered the best. But this did not stop the fantasies of those at the bottom. Back then, someone said that sword god Zhou could only defeat foundation building cultivators, but he defeated 2 Inner Pellet cultivators at once. This time he easily killed Yiguan, who was even more powerful. Who knew how powerful he really was? On the 9th day after Northern Sword Valiant left, he finally returned. He passed 2 beast taming bags to Zhou Xuanji. The beast taming bag was a bag made of silver thread, similar to a storage bag. It was easy to carry around. There was a spell formation in the bag, which required a drop of blood to recognize the owner. Of course, it was not Zhou Xuanji's blood, but the dragon eagles. Soon he put the 2 dragon eagles into a storage bag and let them out again. Then he asked them how they felt. The 2 big guys were very excited. They felt comfortable and warm inside the bag. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji was relieved. He did not want them to suffer. The little black snake said with disdain. With their looks, they want to be the overlord of the demon race? Go eat shit. Whoosh, a big flapped its wings, and the little black snake and the 3-eyed drought rodent were sent flying away. After they landed, the 2 little guys saw stars. The 3-eyed drought rodent shook its head and stared at the little black snake. The little black snake looked up, and their eyes met. Both of them were silent. The little black snake's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of despair grew in him. The 3-eyed drought rodent leaped up abruptly and leaped up with the little black snake. Looking at the ground getting further and further away, the little black snake sighed. I really have a cheap mouth. Looking at the 3-eyed drought rodent ravaging the little black snake, little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin burst out in laughter. Zhou Xuanji looked at Northern Sword Valiant and asked, Your qi is unstable. Did you encounter any trouble? Northern Sword Valiant wanted to say something but stopped. He forced a smile and said, No? Speak. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, You dared to bully my sword slave, which is like slapping my face. Northern Sword Valiant was moved in his heart. He had the hot-bloodedness of a warrior who would die for his bosom friend. He told him the reason. It turned out that he bought the beast management bag at an auction because he offended a tyrant. Just when he left the city, he was surrounded by his enemies. Fortunately, he was powerful enough to fight his way out of the siege and escaped quickly. Luoyang City Yang Clan. The Yang Clan's clan lord, Yang Haohe, was a 4th-rank official in the Great Zhou Empire. His son Yang Che was the vice city lord of Luoyang City. His cultivation was at Inner Pellet level 10, and it was said that he had a powerful cultivator at Soul Fountain under him. Northern Sword Valiant suggested, Master, if you want to avenge me, you can defeat Yang Che in the Sword Conference. Once you win, Xia Wuya will protect you. No matter how much the Yang clan hates you, they will not dare to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, Can the Sword Conference take someone's life? When Northern Sword Valiant was surrounded, the other party wanted to kill him. This was not something that could be resolved with just a lesson. Northern Sword Valiant understood and muttered, A sword is a sharp weapon. If you get anxious and lose your grip, it is not against the rules. In this world, the powerful ruled. Those who dared to participate in the Sword Conference risked their lives. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, We will depart tomorrow to register for the Sword Conference. The next morning, the group entered the outpost. The Sword Conference was held in Swordsman City, which was beside Luoyang City. Swordsman was Xia Wuyo's nickname when he was young. Back then, he was ranked on Great Zhou's Hero Ranking Board and Great Zhou's Reputation Ranking Board. His fame was not inferior to Xiao Jinghong's. There was no obstruction along the way. Within 3 days, they arrived at Swordsman City. There were 2 giant swords on the city gate of Swordsman City. They looked majestic, and people could sense an extremely powerful sword chi from afar. Just when they entered the city, Zhou Xuanji met a familiar face. Zhang Tianjian crossed his arms in front of his chest and lectured his son, Zhang Ruyu. Don't brag about your sword god Zhou all day. If he dares to come to the sword conference, I will surely prove to you who is stronger. Chapter 57. As it was nearing the start of the sword conference, Zhang Tianjian pushed aside his work and rushed to Swordsman City with his son overnight. Unlike Zhou Xuanji and the others, who traveled over mountains and rivers, they relied on teleportation arrays. Every dynasty had a fixed teleportation formation. In the Great Zhou dynasty, it could only teleport 10 people at a time to prevent the invasion of powerful enemies. So it only took them 2 days. They rushed over from other cities in the Great Zhou dynasty. Hearing his father boasting, Zhang Ruyu curled his lips and thought to himself, if Sword God Zhou was here, how could he allow his father to boast? Not far away, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped. Beixiao Wangjian frowned and mumbled, isn't that Zhang Tianjian from the Southern Snow Kingdom? He had a good relationship with Zhang Tianjian. But now that he heard Zhang Tianjian boasting, he felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. Zhou Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianqin recognized Zhang Ruyu. Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhang Tianjian's back and immediately walked over. Just when Zhang Ruyu was about to refute his father, he saw Zhou Xuanji and the others. His eyes widened immediately. Zhang Tianjian laughed disdainfully and said, you're playing this trick again. Don't tell me Sword God Zhou can appear behind you? Brat, don't change the topic every time. Can't you change it? Do you think you can defeat me? Zhou Xuanji's childish voice came, and Zhang Tianjian's expression froze. Oh no, could it really be Sword God Zhou? He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and pretended to be calm. Seeing Northern Sword Valiant and Zhou Xuanji, his heart trembled. It's over. Beixiao Wangjian snorted coldly. General Zhang, you are too arrogant. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to speak to Zhang Tianjian like this. But Zhou Xuanji was his backer now. Zhang Tianjian was embarrassed and did not know how to reply. Zhang Ruyu came up to him and held his hand. Sir Sword God Zhou, are you coming to participate in the sword conference too? He said excitedly. His voice wasn't soft, and it instantly attracted the attention of many people. In Swordsman City, the people loved the sword. Most of the cultivators who came and went were sword cultivators. As for the recently famous Sword God Zhou, they had naturally heard of him. At that moment, many gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. Zhang Ruyu began to express his admiration for Sword God Zhou. Zhang Tianjian suddenly felt that this guy was not bad. With such a compliment, how could Sword God Zhou still have the face to fuss over him? He sighed in his heart. He had to be more careful in the future and not spout nonsense in public. It was really embarrassing to be slapped in the face. He is Sword God Zhou? He looks like a child. Don't be fooled by Sword God Zhou's appearance. He is someone who could easily kill Iguan. It's really Sword God Zhou. Didn't you see Northern Sword Valiant following behind him? This sword conference is going to be interesting. TSK, I didn't expect other than North Zhou Gale Sword, even Sword God Zhou is here. The people in front of the city gates all pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Some were admiring him, some were mocking him, and some were looking down on him. Zhou Xuanji interrupted Zhang Ruyu's torrent of words and asked, has the registration for the sword conference started? Where is it? Hearing this, Zhang Ruyu immediately patted his chest and said with a smile, I'll take you there. With someone leading the way, Zhou Xuanji had no objections. Everyone walked into the city. Zhang Tianjian hesitated for a moment before walking up as well. Somehow, he felt that Sword God Zhou's 2 dragon eagles were the 2 dragon eagle eggs that he had encountered back then. Of course, even if he was suspicious, he did not dare to ask. Along the way, Zhang Ruyu chattered nonstop and introduced the sword conference to Zhou Xuanji. The most competitive ones were North Zhou Gale Sword and Zhao Tsongjian. North Zhou Gale Sword's name sounded similar to Northern Sword Valiant. But the difference in their power was like heaven and earth. North Zhou Gale Sword's name referred to the northern part of Great Zhou. He made a name for himself in Great Zhou, but there was a huge gap between him and Northern Sword Valiant, who roamed the empires. Zhao Tsongjian was said to be Great Zhou's sword monarch's new disciple. He was born with the heart of the sword and had an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword. He reached inner pellet at the age of 18 and just turned 20 this year. His talent was almost on par with Great Zhou's second prince. Zhao Zongjian had already fought his way into the top 50 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Because of him, many nobles and powerful cultivators from famous sects came to spectate. The most famous one was Great Zhou's seventh prince, Zhou Qingxin. Zhou Qingxin's talent in cultivation was ordinary. He was almost 30 years old but had only reached enlightening level 6. To ordinary people it was already unattainable. But he had Great Zhou's resources, and all the delicacies he ate were holy materials for cultivation. Zhou Xuanji met Zhou Qingxin when he was young. This guy looked like a scholar, but Zhou Xuanji felt that he was extremely shrewd. He did everything meticulously and always had an ulterior motive. When Lady Zhao Xian was favored, Zhou Qingxin visited her every day. After Lady Zhao Xian lost her power, he no longer visited her. But when Lady Zhao Xian escaped, the royal guards under him all turned a blind eye. Not only did he express his stance, but he also gave Lady Zhao Xian and her son a chance of survival. If Zhou Xuanji were to make a comeback, he would owe him a favor. Zhou Xuanji did not have a good impression of him, but only a little sympathy. The Great Zhou Empire was not an ordinary kingdom. Talent in cultivation was more important than knowledge. No matter how smooth one would still have to struggle at death's door under Zhou Yalong's sharpness. After a few twists and turns, they finally came to the registration area for the sword conference. It was a massive palace, and there were dozens of Xie sect disciples in black guarding in front of it. The Xie sect was naturally Xie Wuyou's faction. Under the sword monarch of Great Zhou, each disciple's sect was named after his surname. The queue of sword cultivators had already formed into a long line. Zhou Xuanji's head hurt as he looked at the queue. How long do we have to wait? Zhang Tianjian said timely. We have no choice. The sword conference is a grand event after all. We cannot take shortcuts. At this moment, a Xie sect disciple walked over and cupped his fist. Are you sword god Zhou who slays demons and slays demons? Zhou Xuanji looked at him and nodded slightly. The Xie sect disciple said respectfully, please follow me. With your reputation and capability, there is no need to queue. Zhang Tianjian opened his eyes wide. Oh my, isn't this a slap in the face too soon? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Zhang Tianjian and said to Northern Sword Valiant and the rest, wait for me here. There could only be one winner in each sword conference. Northern Sword Valiant was destined to lose to Zhou Xuanji, so he did not bother to participate. It was worth mentioning that the winner of each sword conference could not participate again, and one could not attend the sword conference more than 3 times. Or else, the powerful cultivators of the previous sword conferences would come to learn the ultimate techniques of the sword library. And just like that, Zhou Xuanji followed the Xie sect disciple and walked past the long line, which attracted the attention of all sword cultivators. Zhang Ruyu said with admiration, Sword god Zhou indeed. Zhang Tianjian, on the other hand, was embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole and hide in it. After entering the palace, Zhou Xuanji saw gigantic enchanted artifacts. There were giant rocks, millstone-like iron blocks, and spell formations. Sword cultivators lined up everywhere. Looking around, the registration for the sword conference was divided into several stages. After passing them, they could leave from the back of the palace. This must be the famous sword god Zhou? At this moment a light laugh came. Zhou Xuanji turned around and raised his brow. What a coincidence! Great Zhou's 7th prince Zhou Qingxin. Zhou Qingxin was handsome. He wore a black robe with qilin patterns and held a folding fan in his hand. Their eyes met, and Zhou Qingxin was a little dazed. Why does this sword god Zhou's forehead look so familiar? Chapter 58. You are? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly and pretended not to know Zhou Qingxin. Zhou Qingxin had only seen him when he was young. How could he recognize him? Having heard him, Zhou Qingxin waved his fan and smiled. I am Great Zhou's 7th prince Zhou Qingxin. I have heard so much about you. He revealed his identity so that Zhou Xuanji would take him seriously. He said that he had heard so much about him just to rope him in. From his perspective, there were as many people who were more powerful than sword god Zhou as there were carps in the river. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, What's the matter? I still have to register. Zhou Qingxin heard him and immediately smiled. Great. Let me lead the way for you. He gave the Xie sect disciple a look, and the disciple immediately bowed and left. Zhou Xuanji did not decline. He understood Zhou Qingxin's character, and was not afraid of owing him a favor. After killing the empress, he would leave Great Zhou and bring little Jiang Shui, and the rest to a faraway place. Let's test the sword qi first, Zhou Qingxin said with a smile, which made Zhou Xuanji curious. Why test the sword qi? Could it be that the sword cultivators were trying to take advantage of the situation? Zhou Qingxin saw his confusion and explained, there are so many people registering for the sword conference. If the difference in cultivation is too great, it will not be good if there are too many casualties. So we will divide the ranking based on power first. After the registration, we will select the top 50 to participate in the sword conference. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, doesn't that mean the registration is the first stage? If he was the main character in a fantasy novel, would he be able to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger? That's right. So don't hold back. If you are eliminated from the registration, you will lose face. Zhou Qingxin smiled. Under his lead, Zhou Xuanji quickly arrived at the sword qi stage. It was a giant metal rock that was 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide. There were many sword marks on it, some deep and some shallow. There were 10 of these metal rocks in the hall, arranged in 3 rows. There was a queue in front of each rock. This is a sword qi rock. The result is determined according to the depth of the sword qi. Zhou Qingxin said with a smile and walked up to the Xie sect disciple. The disciple immediately asked the people in the queue to move back. Why does he have to cut the queue? A tall and sturdy man shouted in a deep voice. Those who came to participate in the sword meet were all very strong, so who would be willing to queue up? Zhou Qingxin glanced at him and said, this is Sword God Zhou of Great Zhou's reputation ranking. If you can enter Great Zhou's reputation ranking, you can too. Whoosh, the disciples in the queue were in an uproar. The burly man was shocked and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji faced everyone's peculiar gazes and walked up to the sword qi rock expressionlessly. 3 meters away from the sword qi stone, there was a red rope that could not be crossed. The Xie sect disciple first picked up a piece of white jade and wrote Sword God Zhou on it with his finger. 3 red words the size of a fly appeared on the top left corner of the white jade. Zhou Xuanji was curious. What kind of spell was this? But on the surface he did not show it. As Sword God Zhou, he could not appear ignorant. Senior, please use your sword. You can only slash once, you can't do it again. The Xie sect disciple said respectfully. A true sword cultivator did not have a second chance. If he couldn't even control the power of the sword qi, what qualifications did he have to discuss the sword? Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out the Hell King sword. I can only slash with brute force, but I can't use sword techniques or sword wills? He asked. The queue behind him was in an uproar. Sword wills. How many sword cultivators here knew sword wills? Sword God Zhou was indeed Sword God Zhou. Even the way he spoke sounded like a powerful cultivator. The Xie sect disciple was a little stunned and replied, of course you can. But you can only use one sword qi. If you use one more sword qi, you will fail the test. Zhou Xuanji heard him and flipped his right hand. The Hell King's sword appeared in his hand. The sword shone brightly, which attracted the sword cultivators from the other queues. Zhou Xuanji held the sword with a backhand grip and entered the trisource vein severing sword will straightaway. His black hair danced without wind, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. An indescribable sense of pressure exploded and attracted everyone's attention in the entire palace. At the end of the palace, a one-eyed man stood on a stone platform. His skin was dark and he was tall and straight. He wore the black uniform of the Xie sect disciples. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked, who is that kid? A disciple walked over and replied, Sword God Zhou. The 7th prince welcomed him personally. He noticed Sword God Zhou when he entered the city. Sword God Zhou. The one-eyed man squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. There were many rumors among the people that made him dislike Sword God Zhou, saying that Sword God Zhou was comparable to the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. What a joke! It was an insult to the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. However, with the 7th prince beside him, He did not dare to make things difficult for him. He wanted to see how powerful Sword God Zhou was. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who had entered the sword will mode, he laughed with disdain. Such a sword will, it seems that your cultivation has not even reached inner pellet. Although he was disdainful, many sword cultivators in the hall were whispering to each other, secretly admiring Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not try to be mysterious. He channeled his spirit energy and slashed toward the sword chi rock. Clang, a strong wind blew, and the sword chi stone shook violently. Those who were close to it could only feel an explosion in their ears. Zhou Qingxin was shocked in his heart. What a great Sword God Zhou! All eyes were on the sword chi stone. A sword mark that was clearly longer and thicker than the others appeared. Even the Siesek disciple couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. He immediately walked forward and began to measure the depth of the sword mark. The Hell King sword in Zhou Xuanji's right hand disappeared. He put down his hand and looked ahead calmly. Holy shit! I almost lost all my strength. He cursed in his heart. If this slash did not even make it into the top 50, he would definitely commit suicide at the gate of Swordsman City. He channeled his spirit energy into that slash just now. Without using the Hell King possession, it was definitely his most powerful attack. Even a powerful inner pellet cultivator might not be able to withstand it. Sword God Zhou Sword Chi Assessment 1. 3 inches. The Siesek disciple turned around and shouted. His voice was trembling. Wah! The entire hall was in an uproar. The sword cultivators cried out in surprise. 3 inches. This result can make him at least top 10. Sword God Zhou indeed. I feel that he still has some energy left. Of course. Will Sword God Zhou give it his all in this assessment? Domineering. So this is the sword will. This year's sword conference will be exciting. The sword cultivators discussed among themselves. Even the Siesek disciples were talking about this. The one-eyed man's face was livid. He snorted coldly and did not say a word. The Siesek disciple in front of the sword chi rock began to register Zhou Xuanji's white jade. Zhou Qingxin congratulated Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji received the white jade, he continued to lead the way to the next stage. Along the way, everyone made way for Zhou Xuanji. You are Sword God Zhou? You're really powerful. I'm Yang Che, the Vice City Lord of Luoyang City. Can we be friends? A silhouette came from beside Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji heard it and immediately stopped. He turned around and looked at Yang Che. Yang Che was quite handsome. He had a light stubble on the side of his mouth and wore a luxurious yellow robe. Facing Zhou Xuanji's gaze, he smiled calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked up to him. He waved his hand and said, "Bend down." Yang Che was a little stunned. He thought that Zhou Xuanji had something to tell him secretly, so he bent down and listened carefully. Smack! Zhou Xuanji slapped him straight away. The strength of a few thousand kilograms was so horrifying that Yang Che's body was sent flying. He flew over everyone's head and smashed into the wall nearby. Chapter 59. Silence. The entire palace was silent. Everyone was stunned. Why did Sword God Zhou attack Yang Che directly? Yang Che's identity was not simple. He was the Vice Lord of Luoyang City, and his father was a fourth-rank official in the empire. Such a person was slapped in public. It was a complete humiliation. Zhou Qingxin was stunned too. "Sir, what are you doing?" he asked in astonishment. Yang Che was the son of a great Zhou official after all. As the seventh prince, he could not pretend that he did not see it. Zhou Xuanji said, "My sword slave went to Luoyang City to buy beast-taming bags. This person's bid was lower than my sword slave's, so he bore a grudge and sent people to kill him outside the city." I see. Everyone came to a sudden realization and looked at Yang Che with disdain. They decided to never go to Luoyang City to buy things in the future. It was too dangerous. Zhou Qingxin squinted his eyes. If this was true, then Yang Che had violated the kingdom's law. If there were too many of such despicable people, how could Great Zhou maintain its image and intimidate the other empires? The other empires would also mock Great Zhou. Yang Che got up angrily. He covered his swollen right cheek and asked with gritted teeth, "That person was your sword slave?" Zhou Qingxin looked at him as though he was looking at a fool. Pig. If he were Yang Che, He would definitely pretend that he did not know about this. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Just pray that you do not meet me in the sword conference. The blade has no eyes, be careful of your throat." A murderous aura locked onto Yang Che, which made him shudder. Even the evil bloodthirsty blade died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. He had killed thousands of bandits. His murderous aura was already formed, which shocked everyone at the scene. "How dare you? This is the sword conference, how can you do as you please?" At this moment the one-eyed man cried out and walked toward Zhou Xuanji with a ferocious aura, as though he was going to tear Zhou Xuanji apart. Zhou Xuanji stared at him expressionlessly. He wanted to see what he was going to do. Zhou Qingxin took a step forward and smiled gently. "Deacon Zhang, let's stop what happened today. No one died. Why continue? Won't this become a joke?" Facing Zhou Qingxin, the one-eyed man stopped and looked furious. Zhou Qingxin was someone whom even Xia Wuyo treated well. How could he dare to offend Zhou Qingxin? He snorted coldly and stared at Zhou Xuanji. "If this happens again, I will kick you out of Swordsman City straight away," he threatened. How could a deacon be so capable? Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in the world. After the one-eyed man left, Yang Che stared at Zhou Xuanji hatefully before leaving as well. He knew that he was no match for that sword strike just now, so why should he stay and embarrass himself? "Senior, follow me." Zhou Qingxin smiled as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xuanji nodded and followed his half-brother to the next stage of the examination. After the sword chi stone, it was time to slash through the air. There were a total of 10 thin lines erected 100 feet away, and only one sword chi could be slashed out. The more thin lines that were slashed out, the better the result. Zhou Xuanji activated the fiery sword will. His sword chi was surrounded by intense flames, and even though the thin threads were far away, 5 of them were still burned off. Although 5 strands wasn't the full score, it was still a good result. After all, the distance between each strand was 2 feet, which was equivalent to 6 or 7 meters. The third test was a test of comprehension. There were 7 sword techniques in total. They were yellow grade 4th rank and black grade low, middle and high tier. One had to memorize a sword technique and practice it within half an hour. The higher the grade of the technique, the better the result. Each candidate had their own isolated room, which was equipped with a hidden barrier to block out the divine sense to prevent cheating. Zhou Xuanji saw that the incense stick was very thin, less than 10 centimeters. He estimated that it would burn out in less than 5 minutes. In such a situation, to ensure their results, most people would not take the risk. The Siesek deacons were guarding this stage, to prevent the sword techniques from being leaked. But he chose the black grade high tier sword technique without hesitation. 36 Paths Jade Shao Sword. He flipped through the sword manual, and the sword spirit helped him memorize every move. He immediately began to practice with his sword. He used the Windcutter sword, which was swift and fierce, which suited the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword very well. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji left with the white jade. The deacon behind him was stunned and mumbled, "Monster! Monster!" Even the sect lord Xia Wuyo could not achieve such a monstrous feat in such a short time. This guy really mastered the black grade high tier 36 Paths Jade Shao sword and achieved full marks. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji walked out, Zhou Qingxin smiled and said, "Just in case, give me your white jade token. I will submit it for you." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was worried that the one-eyed man would deduct his result. Zhou Qingxin took over the white jade token and glanced at it with a smile. With Sword God Zhou's capability, it should be a yellow grade top-tier sword technique no matter what? He looked at it casually and was immediately stunned. Wait! He opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. When he saw the words clearly, his right hand trembled and almost dropped the white jade token on the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught it. Black grade high tier. How could it be? Zhou Qingxin loved the way of the sword, so he knew that it was impossible. In such a short time, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "I will leave first. Inform me when the time comes. I believe you can find out where I am." After that, he turned around and walked toward the gate of the palace. Zhou Qingxin came back to his senses and quickly called out, "Sir, I will find you for a drink in 2 days." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and did not even look back. His back view was elegant. He could not help but exclaim, "Sword God Zhou." Even Zhao Tsongjian might not be able to compete with his level of comprehension in the way of the sword. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd of sword cultivators, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the palace and found little Jiang Shui and the others. Little Jiang Shui asked excitedly, "Did you avenge Bei Xiaowang just now?" Bei Xiaowangjian also looked at Zhou Xuanji gratefully. Just now Yang Che walked out with a swollen face. Once he saw Bei Xiaowangjian, he cursed and wanted to beat him up on the spot. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "It's not over yet. I'm just reminding him that he offended someone he shouldn't have." Zhang Ruyu, who was beside him, almost knelt down. He even dared to slap the vice city lord of Luoyang City. How domineering! Zhang Tianjian quietly swallowed his saliva and touched his face instinctively. "Let's go and find an inn first," Zhou Xuanji said. No one had any objections. Zhang Ruyu immediately pulled his father and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Why should we stay in an inn? Our family has a residence in Swordsman City." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. "So rich." Zhang Tianjian laughed forthrightly. "Yes, sir, why don't you come with us? We will definitely treat you well." "Sir?" Zhang Ruyu's face was filled with confusion. "Dad, that's not what you called me before." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the others had no objections. After all, there were all sorts of people in an inn. There might be trouble. Not long after they left, Zhou Chengxin ran out from the palace. He looked around, but Zhou Xuanji was nowhere to be seen. "Who is the seventh prince looking for?" A cold voice came. Zhou Chengxin looked back and immediately smiled warmly. "Brother Zhao, how come you have the time to come here today?" Standing in front of him was a handsome young man with a cold demeanor. He wore a red shirt with golden patterns and had a precious sword at his waist. His black hair was coiled up in a beaded and gilded crown, and an air of arrogance could be seen in between his brows. It was the famous Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian replied with an indifferent tone, "Nothing much. I heard that Sword God Zhou is here. I want to see if this person has the ability to fight with me." Chapter 60. Find Sword God Zhou? Zhou Chengxin smiled with deep meaning. "This person indeed has the power to fight with you. Do you know what result he got in the Sword's Way assessment?" Zhao Tsongjian looked calm and asked, "Black grade low tier?" He did learn a black grade low tier sword technique. So to him, his guess was already overestimating Sword God Zhou. Zhou Chengxin shook his head and smiled. Zhao Tsongjian frowned slightly. "Black grade high tier," he said with a smile. Zhao Tsongjian's pupils contracted suddenly. He took a step forward and asked, "Is this true?" He could barely learn black grade low tier. Black grade high tier. It was difficult to memorize the complicated sword moves. Zhou Chengxin nodded and said, "I passed his white jade token to Xia Wuyo personally." Zhao Tsongjian was silent. Zhou Chengxin looked at him and thought to himself, "I wonder who is more powerful, this guy or Sword God Zhou." Zhao Tsongjian suddenly turned and left. Looking at him disappearing into the crowd, he shook his head and smiled. He walked to an old tree by the street not far away. Next, a man in black appeared behind him. The man in black covered half of his face, revealing only his eyes. Under the shade of the tree, even his eyes could not be seen clearly. Zhou Chengxin turned his back to him and said, "Go and find out where Sword God Zhou lives. If the Yang clan of Luoyang City dares to cause trouble, send someone to warn Sir Yang." "Yes," the man in black replied with a deep voice and disappeared. It was near dusk. Zhou Xuanji and the others finally arrived at Zhang Tianjian's residence in Swordsman City. The residence was huge. There were 3 courtyards, dozens of guest rooms, and a garden at the center. The person who lived here was another son of Zhang Tianjian, Zhang Rutan. He had more than 30 servants. When Zhang Rutan heard that Sword God Zhou was here, he was extremely excited. Zhang Tianjian's family loved the way of the sword. Within Great Zhou, there were not many famous sword cultivators. Sword God Zhou's sudden appearance was rather dramatic. There were all sorts of rumors about him. Together with Zhang Ruyu's letter, he naturally admired him. Along the way, Zhang Rutan kept asking questions excitedly. "Brother, is this true? Yang Che was slapped by Sir Zhou, and the 7th prince received Sir Zhou personally?" Zhang Rutan asked Zhang Ruyu. He naturally did not dare to speak to Zhou Xuanji face to face. Zhang Ruyu stared at him and said unpleasantly, "How many times do you have to ask these questions? Senior sword god Zhou is still behind. Don't let him laugh at you." Having heard him, Zhang Rutan turned around and glanced at Zhou Xuanji embarrassedly before continuing to lead the way. Northern Valiant Sword stayed in one room, while Huang Lianxin stayed in another. As for Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui, they still stayed in the same room. The girl did not seem to be shy and could not bear to leave him. After all, other than Green River Village, she rarely came to such a crowded place. She would be afraid to live apart from Zhou Xuanji. The 3 guest rooms were connected so they could take care of each other. That night, Zhang Tianjian personally hosted a banquet for Zhou Xuanji and the others. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Tianjian sighed and said, "Senior, I doubted you back then. After all, you are too legendary, and the speed at which you became famous is too fast. Now I really admire you. I'm completely convinced." Beixiao Wangjian rolled his eyes. How shameless, flattering him flawlessly and even apologizing at the same time. How come he did not realize that Zhang Tianjian was such a person? Zhang Ruyu and his brother were even better than Zhang Tianjian. When they started to flatter him, it could be described as extravagant. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He listened with his left ear and came out with his right. However, the 3 of them took turns to toast him. Do they really think that I'm young? In my previous life, I was the little prince of the food stalls. In this life, I have the cultivation of the enlightening stage. How could I get drunk? Zhou Xuanji thought disdainfully in his heart and began to drink with them. Tonight, only one of us can walk out. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji returned to his room with the help of little Jiang Shui. "I'm not drunk. Again. Tonight. No rest until we are drunk." Zhou Xuanji lowered his head and mumbled to himself. He was even waving his right hand. Little Jiang Shui placed him on the bed carefully. Then, she brought over a basin of hot water that was prepared by the side and began to clean his body. Looking at his naked body that was burning red, she felt both heartache and amusement. It was the first time she saw him in such a sorry state. Not only him but Zhang Tianjian and his son, as well as Beixiao Wangjian were all dead drunk. The wine that Zhang Tianjian took out was very sincere. It was all spirit wine and was extremely domineering. Not to mention the enlightening stage, even inner pellet stage cultivators could not drink it all. Until noon the next day, Zhou Xuanji woke up from his sleep. He felt numb all over his body, and his head was heavy. It was an indescribable discomfort. Little Jiang Shui was feeding the 3-eyed drought rodent at the table, and the little black snake was calling out, "Little girl, can you give me something good to eat? Can you get someone to make me some of the braised pork that you ate last night?" Little Jiang Shui pretended not to hear its request. The little black snake was not angry. It was afraid that it would wake him up and get stepped on again. Zhou Xuanji sat up slowly and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The scenes from last night appeared in his mind and made him feel guilty. That wine was really domineering. Little Jiang Shui saw that he had woken up and immediately poured water for him. As she poured the water, she scolded him. "Don't show off next time." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and crossed his arms under his armpits. He snorted. "Who said I was showing off? I can still drink." Little Jiang Shui carried the bowl and walked to the bedside. She pushed him with her hand and said, "The next time you get drunk, if an enemy attacks, we will meet again in the afterlife." Zhou Xuanji heard her and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he be so careless? This was great Zhou. He made up his mind to not get drunk again. After drinking a bowl of water, Zhou Xuanji felt a little more refreshed. He got up and put on his clothes. He walked to the door next door and knocked. Northern Sword Valiant did not answer. He was probably still drunk. He asked the servants again and found that Zhang Tianjian and his son were still unconscious on the bed. He immediately felt proud. "I did not lose to men's wine." In the next few days, he did not leave the Zhang clan's residence. Little Jiang Shui did not leave either but accompanied him in his cultivation. She already knew his goal and did not want to be a burden to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this period of time, Zhou Xuanji had already mastered the sword will of the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. On the 3rd day after he broke through to enlightening level 2, Zhou Qingxin came to visit him personally. 4 of his subordinates followed behind him. Each of them looked stern. Although they tried their best to suppress their aura, they still gave off a murderous aura. Facing his arrival, Zhang Tianjian was overwhelmed by the favor and quickly sent someone to invite Zhou Xuanji. The group gathered in the main hall. Zhou Qingxin cupped his fist and smiled at Zhou Xuanji. Sir, you have already qualified for the sword conference. You are ranked 9th. After that, he returned Zhou Xuanji's white jade medallion. After receiving the medallion, Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If he did not qualify for the sword conference, it would be too embarrassing. How come you are only ranked 9th? You should at least be in the top 3, right? Zhang Rutan said unhappily. Zhang Ruyu nodded as well. He thought that there was something fishy going on. Zhou Xuanji's face did not turn red, nor did his heartbeat increase. He looked calm, but he felt guilty in his heart. Zhou Qingxin chuckled and said, in the sword chi test, everyone else did their best. Coupled with the participation of a few monstrous geniuses, this ranking is not bad. With senior strength, you should have a high chance of winning the sword competition. Chapter 61. Of course, Senior God of Swords will definitely obtain victory in the sword conference. Zhang Ruyu nodded and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. That day, after getting drunk, he heard that Zhou Xuanji had woken up earlier than all of them, and he admired Zhou Xuanji even more. He could not even drink as much as Sword God Zhou. Senior is indeed better than others in all aspects. Zhou Xuanji asked, when will the sword conference begin, and what are the rules? Zhou Qingxin looked at him and said with a smile, the sword among Swordsman City, which is held once every 5 years, receives a lot of attention in the Great Zhou dynasty. Many high-ranking officials, nobles and cultivators from all walks of life come to watch. The preparation time is very long, and it will take at least 3 months. As for the rules, only Xie Wuyo knows. 3 months? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Took a long time. After all, the Great Zhou Heaven selection was imminent and would begin in less than a year. He suddenly hesitated. Should he wait for another 10 years? But in another 10 years, everyone would have forgotten about Lady Zhaoxian, and Zhou Yalong would have ascended to the throne. Once Zhou Yalong ascended the throne, he would become the enemy of the entire Great Zhou if he wanted to kill the Great Zhou Empress. Right now Emperor Yan of Zhou was in power, and Zhou Yalong was only the prince he valued the most. If Zhou Yalong displayed his talent, perhaps Emperor Yan of Zhou would cover this up. The reason why Emperor Yan of Zhou abdicated the throne was because his cultivation had reached the highest level in the mortal world, and he was about to ascend and become an immortal. The Great Zhou dynasty could not go a day without a leader. Seeing Zhou Xuanji frown, Zhou Qingxin could not help but ask, could it be that you have something important to tell me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, it's okay. I can wait. When Zhou Qingxin heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and suggested, I want to promote Senior. What do you think? Fame didn't just depend on word of mouth. Sometimes it also required tactics. As a descendant of the royal family, he was well versed in such methods. The benevolence and righteousness of the royal family were all created by creating momentum. Is there a need? Zhou Xuanji asked. In his heart, however, he was overjoyed. Little brother, you're quite sensible. Zhou Qingxin nodded and said in admiration, Senior, you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I am inferior to you. Hey, I'm just being polite with you. Zhou Xuanji smiled on the surface, but he cursed Zhou Qingxin in his heart. Where's your EQ? You want to fight for the throne like this? Zhou Qingxin chatted for a while longer, and did not mention anything about building up support, which made Zhou Xuanji lose interest. When he saw this, Zhou Qingxin didn't disturb him any longer, and he quickly bid his farewells and left. Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui back to the house. He snorted coldly and cursed, this kid is too insensible. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. Who asked you to be so unreasonable? Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders helplessly and began cultivating on his bed. In the next 3 months, Zhou Xuanji made the best use of his time to cultivate. He had many miraculous elixirs in the supreme storage, and together with the Sword Chi Golden Body incantation, his cultivation speed was not slow. Every 10 days, he would accompany little Jiang Shui on an outing. After all, She was only 15 years old and was very curious about the outside world. At the same time, the details of Sword God Zhou's test during the registration for the sword conference spread. Casual sword intent. Learning a mysterious high-tier sword art in a short period of time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. In less than a month, Sword God Zhou's name spread throughout Great Zhou. Many people said that he would be a formidable opponent for Zhao Congjian and North Zhou Gale's sword. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he could not help but sigh. Zhou Qingxin still knew how to conduct himself. Little brother, your future is limitless. Zhang Tianjian and the rest heard about the commotion outside and were very excited. It was said that the gambling dens in every city had opened their bets on who would win. Zhou Xuanji took out a large sum of spirit stones and asked Northern Sword Valiant to place his bets. At the same time, he asked Zhou Qingxin to find a reliable gambling den. He bet everything on himself. Regardless of whether he had the confidence to win, he would only win if he fought hard. 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji relied on elixirs and forcefully broke through to enlightening level 3. The little black snake often sighed. This guy is definitely not human. He must be the reincarnation of some old monster. This day, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The bloodbath sword has successfully leveled up from silver to gold. Gold? Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed. Why was it not amethyst of a higher grade? He moved his mind and information about the bloodbath sword appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name. Bloodbath sword grade. Gold description. A bloodthirsty sword. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger its baleful aura. At the same time, it will strengthen the sword owner's murderous aura. During a battle, it will become more powerful as it fights. More powerful as it fights? Zhou Xuanji captured the important information and asked in his heart. The bloodbath sword has already leveled up to the pinnacle of gold grade. The more blood it absorbs during a battle, the more powerful the sword owner will be. However, once the battle is over, the sword owner's power will return to normal. If there are no injuries, there will be no side effects. The sword spirit replied, which brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Such a bloodbath sword was a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. This time, the bloodbath sword became his most powerful legendary sword. He immediately took out the bloodbath sword. Its blade was much longer and blood red in color. There were black snake-like lines in the middle of the blade, which looked terrifying. Once the bloodbath sword was taken out, the entire room was filled with a murderous aura. Even little Jiang Shui, who was cultivating, was awakened. She opened her eyes and looked at the bloodbath sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. This is the bloodbath sword? She could not help but think of the curved blade that Zhou Xuanji took from the bloodthirsty blade. Zhou Xuanji nodded and caressed the bloodbath sword, saying, "This sword will be my sword for revenge." Little Jiang Shui got up and walked up to him. She asked worriedly, "Will it be dangerous?" The feeling that the bloodbath sword gave her was the same as the blood-red curved blade. It's too evil. She was worried that Zhou Xuanji would be possessed by the sword. Just like in the legends, those who were possessed by the devil because of their greed for power. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Don't worry, this sword will not harm me at all. My constitution is different. It's specialized in suppressing evil qi." When he started talking nonsense, his mouth would come out at any moment. Really? Little Jiang Shui was a little doubtful. At this moment, the three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake over. The little black snake looked at the bloodbath sword and opened its eyes wide, saying, "Such a murderous sword. What is the origin of this sword? If the evil sects knew about it, there would be a bloodbath." Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, "The sword of the sword god. What do you think?" The little black snake cursed in his heart. "You think I don't know? You are just a naive kid. You are so pretentious that even you believe it? You really think that you are the sword god? Wait until I awaken, I will definitely run." Zhou Xuanji stored the bloodbath sword into the supreme storage and said to little Jiang Shui, "How are you doing with the spells you bought last time? Do you still need to buy more?" Little Jiang Shui was very talented in spells of the 5 elements. Every time Zhou Xuanji went out, he would buy spell jade scrolls. So far, she had already mastered 3 basic spells of the 5 elements: fire, wind, and water. Together with the healing spell that she practiced frequently, She had already progressed further on the path of being a mage and a nanny. Little Jiang Shui nodded. She raised her chin and said proudly, I feel that I am already very powerful. When we sparred, it was already difficult for Sister Lianxin to get close to me. Chapter 62. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, You are already so powerful? He was well aware of Huang Lianxin's strength. This woman harbored a vengeful heart and usually trained hard. In the foundation establishment realm, she could already be considered above average. However, she was a sword cultivator after all, so it would be difficult for her to deal with long-range spells of the 5 elements. Of course, it was more likely that she was deliberately giving in to little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui was very pleased with herself. Her chin was raised so high that her nose was almost pointing to the sky. Zhou Xuanji really wanted to hit her. This girl always liked to show off her height in front of him. Just you wait. In 2 years at most, I'll let you call me Big Brother. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He walked around her and began cultivating on the bed. In the next few days, Zhou Xuanji waited for the sword conference to begin. It was said that the sword discourse arena had already begun to be built outside Swordsman City. More and more people came to Swordsman City these days, and the streets outside were even more packed. He could not wait any longer. Northern Valiant Sword did not participate in the sword conference, but he would help him to gather information about the Great Zhou Heaven Selection. It was said that this year's Great Zhou Heaven Selection would be attended by princes from various dynasties. It could be said to be a rare event that only happened once in hundreds of years. Among them were the princes of the Great Zhou dynasty, as well as the geniuses of the Great Zhou dynasty's famous sections. The reason why it was so grand was because Emperor Yan of Zhou wanted to choose a successor. A new ruler brings his own courtiers. The Great Zhou Heaven Selection this time was actually to create opportunities for the various princes. How many they could rope in would depend on their own means. The geniuses participating in the Great Zhou Heaven Selection understood this logic as well. But they were not disgusted. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Rather than serving as an official or soldier for Emperor Yan of Zhou, it would be better to help a prince ascend the throne and have a meteoric rise. On this day, it was finally time for the start of the sword conference. That morning, some Siesek disciples came to welcome Zhou Xuanji, along with Zhou Chengxin. Zhou Chengxin had come to the Sword Discourse Conference to pick out seedlings. If he had participated in the Sword Discourse Conference, he would definitely have suffered a terrible defeat. He knew his own limitations, so he did not seek his own humiliation. Zhou Xuanji packed his things and set off with little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin. Zhang Tianjian and his son also followed. This time Zhang Tianjian was also participating in the sword conference. With his inner pellet cultivation, he was naturally ranked in the top 50. After all, he was the #1 sword cultivator in the Southern Snow Kingdom. Along the way, the streets were crowded, but when people saw the Siesek disciples, they automatically made way. Along the way, the people pointed at Zhou Xuanji and the others curiously. Soon someone recognized Sword God Zhou. He is Sword God Zhou. Can't you see Northern Valiant Sword following behind him? It is indeed him. I saw him during the sword discourse examination that day. It must be Sword God Zhou. In this sword conference, who has a similar figure to Sword God Zhou? It's hard to imagine that he could fight against Zhao Congjian and North Zhou Gale's sword. I really want to know how powerful the dual sword will be. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Sigh. It was still too small. If it weren't for the situation, he really wanted to wait another 10 years and travel the world in a handsome and unrestrained manner. It took them 2 whole hours to walk out of the Zhang clan manor. The disciples of the Xie sect walked very slowly and did not fly out of the city directly. Their purpose was to increase the exposure of the Sword Discourse Conference. Fame and fortune were often inseparable. As soon as they walked out of the city gate, little Jiang Shui let out a cry of surprise. Everyone else was shocked too. There was a sea of people in front of them. There were so many heads that they covered the horizon. It was extremely exaggerated. There were at least 1 million people. In the middle of the sea of people there was a tall tower. It had 10 floors and was hollow in the middle. There was only an iron frame which made it easy to step on. The entire iron tower was 30 meters tall, which was equivalent to the height of a 30-story building. The higher one went, the narrower it became. At the bottom of the iron tower, there was a giant stone platform that was hundreds of meters wide and long. Other than the disciples of the Xie sect, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, at the edge of the stone platform, a group of Xie sect elders and attendants surrounded a handsome man. He wore a black robe with a golden leopard printed on it. There was a sword on each side of his waist. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head, leaving 2 strands of hair in front of his forehead. He had a handsome face with a faint smile on his face. He looked elegant and dignified at the same time. He was Xie Wuyo, the eldest disciple of the sword monarch of Great Zhou. He was no weaker than the sword noble Xiao Jinghong. Everyone, please wait patiently. Once everyone is here, the sword discourse conference will begin. Xie Wuyo smiled at the sword cultivators around him. Zhao Tsongjian and Yang Che were among them. The two scanned the sea of people below them. They were both looking for one person. Sword God Zhou. In this sword discourse conference I will definitely kill you. Yang Che thought fiercely. The humiliation from that day had already spread to Luoyang City. He was too embarrassed to show off in Luoyang City again. He had already prepared a backup plan. He would surely avenge his humiliation. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Tianjian leaped onto the stone platform under the lead of the Xie sect disciples. Zhou Qingxin walked toward Xie Wuyo. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Qingxin pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Xie Wuyo immediately looked over. Facing his gaze, Zhou Xuanji pretended not to see it. But Xie Wuyo walked over directly. Seeing that Xie Wuyo was walking toward Sword God Zhou, everyone on the stone platform looked over. My revered teacher is very interested in you. Do you want to be my revered teacher's disciple? Xie Wuyo asked with a smile. With this, everyone on the stone platform opened their eyes wide. Zhang Tianjian's expression changed drastically. Back then, when he became the disciple of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he was humiliatingly rejected by the Sword Monarch. He did not expect the Sword Monarch to take a liking to Zhou Xuanji. Yang Che's expression was extremely unsightly, as though he had eaten a fly. If Zhou Xuanji became the Sword Monarch's disciple, he would not dare to go against Zhou Xuanji even if he had 10 guts. He would even lick Zhou Xuanji's boots. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He did not expect the Sword Monarch to take a liking to him. The Sword Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in Great Zhou. Even Emperor Yan of Zhou could not be 100% sure that he could defeat the Sword Monarch. If he had the Sword Monarch's support, Zhou Xuanji was moved, but he calmed down quickly. If he became the Sword Monarch's disciple, how would Emperor Yan of Zhou view him? At that time, the emperor would probably protect the empress and support Zhou Yalong. All these years, there had been rumors among the people that Emperor Yan of Zhou was suppressing the Sword Monarch. It was because the Sword Monarch's reputation was too great. He had the title of the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was high and mighty. He cared a lot about personal power. At the same time, he was worried that after he ascended, which prince in Great Zhou could suppress the Sword Monarch? Zhou Xuanji's mind worked like lightning. He said calmly, "No need. Thank you, Sword Monarch, for your kindness." The people around him were stunned and looked at him as though he was an idiot. You are willing to participate in the Sword Conference, but you do not want the Sword Monarch to be your teacher? Idiot! Once you become the Sword Monarch's disciple, what kind of sword technique could you not learn? Xie Wuyo's expression was calm. He asked with a smile, "Why?" Zhou Xuanji replied casually, "My sword is walking on a path that no one has ever walked before." What he meant was that he did not want his sword to have the shadow of the Sword Monarch. How pretentious! All the sword cultivators rolled their eyes, but there were also people who admired Zhou Xuanji. Ha ha! Xie Wuyo suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter overshadowed the millions of people. Everyone shut up and turned to look at him. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration and said, "My revered teacher even mentioned that you will surely reject him. If you agree, then you are not worthy to be his opponent." Silence. The millions of people were silent. The sword cultivators who participated in the sword conference were all dumbfounded. The Sword Monarch took Sword God Zhou as his opponent? Chapter 63. Zhou Xuanji frowned and praised the sword monarch of Great Zhou in his heart. These words were simply ruthless. The sword monarch of Great Zhou was such a lofty existence. If he gave Zhou Xuanji such an evaluation, wouldn't he be pushing him into a pit of fire? He could already feel the gazes around him changing. There were more and more jealous gazes. The disciples of the Xie sect, in particular, looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Since the sword monarch wanted to kill him with his praises, why not ride the wind and rise? Moreover, if he had retorted back then, would he be seen as disrespecting the sword monarch? In the future, if the sword monarch wanted to kill him, he would have an excuse. For a righteous cultivator like the sword monarch of Great Zhou, there was a good reason for him to do so, and he could not kill for no reason. The million people around the stone platform were suddenly in an uproar. Cries of alarm rose and fell one after another. When they gathered together, it was as if they wanted to overturn the sky. Oh my God! Has Sword God Zhou already attracted the attention of the sword monarch? Amazing! Sword God Zhou is really amazing. Nonsense! How dare you call yourself the sword god? Do you really think that you don't have true abilities? The sword monarch of Great Zhou is praising him to death. Impossible! The sword monarch of Great Zhou is a righteous person. He is not that kind of person. At the edge of the stone platform, little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest were equally excited. Zhang Rutan said in admiration, "Senior Sword God Zhou is really powerful." Huang Lianxin frowned and said softly, "The sword monarch is up to no good." Upon hearing this, little Jiang Shui asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Doesn't he think highly of our sword god Zhou?" Beixiao Wang regained his senses and the excitement on his face disappeared instantly. He said in a low voice, "Look at the surrounding atmosphere. They are trying to kill our master with flattery." Little Jiang Shui subconsciously looked around and realized that not everyone was cheering. Most people were doubtful and even jealous. At the same time on the stone platform, Xie Wuyo maintained his smile and stared at Zhou Xuanji. He nodded occasionally, as though he was praising him in his heart. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He really knew how to act. He immediately asked, "When will the sword conference begin? Can we make it for lunch?" Xie Wuyo was briefly stunned before he shook his head and smiled. "You're really humorous. We'll start right away when everyone's here." Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that it was easy to identify the sword cultivators who were participating in the sword conference. They all had a white jade token on their waist. Including him, there were a total of 41 people. There were also 9 burdens. He suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him strangely. Unlike the envious, disdainful, and doubtful gazes around him, this person's gaze was filled with fighting spirit. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Tsongjian, curious as to who he was. Zhang Tianjian whispered beside him, "He is Zhao Tsongjian." Zhao Tsongjian, whose talent was comparable to Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and began to size up Zhao Tsongjian. When their eyes met, Zhao Tsongjian's lips curled up. His eyes shone with coldness, as if he had seen his prey. "Ha ha ha! I don't care if you are Sword God Zhou or Zhao Tsongjian. I'm the only one who will have the last laugh in today's sword competition." An arrogant laughter rang out from the horizon. A man dressed in a white martial arts robe flew over on a sword. He looked majestic and had an indomitable aura about him. Zhang Tianjian mumbled, "North Zhou Gale Sword." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. This person dared to talk back to him? "I'll stab you until your mother can't recognize you." He snorted in his heart and no longer looked at the North Zhou Gale Sword. After the North Zhou Gale Sword landed on the stone platform, he chatted with Xie Wuyo and ignored the other sword cultivators. Behind the crowd, there were hundreds of temporary pavilions. There were no doors at the front, so one could leap over the crowd and watch the sword competition. The people sitting in these pavilions were all extraordinary. There were Great Zhou's generals, emperors, local overlords, and powerful cultivators from prestigious sections. One of the pavilions was surrounded by dozens of heavily armored soldiers. A muscular man with a big beard sat in the pavilion. He looked ahead as he drank and grinned. "If I can get one of these 3, I can defeat Meng Tianlang." His name was Xiahou Jin, a third-ranked general of the Great Zhou Empire. He was powerful and had millions of soldiers under his command. He and Meng Tianlang did not like each other and fought openly and secretly. A deputy general beside him smiled and said, "Who do you think will win?" Xiahou Jin stroked his beard and smiled. Although Sword God Zhou is favored by the Sword Monarch, it's obviously the Sword Monarch's killing plan. The North Zhou Gale Sword is too arrogant. Zhao Tsongjian has a higher chance of winning. Not only him, but the hundreds of authoritative figures all thought highly of Zhao Tsongjian. All because of Zhao Tsongjian's talent, comparable to Zhou Yalong. Who was Zhou Yalong? He was hailed as a devilish cultivator who had the potential to surpass Emperor Yan of Zhou. Zhao Tsongjian only showed his abilities in recent years, but once he became famous he soared into the sky and was unstoppable. Within the same stage, Zhao Tsongjian had never tasted defeat. All of them were enemies who could be defeated within 3 moves. So he was given a name on Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Zhao Tsongjian, who was undefeatable with 3 moves, who could climb to the throne of the emperor. The emperor was naturally Zhou Yalong. He was hailed as the man who was destined to become the emperor. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all 50 participants had gathered. Xia Wuyo pointed at the iron tower and said, "There's only one rule. You lose if you land on the ground. If only one person remains on the tower, he will be the winner. I will count to 3. Those who are not on the tower will be eliminated immediately." 3. The sword cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They cursed at Xia Wuyo for being shameless in their hearts. What was he trying to do? Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Tianjian leaped up at the same time. It was not difficult for the iron tower to accommodate 50 people with 10 floors. But it was not easy to fight on the iron tower. The slightest misstep could cause one to miss a step and lose their balance, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhang Tianjian landed on the 2nd floor. He was prepared to act wretchedly and survive until the end. There were more than 20 people who had the same idea as him. They were all squeezed on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and came to the 9th floor. He liked to be high up and did not like to look up to others. Zhao Tsongjian landed on the 8th floor. North Zhou Gale Sword wanted to leap to the 10th floor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He took out the swine-culling sword and used ranged sword propelling against him. Swoosh in the air. Just when North Zhou Gale's sword flew past the top floor, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming at him. He instinctively turned around to dodge. The swine-culling sword flew past his eyes. He cursed in his heart. Which butcher dares to participate in the sword conference? Such an ugly sword was qualified to compete with him in the sword conference? Just when he wanted to move to the top floor, a silhouette beat him to it. It was Zhou Xuanji. The top floor was a 1-meter wide iron board that could only fit 1 person. After all, it was impossible for 2 people to be next to each other. This was the sword conference. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, North Zhou Gale Sword's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He drew his sword and slashed. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the thunderclap sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He raised the legendary sword. Clang! The 2 swords clashed. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt a horrifying force. North Zhou Gale Sword was a little more powerful than him. Just when his body swayed, the thunderclap sword shot out heavenly lightning. The lightning traveled along the blade and shot toward North Zhou Gale Sword. North Zhou Gale Sword could not dodge in time. Both of his hands were electrocuted. With a painful cry, he withdrew his hands instinctively and fell down. Wah! The million spectators were in an uproar. The sword conference had just begun, and the popular North Zhou Gale Sword was going to be eliminated by Sword God Zhou? Chapter 64. Seeing that the North Zhou Gale Sword was about to land on the stone platform, he turned around and slammed his right palm downwards. The wind from his palm hit the ground and the recoil lifted him up. His feet kicked out quickly, creating a sonic boom. He leaped up and charged towards the top once more. At the same time, a battle broke out between the 2nd and 3rd floors. The participants of the sword discourse looked for their opponents, causing the atmosphere of the sword discourse to instantly reach its peak. The sword light flickered, and the sword chi crisscrossed, causing the frame of the 10-story iron tower to shake continuously. Zhou Xuanji stood at the top with the thunderclap sword and swine-culling sword in his hands. The North Zhou Gale sword was unable to reach the top. The sword of North Zhou Gale leaped back and forth between the top floor and the 9th floor. He held the sword in his right hand and the metal rod in his left. Like a nimble monkey, he was extremely agile. He continuously moved under the iron roof and leaped up from different directions. But it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji blocked them all. In the eyes of millions of people, Zhou Xuanji was incredibly eye-catching. He held 2 swords in his hands as if he was performing a sword dance alone. His movements were elegant, like a white crane dancing gracefully, and from time to time, the sound of a flute echoed. Compared to him, the North Zhou Gale sword was completely inferior. At least in terms of sword techniques, it was not as good as Zhou Xuanji's. Xie Wuyo frowned. The elders and deacons of the Xie sect widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Sword intent. Is it our Xie sect's 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword? Xie Wuyo whispered to the elder beside him. He naturally had an impression of a mysterious high-tier sword art. However, he did not know the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. The elder nodded with a dazed expression and murmured, "Yes, 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword essence. It really is sword essence." His favorite was the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. But until now, no one had managed to cultivate its sword intent. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of reverence for Zhou Xuanji. 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword was an extremely elegant sword technique. It had 36 transformations and was impossible to defend against. Zhou Xuanji switched back and forth between the white crane sword technique and 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword, maintaining the state of sword will. Compared to all the other sword sparring participants, he seemed so unique. Not to mention spiritual power, even Zhao Zongjian could not compare to him in terms of posture. Little Jiang Shue's eyes sparkled as she watched the crowd. Not only her, Huang Lianxin was the same. Even though Zhou Xuanji's body was small, he looked incredibly tall when he swung his sword. Anyone who saw him would sigh in amazement. Sword Dao Grandmaster. This was the so-called Grandmaster. There was no need for words, it could be shown in battle. Not only did Zhou Xuanji show it, he did it to the fullest. Sword God Zhou truly lives up to his name. To be able to switch between the 2 sword intents with such ease. Too powerful. No wonder the sword monarch of Great Zhou views him as an opponent. Putting aside cultivation, just his attainments in the way of the sword is something I've never seen before. This is a true Sword Dao Grandmaster. Isn't the North Zhou Gale sword a little too weak? Look at Sword God Zhou. This is the demeanor of a sword cultivator. Millions of people discussed excitedly. Their voices were loud, but they could not cover the sound of swords clashing. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's solo dance on the top floor, who would dare to say that Zhou Xuanji's fame was just for show? The great third-ranked General Xiahou Jin was also sighing. What a good sword God Zhou. After the sword conference, he will most likely enter the hero ranking board of Great Zhou. The deputy generals around him did not refute his evaluation. They admired him too. At the same time, a young man in yellow stood on his tiptoes in the sea of people. He had delicate features and looked like a lady. It was Princess Xuanya, who had the Dao manifestation constitution. Back at Cloud Swallow City, she was captured by Zhuang Huisheng. If not for Zhou Xuanji's counterattack, she would have fallen into the hands of the demons. But she still bore a grudge. Zhou Xuanji did not catch her then. She almost fell to her death. She heard that Sword God Zhou was going to participate in the sword conference, so she sneaked out of the royal palace again. She disguised herself and came to watch the battle. She hated Zhou Xuanji so much that she gnashed her teeth. But at this moment she was completely convinced by him. She screamed for Zhou Xuanji. Sword God Zhou. Beat him down. While everyone was in awe of Zhou Xuanji, the North Zhou Gale sword felt terrible. He roared furiously in his heart. Damn! How can this guy continue to use his sword will? And he can switch his sword will. Damn! I will fight you to the death. He suddenly exploded with a horrifying aura and leaped up from Zhou Xuanji's back. It was as though Zhou Xuanji had eyes in the back of his head. He slashed with both swords at the same time. His body was like a pine without any awkwardness, but it had a different kind of beauty to it. The North Zhou Gale sword's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He held his sword with both hands, and the blade was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. He slashed down. He channeled his spirit energy in this slash, and the muscles in his arms bulged. The cold radiance of the blade was like the sun, shining in the sky. Many people squinted their eyes, including Zhou Xuanji. Clang, the two swords clashed, and the thunderclap sword was sent flying away. Zhou Xuanji felt a sharp pain in his palm, and his body fell backward instinctively. Everyone became anxious at this scene. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth with her hands. Her heart was in her throat. The North Zhou Gale sword grinned. So what if your sword technique is exquisite? Your spirit energy is still too weak. Zhou Xuanji was about to fall. His toes hooked onto the metal frame below the top floor. The Crimson Dragon sword appeared behind him out of nowhere and pushed him up. A million people opened their eyes wide. What sword technique is this? Did the sword turn into a spirit? Zhou Xuanji came to the top floor again, and the North Zhou Gale sword also stepped onto the top floor. In the blink of an eye, the formless sword appeared beside Zhou Xuanji. Only he could see it. With a shift of his mind, the formless sword shot out with the ranged sword propelling. PFFTT. The North Zhou Gale sword's chest was penetrated, and blood spurted out. He opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with astonishment. What happened? His body fell backward. Zhou Xuanji's figure was getting further and higher in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji stood on the top floor and looked down at him disdainfully. His eyes were indifferent, as though he was looking at an ant. The North Zhou Gale sword's eyes turned red in an instant. His anger surged up. No, I will not lose like this. He roared furiously in his heart. Even though he was severely injured, he channeled the spirit energy in his body and prepared to charge. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword suddenly. The tip of the sword pointed at the North Zhou Gale sword, and the blade rotated at high speed. Lightning intertwined. Boom! The thunderclap sword transformed into a massive thunderbolt and struck down. The lightning was so fast. The North Zhou Gale sword, who was falling, could not dodge in time. In the eyes of the million people, the thunderbolt struck the North Zhou Gale sword and smashed down. Because the metal tower below was wider, the metal frame was broken one after another. The sword conference's participants were almost scared out of their wits. There was another earth-shattering rumble. The thunderbolt landed. The North Zhou Gale sword smashed through the stone surface. Dust and smoke billowed, and his fate was unknown. And now the North Zhou Gale sword was eliminated. The million people fell into a momentary silence. Zhou Xuanji stood proudly on the top floor of the metal tower with the swine-culling sword in his right hand. The tip of the sword was pointed downward. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his domineering aura shook the heavens. Chapter 65. When the dust settled, the North Zhou Gale sword had already fainted in the stone pit. His body was charred black and he looked extremely miserable. Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and the thunderclap sword flew back into his hand. That move just now was one of the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword techniques. Xiao Descending. The Xiao Descending, which was imbued with heavenly thunder, was truly domineering. It caused the inner pellet North Zhou Gale sword to lose his ability to fight. One had to know that the North Zhou Gale sword was an existence that could sweep away everything in the inner Dan stage. It was a pity that his sword was not as good as Zhou Xuanji's, and his sword techniques were even worse. Zhao Tsongjian, who was on the 8th floor, raised his head and stared at him silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Further down, the battles on the various floors were still ongoing. Although they were all frightened by Zhou Xuanji, they still had to show off their might. This was a good opportunity to become famous. Even if he could not win in the end, he had to display his full strength. Perhaps he could gain the favor of some big shot. Zhou Xuanji looked down at Zhao Tsongjian and said with a smile, "Do you dare to come up and fight?" If he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest one. After dealing with the North Zhou Gale sword, Zhao Tsongjian was next. As long as he could defeat Zhao Tsongjian, the sword conference would be a sure thing. Facing Zhou Xuanji's aggressive declaration of war, how could Zhao Tsongjian reject? That was exactly what he wanted. He sheathed the sword in his hand and flipped his right hand. A long sword that seemed to be made of white jade appeared in his hand. He leaped over the roof and slashed down with his sword. The sword chi appeared like a violent storm and swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji reacted just as quickly. He activated the tri-source vein severing sword with the dual swords form. Streams of sword chi clashed with Zhao Congjian's sword chi. Rumble, the two powerful sword chis collided, shaking the entire iron tower. The sword cultivators below all looked up. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Congjian fighting, they all stopped and looked up at the battle at the top. They all wanted to see who was stronger between Zhao Congjian and Sword God Zhou. At the same time, they hoped to learn something from their battle. Of course, it would be even better if both of them were heavily injured. Zhang Tianjian was anxious for Zhou Xuanji. He knew that he had no chance of winning, so he hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. Zhao Congjian's long hair danced in the wind. He stepped onto the edge of the metal board and swung his sword with his right hand. His powerful attack forced Zhou Xuanji to take half a step back. The two of them each had 1 foot on the 1-meter-long iron plate. Their bodies were leaning backwards, and the blades of their swords clashed rapidly, creating countless sparks. Even with Zhou Xuanji's dual sword mode, he could not suppress Zhao Congjian, who only had 1 sword. As expected of Zhao Congjian, he's much stronger than the North Zhou Gale sword. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. He was not discouraged but was even more motivated. Only by defeating such a genius would one feel a sense of accomplishment. The invisible sword and the crimson dragon sword appeared behind him. The two magical swords quickly joined the battle and caught Zhao Congjian off guard. Zhao Congjian was not a physical cultivator, so his physical strength was not as powerful as Zhou Xuanji's. But his cultivation level was high, and together with his exquisite sword techniques, he was not pushed down by the 4 legendary swords. 3 swords? No, there's another one. I can't see it. Zhao Congjian's face was cold, but he was shocked. He also knew how to use a 2-handed sword, but he wasn't good at it, so he wasn't as good as a 1-handed sword. But Zhou Xuanji had 2 swords in his hands, and he could control the other 2 swords. He suddenly remembered a legend about Sword God Zhou 9 swords. The sword cultivators on the ground were dumbfounded. They could not see the invisible sword, but even so the 3 sword stream shocked them. The million spectators were in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He's using 3 swords at the same time. Why do I feel that Zhao Congjian is more powerful? 1 sword to block 3 swords? Idiot, you can use 3 swords? Zhao Congjian only used 1 sword because he couldn't control 3 swords. Did you guys notice? The trajectories of the 3 swords were different, as though he was using different sword techniques. This is Sword God Zhou. He still has 6 swords that he hasn't used. Cries of surprise, cheers, and doubts gathered together, shaking the heavens and the earth. Xie Wuyo locked his brows tightly. His eyes were filled with fear. If such a Sword God Zhou were to grow up, it seemed that his revered teacher's evaluation of Sword God Zhou was not false. Beixiao Wangjian was excited. This was Zhao Congjian, the new superstar in the sword's way. All these years, he had heard so many rumors about Zhao Congjian that his ears had grown calluses. But such a person did not have an advantage against Zhou Xuanji. My master is still the most powerful. Xiahou Jin sat up straight and stared at Zhou Xuanji with passionate eyes. I must have him, no matter the price, he mumbled. At this moment, Zhao Congjian suddenly entered the sword will mode. His eyes became indifferent, and his body seemed to be glowing with a layer of faint silver radiance. Man and sword union. His sword suddenly became mysterious and sharp. The speed of his sword was more than twice as fast as before. The 4 legendary swords were suppressed by him in an instant. The thunderclap sword suddenly exploded with countless lightning bolts, which were extremely dazzling. However, Zhao Congjian's sword was not affected by the lightning bolts. He was like an insulator and was not damaged at all. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated dual sword will. The thunderclap sword in his left hand, tri-source vein severing sword will, the swine culling sword in his right hand, and the 36 paths jade shao sword will. The 3 sword wills clashed together. In that instant, the 2 of them radiated with a rainbow radiance. The swords shone brightly, and the 3 swords moved like the wind. The scene was extremely shocking to the eyes. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji did not look like he was at the enlightening stage at all. Boom! The 10-story iron tower shook violently, and the iron frames looked like they were going to break at any moment. Zhao Congjian's expression turned fierce and even hideous. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made his blood boil. He had never met such an opponent before, so he was very excited. However, Zhou Xuanji's attack had only just begun. The Hell King Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Residual Image Sword, and Tiger Roar Sword appeared around Zhou Xuanji. Together with the Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Swine Culling Sword, and Crimson Dragon Sword, he used all 10 swords at the same time. No one can surpass me in the way of the sword, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. His hands did not stop moving. The other 8 legendary swords emanated sword chi, which transformed into dragons and coiled around the blades. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Looking up from below, Zhou Xuanji still had 8 golden dragons around him, and they roared furiously at Zhao Congjian. Zhao Congjian opened his eyes wide and was shocked by the scene before him. 10 swords. Dragon-shaped sword chi? Zhou Xuanji focused his attention, and the 8 legendary swords surrounded Zhao Congjian with dragon-shaped sword chi. The legendary swords slashed and slashed wildly, and Zhao Congjian was injured instantly. His back, thigh, lower back, and abdomen were slashed consecutively. Blood splattered. The battle turned into a brutal massacre in an instant. In the eyes of a million people, Zhao Congjian could not be compared to Sword God Zhou at all. At first glance, it was as though the two of them were not on the same level. Too powerful. Yang Che raised his head and mumbled to himself. Both of his legs were trembling. Xia Wuyo opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. The hundreds of authoritative figures at the back of the crowd stood up one after another and looked at this scene in shock. What sword technique is this? In less than 3 breaths' time, Zhao Congjian was already covered in blood and could not resist at all. Zhou Xuanji stopped, and so did the 8 legendary swords around him. After he was no longer attacked, Zhao Congjian, who was exhausted, fell backward. He tried his best to open his eyes, and in his vision blood covered the entire blue sky. Zhou Xuanji straightened his body. His left leg landed on the ground, and he raised his right leg and stepped on Zhao Congjian's chest. The scene seemed to freeze. Zhou Xuanji stood proudly on the top of the metal board. He held his sword with both hands, and 8 legendary swords with dragon-shaped sword chi hovered around him. He raised his right leg and stepped on Zhao Congjian's chest. Even though he was not as tall as Zhao Congjian at this moment, he looked so majestic. Under the radiance of the sun, he was like a god who looked down on the world. Chapter 66. Zhou Xuanji stepped on Zhao Congjian's chest and looked down at him, saying, "It is not a shame that you lost to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his right leg and Zhao Congjian fell to the ground. His vision was the same as that of the North Zhou Gale's sword. Zhou Xuanji grew higher and smaller in his eyes. Unlike the North Zhou Gale's sword, he no longer had the strength to retaliate. Previously, Zhou Xuanji's barrage of attacks had severed all of his vital channels. His spirit energy was cut off, and he could no longer maintain his balance in the air. The sword cultivators of each level stared at Zhao Congjian falling with their mouths agape. Although it was not as powerful as when the North Zhou Gale sword fell, Zhao Congjian's fall shocked them to the core. It was as if they had seen a god fall. The invincible Zhao Congjian with 3 swords, the one who could climb up to the Emperor's son. He was still no match for the unparalleled sword god Zhou. Like a rubber ball, Zhao Congjian smashed onto the metal frames, and finally landed on the stone platform with a plop. Blood flowed out of his body, and as he lay in a pool of blood, he looked up. He could vaguely see Zhou Xuanji's legendary sword, but he could not see Zhou Xuanji. I've lost completely. Zhao Congjian fell into a daze. He felt that his eyelids were very heavy and drowsiness rushed over him like a tidal wave. Before he lost consciousness, a memory surfaced in his mind. It was his father talking to him, who was injured in bed when he was young. "Congjian, there will always be someone better than you in this world. Your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. Don't force yourself. You have to understand that when the conditions are right, you will succeed." Father, could it be that even if one practices the sword to the peak, he still can't become the strongest? Maybe you can, but you have to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become a god of swords to be qualified to explore this question. Is there really a sword god in this world? You will meet them. Maybe you will become a sword god. Zhao Tsongjian smiled bitterly and finally fainted amidst the cheers of a million people. After the North Zhou Gale's sword, Zhao Tsongjian, who was invincible in 3 swords, lost again. And it was a crushing defeat. No one could find an excuse for Zhao Tsongjian in this battle. He was utterly defeated. Too strong. Too strong. In this world, other than the sword monarch, who else can compete with sword god Zhou in the way of the sword? How did he do it? Even if those swords are used as ritual implements, it's impossible for them to perform sword techniques on their own. Could it be that they all have spirits? He really is the sword god. I'm afraid that even the sword monarch of Great Zhou would not be able to control so many swords. At most, he would be able to control all the swords to stab in one direction. From today onwards, sword god Zhou is my goal. The spectators exclaimed in excitement. It hadn't been long since the sword discussion had begun. Yet the 2 favorites had both suffered crushing defeats. Both of them had lost consciousness, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. It was truly something that no one had expected. Zhou Xuanji stood at the top and looked down. Who else dares to come up? He said proudly. He had just defeated Zhao Tsongjian. Who would dare to challenge him now? The sword cultivators came back to their senses and continued to look for old opponents. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Facing Zhao Tsongjian, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual power. At this moment he seemed to be in high spirits, but in reality he was a little weak. He stood where he was, surrounded by the divine swords, and began to recover his spiritual power. He did not dare to consume spirit pills, because if he consumed any kind of replenishment in the sword discussion, he would be disqualified. He did not internalize qi to cultivate either. If he did, wouldn't he be telling others that he lacks spiritual qi? I hope you guys can fight slowly. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He turned around and his gaze fell on little Jiang Shui, who was at the edge of the stone platform. He winked at her. Although they were a few hundred meters apart, little Jiang Shui was at the foundation building stage and had extraordinary eyesight. She could see it with one glance. She smiled sweetly and looked very happy. Zhang Ruyu, who was standing beside Northern Sword Valiant, cried out in sorrow, "Our senior is indeed our senior. He is both awe-inspiring and flirting with girls at the same time. He is a role model. I envy him." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Little Jiang Shui blushed, but her gaze never left him. She suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had grown up. Although she had always relied on Zhou Xuanji, the current Zhou Xuanji gave her an indescribable feeling. Looking at this boy who had grown so awe-inspiring from just 2 years old, she felt sweet and proud at the same time. Back then, she was the one who carried him by the river. She was the one who cooked for him every day and brought him up. Many women around them were screaming. They thought that Zhou Xuanji was looking at them. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and snorted softly. She thought to herself, "He is my Xuanji, you can only think about it." The Xie sect disciples carried Zhao Tsongjian down to treat his injuries. Of course, only he could receive such treatment. As time ticked by, more and more sword cultivators were eliminated. Only Zhou Xuanji stood proudly at the top and looked down calmly, like a king watching 2 tigers fight. His spiritual energy was recovering bit by bit. The recovery effect of the sword qi golden body incantation was very powerful. At least in this sword discussion conference, no one could compare to him in terms of spiritual energy recovery. He guessed that the sword qi golden body incantation might be an earth grade energy technique, or even a heaven grade. He dared not be sure. He asked the sword spirit, but the sword spirit said that he could not verify it. Most of the time the sword spirit was reliable, but sometimes he was not. Of course, he suspected that the sword spirit was hiding it on purpose. It was like playing a game. One must reach a certain level to unlock more information and functions. Although he stood still, he still attracted the attention of most people. Could not be helped. His battles with North Zhou Gale's sword and Zhao Tsongjian were too exciting. Compared to them, the battles of the others were dull and boring. Sword God Zhou. Go. Eliminate them in one go. Someone with a loud voice suddenly shouted. His voice was so penetrating that it caused a commotion among the people around him. And then more and more people shouted, hoping that Zhou Xuanji would stop watching the battles. After defeating Zhao Tsongjian, the outcome was already decided. Why waste more time? Zhou Xuanji's face was cold, but he was complaining in his heart. Isn't it better to let you guys watch the show? Seeing that more and more people were starting to shout, he felt that he could not continue watching. Or else, it would tarnish the reputation of Sword God Zhou. He immediately controlled the bloodbath sword and swooped down. In the current situation, he could only rely on the bloodbath sword. The more blood it absorbed, the more powerful the sword owner would be. The bloodbath sword had already leveled up to gold grade. Its flying speed was extremely fast. The sword cultivators who were fighting were pierced by it before they could react, and their blood was absorbed. Zhou Xuanji controlled it well. He avoided the vital parts and only injured the sword cultivator's muscles and bones. In a short while he killed 8 sword cultivators, which made the millions of spectators excited. The atmosphere was jubilant again. Zhou Xuanji felt that his qi and blood, stamina, and spirit energy were recovering quickly. This speed feels so good. It was his most powerful legendary sword indeed. At the same time on the stone platform, a Xie sect elder walked up to Xie Wuyo and said softly, "Suzerain with his talent, if he enters the sword library for 3 days." Xie Wuyo heard him and his expression changed drastically. The other elders were the same. Back then, Zhou Xuanji learned the black grade upper tier 36 paths Jade Shao sword in half an hour. If he were given 3 days, wouldn't he learn everything in the sword library? Chapter 67. Just when Xie Wuyo was worrying about the sword library, Zhou Xuanji had fully recovered with the help of the bloodbath sword. He could feel the spirit energy in his body surging. It must be known that among the 50 sword cultivators who participated in the sword conference, other than Zhou Xuanji, the rest were all at inner pellet. Absorbing their blood and transforming it into spiritual energy was something that was easily satisfied by those in the enlightening realm. The sword cultivators who were stabbed by the bloodbath sword did not feel their blood being sucked away. Because the bloodbath sword was too fast, it did not absorb too much of their blood. Moreover, the battle was urgent. How could he care so much? At this point, there were 13 sword cultivators left on the 10 floors of the metal tower. Zhang Tianjian and Yang Che were still alive. The former was excited because he felt that Zhou Xuanji was protecting him. The latter was anxious and hesitant about whether he should take revenge. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, leaving only the swine-culling sword in his hand. If he revealed too much of the bloodbath sword's ability, he was afraid of attracting attention. He could already feel many strange gazes. He reckoned that there would be a lot of trouble after the sword meet ended. He suddenly leaped up and flipped his body upside down. With his head facing downwards, he flew past the 9th floor, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and arrived at the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there were 3 sword cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle. When they saw Zhou Xuanji land, they were almost scared out of their wits. Zhou Xuanji charged over with the 8-step sword lunge. Without using the 10 sword style, he was able to fight against North Zhou Gale sword and Zhao Tsongjian head-on. How could these sword cultivators be a match for him? In less than 4 breaths of time, 3 sword cultivators had successively been heavily injured, and they fell to the ground and were eliminated from the sword discussion. Zhou Xuanji slid down the metal rod like a spirit fox and came to the 5th level. There were only 2 people on the 5th level, and as soon as they saw Zhou Xuanji they immediately ran down. Zhou Xuanji chased closely as though he was hunting. "Everyone, let's go. Or else we will all be eliminated by Sword God Zhou." Yang Che suddenly shouted loudly, causing the expressions of the remaining 7 sword cultivators to change drastically, and they all jumped up. Zhang Tianjian did not go up. After all, he was already on good terms with Zhou Xuanji, so he naturally would not attack him. He already understood that he had no chance of winning in this sword conference. However, it was not bad to be able to show off for a while. The 5th floor. Zhou Xuanji was helped by Yang Che and the other sword cultivators, and all of them looked at him with complicated expressions, feeling incredibly nervous. Zhang Tianjian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said with a deep voice, "If you want to deal with Sir Zhou, you must get past me first." He puffed out his chest and raised his head in a righteous manner. He thought that he would be cheered upon, but no one paid attention to him. They were all discussing how many moves Sword God Zhou would use to end the battle. Zhou Xuanji stared at Yang Che and said with squinted eyes, "You are very scheming." Yang Che was frightened by the look in his eyes. But he still plucked up his courage and shouted, "When it comes to discussing swords, we will rely on our own skills. Our strength is inferior to yours, but can't we join hands?" The other sword Xiao agreed with his words. They had prepared for the sword discourse for several years, and did not want it to end just like that. Humph! Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly in disdain. "Then let's go." He immediately took out the Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, and Formless Sword. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, 10 Sword Style. With a thought, the 9 divine swords shot out rapidly. He then used the 8-step sword steps and arrived in front of Yang Che. Yang Che was so frightened that he subconsciously wanted to jump backwards. Zhou Xuanji used the Tri-Source Vein Severing Sword straight away. The horrifying sword qi exploded like a gale and severed all the vital channels in Yang Che's body in an instant. Blood spurted from all over his body, and his vitality dissipated quickly. Zhou Xuanji slashed backward and decapitated Yang Che. The million spectators were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ruthless. But when they thought about how the North Zhou Gale sword was struck by lightning, they felt relieved. The Sword Discourse Conference did not forbid taking lives. Life was already at stake in sparring, let alone when one was wielding a sharp sword. The subordinates of the Yang clan felt that the sky had collapsed. Yang Che was dead. How were they going to answer to the Yang clan lord? Zhou Qingxin shook his head. This Yang Che was really stupid. If it were before, Zhou Xuanji would have brought trouble to himself for killing him. But now the world would only mock the Yang clan. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his strength. Under such circumstances he still wanted to provoke him. If he wasn't seeking death, what was he? The other sword cultivators were struck down by the legendary swords one after another. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Tianjian were left on the steel tower. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at Zhang Tianjian. Their eyes met. Zhou Xuanji's calm expression made Zhang Tianjian's eyelid twitch. Zhang Tianjian immediately kept his sword and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji. After bowing, he turned around to face the million spectators. He channeled his spirit energy and shouted, "The unparalleled sword god Zhou. You deserve it." After that, he leaped up without hesitation and landed on the ground elegantly. Boom! The million spectators were excited again. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented peak. This time they shouted the same sentence in unison. "The unparalleled sword god Zhou. The unparalleled sword god Zhou. The unparalleled sword god Zhou." The voices of a million people gathered together. How exciting was that? Zhou Xuanji flew up to the steel tower on his sword. 8 legendary swords levitated behind his back, and one invisible sword was hidden. He was like a sword immortal who descended to the mortal world. His black robe fluttered majestically. And now the winner of the Sword Discourse Conference had been decided. Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest were so excited that they jumped on the spot. The brothers Zhang Ruyu and Zhang Rutan hugged each other. Zhou Qingxin looked up at him and sighed. Unparalleled in the world indeed. The sword monarch of Great Zhou had 7 legendary swords, and his name shook the world. Now Sword God Zhou stood proudly in the sky with 9 legendary swords. Looking at this scene, Zhou Qingxin felt like he saw a new legend rising. In the future, the name of Sword God Zhou would surely be mentioned frequently. Xia Wuyo and the rest looked bitter. Oh no! How should they face the matter of Sword God Zhou entering the sword library? Zhou Xuanji enjoyed the cheers of the million spectators. He was not nervous, but he felt a sense of pride. Somehow he thought of Qiu Bailey. From today onwards, if you hear the name of Sword God Zhou, will you think of me? You wanted me to be famous and I have done it. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and landed slowly. The crowd around the stone platform was still chanting Sword God Zhou's name. Xia Wuyo walked up to him and pretended to be angry. How can you take someone's life? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. The battle was urgent and I was too anxious. Xia Wuyo was so angry that he laughed. This guy really knew how to find excuses. Zhou Qingxin, on the other hand, walked up to Zhou Xuanji with a big smile. He patted his shoulder and said, "From today onwards, the entire Great Zhou will be talking about you, Sword God Zhou." Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and did not appear to be happy. It was as though any victory in front of him was nothing. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xie Wuyo and asked, "When can I enter the sword library?" With this, Xie Wuyo's face turned unnatural immediately. He felt that the world was falling apart, and he cried in his heart. Oh no. Chapter 68. 10 days from now we will open the door to the sword pavilion for you. Please rest for a while, our Xie sect will definitely treat you well. Xie Wuyo said with a smile, looking very enthusiastic. Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at him suspiciously. 10 days. You're not thinking of emptying the sword pavilion, are you? Xie Wuyo's face stiffened. The surrounding Xie sect elders were also embarrassed. How did this guy guess it? Zhou Qingxin's expression was strange. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji's terrifying learning ability, and understood immediately. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Xie Wuyo with sympathy. Xie Wuyo looked at him and Zhou Xuanji and felt that he had lost face. How can it be? How could my Xie sect do such a thing? Alright, with the foundation of your Xie sect's sword pavilion, if I don't see an earth-grade sword technique inside, then the value of the sword conference will be debatable. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, which made Xie Wuyo want to vomit blood. Too treacherous. In front of Zhou Qingxin, Xie Wuyo could only bite the bullet and agree. Next, under the protection of the Xie sect disciples, Zhou Xuanji and the group of injured sword cultivators were escorted back to the Xie sect. Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were already by his side. They were very excited and kept talking. Along the way, they were surrounded by many people enthusiastically, and in the end, they had no choice but to fly on their swords. After Sword God Zhou left, the crowd dispersed. Xiahou Jin walked out from the pavilion. He looked at the direction where Zhou Xuanji left and said, "If I want to rope Sword God Zhou in, what kind of gift do you think I need?" The deputy general behind him said hesitantly, "It's probably a peerless sword technique or a treasured sword." Xiahou Jin nodded and fell into deep thought. Since he wanted to rope in Sword God Zhou, he could not return empty-handed. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji bade farewell to Xie Wuyo and planned to stay at the Zhang clan. He deliberately said, "In 10 days I will go to the Xie sect. I hope you will not disappoint me." Xie Wuyo could only nod with a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. After returning to the Zhang clan, Zhou Xuanji followed little Jiang Shui into her room to rest. Zhang Tianjian was the same. In the sword conference, he had suffered many injuries and needed to recuperate. The others were very excited, chatting non-stop in the courtyard. Inside the house, Zhou Xuanji heaved a long sigh and cursed. That was dangerous. Fortunately, my bloodbath sword can absorb spirit energy. He told little Jiang Shui about his predicament. He could not tell Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin about this as it would damage their reputation. However, it would be fine if he told little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui knew how to protect his image better than him. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and mocked. "That's what you get for trying to show off. You just had to climb to the top right from the start." As she spoke, she poured tea for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said with his eyes wide open, "Since we are going to win, we must win with boundless glory. Yes, yes, yes. My little sword god, you are the best." Little Jiang Shui brought the teacup to him and blew on the hot tea before passing it to him. Zhou Xuanji finished it in one gulp and asked, "Where are the three-eyed drought rodent and the little black snake?" Little Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "He's probably playing in the courtyard." Although the little black snake wanted to escape, it did not have the strength to do so, and the three-eyed drought rodent could not leave Zhou Xuanji's side, so it would definitely not run away. As expected, after an hour, the three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake, which was riddled with scars, and climbed in from the window. "I hate," the dizzy little black snake mumbled incessantly. It was obvious that it had been through some torture. For the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji did not leave the Zhang residence. Because the entire swordsman city was in an uproar. He did not want to be surrounded. The sword conference's battle swept across Great Zhou's borders like a storm that swept across the empires. Countless people cried out in shock. Sword God Zhou was stepping on North Zhou Gale Sword and Zhao Tsongjian to climb to the top. The news began to spread to the other empires in Great Zhou, and it became more and more influential. Sword God Zhou's position in the hearts of Great Zhou's people began to rise rapidly. The 8th day after the sword conference ended, An uninvited guest came to the Zhang residence. Zhao Tsongjian. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was this guy looking for him? Zhang Ruyu asked anxiously. Sir, do you want to go and take a look? Although Zhao Tsongjian was defeated by Zhou Xuanji, to him, he was still someone to look up to. Even Zhang Tianjian had to be careful when facing Zhao Tsongjian. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked out of the guest room with little Jiang Shui. Soon they came to the main hall. Zhang Tianjian sat at the head seat and chatted with the stern Zhao Tsongjian with a face full of smiles. Zhang Rutan sat opposite him and looked at Zhao Tsongjian uneasily. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, the three of them stood up. Zhou Xuanji sat down on a chair and asked, Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that this guy was subdued by me like Bei Xiao Wangjian? If that's the case, it's not bad. Zhao Tsongjian's talent was comparable to Zhou Yalong's. Perhaps even Xiao Jinghong could not compare to him. Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I want to know the name of the sword technique that you used to defeat me. He could pick it up and let it go. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhao Tsongjian frowned and began to repeat the name. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Could it be 10,000 swords? His heart trembled. He could not withstand just 10 swords, 10,000 swords, he shuddered. At this moment he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. He shook his head and was about to leave. Wait! Zhou Xuanji called out to him suddenly. Zhao Tsongjian turned around and looked at him with a tight frown. Zhou Xuanji asked, Do you have a revered teacher? A sect? Zhao Tsongjian shook his head and said, I'm all alone and travel the world with my sword. Do you have anyone you care about? Yes. But it's not important anymore. Follow me. Zhao Tsongjian looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Zhang Tianjian and his son were stunned. They suddenly thought of Bei Xiao Wangjian, and their expressions became strange. Little Jiang Shui was the same. She could not help but roll her eyes. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, Follow me. I will teach you supreme sword techniques. One day, I will make you the top swordsman in Great Zhou. Zhao Tsongjian frowned tightly. Is this guy crazy? He asked. If I'm the top swordsman in Great Zhou, what about you? I'm the top swordsman in the world. Zhou Xuanji replied as a matter of course. Arrogant. Everyone was stunned. Little Jiang Shui covered her face. Why does this guy like to show off so much? Zhao Tsongjian looked at Zhou Xuanji intently and turned to leave. He was a proud person, how could he be willing to submit to Zhou Xuanji? Clang! 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 Numerous legendary swords landed in front of Zhao Tsongjian and pierced through the ground, blocking his way. Zhao Tsongjian turned his head and looked sideways at Zhou Xuanji. You want to force me to stay? He asked. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, You have such talent and power, but you are all alone in this world. Don't you have any hatred? You love the way of the sword. After seeing my sword techniques, aren't you moved? Take me as your master and I will teach you sword techniques. As long as you defeat me, I will let you go unconditionally. How about that? Zhao Tsongjian was silent, as though his thoughts were seen through. Especially Zhou Xuanji's last sentence. Defeat him, and you can leave him unconditionally. Zhao Tsongjian was moved. Zhang Tianjian and the others were stupefied. If Zhao Tsongjian became Sword God Zhou's disciple, how terrifying would they be when they grow up? Zhou Xuanji walked up to Zhao Tsongjian and looked up at him. Most people only have one chance in their lives. Don't let yourself regret it. In ancient times, there were powerful beings who knelt before the gods for 49 years to learn ultimate energy techniques. You lost to me, and I'm not qualified to teach you? Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath. He admitted that he was really impressed by Zhou Xuanji's sword techniques and wanted to learn them. But he had his own pride in his heart. In an instant, he fell into an internal struggle. Zhou Xuanji was furious. Take me as your master, is it so difficult? He continued. There are always people who are better than you. Do you really like swords? Zhao Tsongjian's expression changed, as though he thought of something. His expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath and half knelt down. Zhao Tsongjian greets my master, he said. The third update. Today it was already the first in the free QQ reading ranking. Everyone is awesome. Don't hide your recommendation votes. Throw them all at me. Chapter 69. There is always someone better than you out there. This was what Zhao Zongjian's late father loved to say to him. Now that it came from Zhou Xuanji's mouth, he was completely moved. Zhou Xuanji patted his shoulder and smiled satisfactorily. Become my sword slave. I will treat you like my disciple. When I can't teach you anymore, or when you surpass me, I will let you go. I can see that you have the ambition to become the most powerful. Set me as your goal. He waved his right hand and stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Zhao Zongjian heard the word sword slave and frowned instinctively. But thinking about it carefully, wouldn't serving Zhou Xuanji be a slave? Besides, the latter half of Zhou Xuanji's words made his heart beat faster. The ambition to become the most powerful. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to know him so well. Just when he was thinking about random things, Zhou Xuanji helped him up and said with a smile, "Let's stay here." Zhou Xuanji turned to Zhang Tianjian and asked, "Is that okay?" Zhang Tianjian, who was stunned, came back to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Ruyu and Zhang Rutan were still stunned. Sir Zhou subdued Zhao Zongjian just like that? They felt like they were in a dream and could not tell if it was real or not. Little Jiang Shui was also stunned. "Follow me," Zhou Xuanji said to Zhao Zongjian. With that, he walked towards the courtyard where he lived. Zhao Zongjian followed him immediately. Zhou Xuanji pulled along the dazed little Jiang Shui and left the hall. Zhang Rutan swallowed his saliva and asked, "Brother, I want to be Sir Zhou's sword slave. Do you think there's hope?" Smack! Zhang Ruyu slapped him and asked, "What do you think now?" Zhang Rutan covered his face and said, feeling wronged, "No?" Zhang Tianjian was thinking about this too. Even Zhao Zongjian became Sword God Zhou's disciple. If he became Sword God Zhou's sword slave, it might not be a humiliation, but an honor. Now that the outside world was talking about how powerful Sword God Zhou was, why didn't he get the moon first? On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two came to the courtyard. He called out Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin. When the two saw Zhao Zongjian, they were stunned. Zhou Xuanji said, "From now on, he is my sword slave too. He is considered to have joined our team, but we still need to work together." The latter part of his sentence meant that the revenge could not be revealed yet. In the past, he often said a secret with the three of them. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. To a swordsman, who would not yearn for Zhou Xuanji's sword technique? Zhou Xuanji walked into the stone pavilion and gestured for everyone to sit down. After everyone sat down, he said, "Tell me, what do you want to do? I will help you in the future." Zhou Xuanji said. The conversation just now allowed him to see through Zhao Zongjian. He knew that this guy had something that he could not reveal. With such talent, he alone and he did not belong. Zhou Xuanjikan is. Zhou the Chun was. Zhou Chun was. Empire. Song Empire was Zhou. The Great Chun dynasty was the neighbor of the Great Zhou dynasty. The territory it controlled was no less than that of the Great Zhou Empire, and the two empires often traded with each other. However, the Great Zhou people did not know much about Great Chun. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I will take revenge for you." Zhao Zongjian asked in astonishment, "Aren't you going to ask who? What if my enemy is the Emperor of Great Chun?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Give me 100 years. Even if it's the Emperor, I will behead him and give him to you." Beixiao Wangjian and little Jiang Shui were not surprised. His target was the Empress after all. Although the difficulty of the assassination was lower than that of the Emperor, it was not that much different. Zhao Zongjian was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's heroism. He choked and did not know how to reply. At this moment, Huang Lianxin walked over with tea and poured for everyone. The three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake and jumped onto the stone table. "I'm going to die," the little black snake cried, which caught Zhao Zongjian's attention. He asked curiously, "The three-eyed drought rodent that knows all the treasures in the world? And this snake?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "His name is Hegemon-scaled Black Dragon. Have you heard of him?" Zhao Zongjian opened his eyes wide and asked, "That fifth-ranked demon king? Weren't he and Li Qimei killed by the sword noble?" Beixiao Wangjian snorted coldly, "Xiao Jinghong is my master's disciple. What do you think?" Zhao Tsongjian was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jinghong was sword god Zhou's disciple? Although he thought that he was more talented than Xiao Jinghong, his current power was still far from Xiao Jinghong's. If what Bei Xiao Wangjian said was true, then could the hegemon-scaled black dragon be a gift from Xiao Jinghong to Zhou Xuanji? The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart grew. From tomorrow onwards you have to teach him a black-grade advanced tier sword technique. Teach him every day until he reaches great accomplishment. Zhou Xuanji pointed at Bei Xiao Wangjian suddenly and said to Zhao Tsongjian. With this, both of them were stunned. Bei Xiao Wangjian was pleasantly surprised, while Zhao Tsongjian frowned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji said, "After you start teaching him, as long as he reaches small accomplishment, I will teach you a higher tier sword technique." Have you taught anyone sword techniques personally before? Zhao Tsongjian was stumped. He was obsessed with sword techniques. How could he have the time to teach others? Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. Back then when Bei Xiao Wangjian joined, he was also instructed by Master to teach me sword techniques. Bei Xiao Wangjian nodded and said, "Imparting sword techniques allows us to see problems that we can't usually see. Master will never let us do useless work." Zhao Tsongjian heard and thought about it. Maybe it was a direction. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, drank his tea calmly and looked profound and unfathomable. But he was laughing in his heart. "Actually, I just want you to teach each other." In the end, Zhao Tsongjian agreed. It was not that he did not have any black-grade advanced tier sword techniques. All these years he had killed many enemies and obtained many sword techniques. At this moment Zhao Tsongjian stayed in the courtyard, in the guest room beside Bei Xiao Wangjian. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji came to the sword library under the guidance of the Xie sect disciples. The sword library was located within the Xie sect. It was 15 meters tall and occupied half the size of the Zhang residence. There were dozens of Xie sect disciples guarding it. 2 elders sat in front of the door and cultivated silently. Xie Wuyo and the group of elders followed behind Zhou Xuanji. "Go in. 3 days later someone will inform you to come out," Xie Wuyo said with a gentle smile, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and immediately stepped into the sword library. Clank. The sword library's door was closed, and the smile on Xie Wuyo's face disappeared instantly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How much do you think he will learn?" The elders looked at each other in dismay. No one answered. When they thought of Zhou Xuanji's result in the 3rd stage of the sword conference examination, their hearts sank. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the sword library's door and looked at the bookshelves in front of him. He smiled weirdly and laughed. "If I don't learn all the sword techniques here, I am not worthy to be called Sword God Zhou." He raised his voice intentionally, and his voice traveled outside the sword library. Xie Wuyo and the Xie sect elders' faces turned black. Chapter 70. Within the sword pavilion, every single bookshelf was almost 12 meters tall, and there were at least 50 bookshelves in total. Every single bookshelf was 15 meters long, and numerous ancient books and jade slips were placed on top of them. It was a dazzling collection of books. It was hard to calculate how many energy techniques there were here. No wonder the sword conference was so attractive. What a joke. You want to learn all the sword techniques here? An old voice came from the side. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a white-haired old man sweeping the floor under a stone pillar. Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain. How could an ant know the power of a mighty eagle? He walked forward and quickly picked up a sword technique and began reading. "Sword Spirit, remember all of them." "Yes, Sword Owner." With the help of the Sword Spirit, Zhou Xuanji quickly read through the books. The white-haired old man burst into laughter. The legendary sword god Zhou was just like that. Zhou Xuanji was already fully focused and ignored the old man's disdain. His talent in the way of the sword was already extremely outstanding. With the help of the Sword Spirit, he almost finished reading a sword technique in a minute. He memorized every move and stance. He realized that most of them were yellow-grade sword techniques and energy techniques. To him they were trash. After he finished reading the entire bookshelf, he finally found a black-grade low-tier sword technique. His face turned black. "Damn Xie sect. If they really bully me, I will flatten the Xie sect." Zhou Xuanji held back his anger and continued reading. Outside the sword library, Xie Wuyo stood for a long time and did not leave. He turned to the elder beside him and asked, "Is it too much?" The elder replied, "I still kept 2 earth-grade low-tier sword techniques." Xie Wuyo nodded and thought to himself, "Although it's a little stingy, it's not undeserved. I don't think Sword God Zhou can say anything." Although he offended Sword God Zhou, he was not afraid. His revered teacher was the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Moreover, 2 earth-grade low-tier sword techniques were already top-notch treasures in the Xie sect. Other than that, the black and yellow grade sword techniques and energy techniques were not taken away. To Sword God Zhou, it was not a loss. He shook his head and turned to leave. He did not want to wait any longer. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Xie Wuyo and the elders of the Xie sect came to the sword pavilion and waited. When the gate opened, they instantly smiled and seemed very enthusiastic. Zhou Xuanji walked out expressionlessly. Zhou Chengxin walked over from a small path beside the sword garret. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Senior Zhou. How much have you learned?" "Everything," Zhou Xuanji replied. Xie Wuyo and the others' eyelids twitched, but they still maintained an awkward and polite smile on their faces. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Xie Wuyo and said, "You are really generous." After saying that, he directly brushed past Xie Wuyo's shoulder. In this trip to the sword pavilion, he had learned 2 low-tier earth grade, 2 top-tier profound grade, and 3 high-tier profound grade sword arts. As for the other grades of sword arts, he was not interested in them. He only asked the sword spirit to memorize and organize them. For the sword pavilion that was renowned throughout the entire Great Zhou, the foundation that they displayed was a little disappointing. Xie Wuyo forced a smile and didn't know what to say. Zhou Xuanji immediately left on his sword and flew out of the Xie sect. Looking in the direction in which he left, he sighed. This fellow was really greedy. Are 2 earth-grade sword techniques bad? But the winners of the previous sword conference had learned an earth-grade intermediate-tier energy technique, which was widely spread back then. Compared to that, the sword pavilion seemed a little stingy. Zhou Chengxin walked over and asked, "Why do I feel that Senior Zhou is a little unhappy?" Xie Wuyo smiled. Maybe he set his sights too high. After all, the sword techniques that he mastered are already extremely outstanding. Dual sword will 10 swords mode. Even the sword monarch did not know that. Zhou Chengxin nodded and bade farewell to Xie Wuyo. He was prepared to chase after Zhou Xuanji. Back at the Zhang clan residence, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone and told them about what happened. Beixiao Wangjian slammed the table and said furiously, "This is too much. Could it be because our master rejected the sword monarch's offer?" Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also looked furious. Zhao Congjian snorted coldly and said, "CSX sword garret is only a so-so. Fortunately, I did not agree to become the sword monarch's disciple." With this, little Jiang Shui and the other 2 looked at him in astonishment. The sword monarch tried to recruit Zhao Congjian? Then why was he willing to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, but rejected the sword monarch? Although Zhou Xuanji was devilishly talented in the way of the sword and mastered ultimate techniques that even the sword monarch did not know, his current power was far from the sword monarch's. Sensing everyone's confusion, Zhao Congjian said calmly, "I don't like the sword monarch. This person is too greedy for power. He mingles with the Great Zhou's royal court and tries to win people's hearts. He is not fit to be the sword monarch." His tone was filled with deep disdain for the sword monarch. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Zhou Xuanji drank his tea quietly and remained calm. He could see that Zhao Congjian was proud. Although he was already his disciple, if he did not teach him a good sword technique, this guy would surely find an opportunity to run away. He immediately got up, took out the swine-culling sword and began to practice. He was practicing a low-tier earth-grade sword technique, Vibrant Raindrop Sword. Even the Trisource Vein Severing Sword was only a top-tier black-grade sword technique, which showed how powerful the Vibrant Raindrop Sword was. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji began to practice, everyone looked at him. Now that Zhou Xuanji's body had grown, and with his cultivation, he finished the first round of sword forms very quickly. Zhao Congjian frowned and asked, "Could it be that he learned this sword technique from the sword library?" He could not address Zhou Xuanji as his master yet. No one answered him. Zhou Xuanji began to practice again and again. After 50 rounds, vibrant raindrop sword technique reached small accomplishment. Zhao Zongjian's expression changed. At this moment, Zhang Tianjian came to visit with his 2 sons. When they saw that Zhou Xuanji was practicing, they were stunned and did not dare to disturb him. They wanted to leave, but they were attracted by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique. They all stood there and watched. After 100 rounds, vibrant raindrop sword technique reached great accomplishment. Zhao Zongjian was dumbfounded. Zhang Tianjian and the other 2 were tongue-tied. Next, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with extreme speed and finished 1 round in 2 breaths. After 500 rounds, the vibrant raindrop sword technique reached its sword will. Silence. The entire courtyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword. He turned to Zhao Zongjian and asked, "This sword technique is called vibrant raindrop sword technique. What do you think?" Zhao Zongjian's heart was in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed his astonishment and nodded. Not bad. Vibrant raindrop sword technique was a fast sword technique. The falling rain was an illusion created by the speed of the sword. It was so fast that the sword stars were like falling rain. Do you want to learn it? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Zhao Zongjian nodded instinctively. It was not that he did not have any earth-grade sword techniques, but who would complain about having too many? The vibrant raindrop sword technique was very suitable for him because his way of the sword was speed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "If you complete the mission I gave you, I will teach you the tri-source vein severing sword too." Without the supreme legendary sword system, Zhao Zongjian would need a few years to reach great accomplishment in these 2 sword techniques, let alone the sword will. By the time he reached great accomplishment, Zhou Xuanji would have been reborn and would have an even more powerful sword technique. There was no need to worry that he would not be able to suppress him. Chapter 71. After learning the vibrant raindrop sword, Zhou Xuanji continued to practice the second earth-grade low-tier sword technique, Tempest Slash. He did not mind Zhang Tianjian and his son watching from the side. Such a sword technique could not be learned just by watching. After all, not everyone was as devilish as him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji continued to practice, everyone became spirited. Could it be that he could attain sword will again? Zhang Tianjian felt complicated. He really wanted to become Zhou Xuanji's sword slave, but he did not know how to ask. The Tempest Slash did not have many sword moves. It mainly focused on the technique of channeling energy. After he practiced for the 6th time, Zhou Qingxin came over. Zhang Tianjian signaled him not to speak and continued to watch quietly. Zhou Qingxin was stunned. Sword God Zhou was practicing sword techniques? He looked at Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest, then he brought his guards to the other side and watched quietly. Back then, when he knew that Sword God Zhou had subdued Zhao Zongjian, he was greatly shocked. Now he was much more curious about Sword God Zhou than before. Zhou Xuanji noticed his arrival and did not stop. He could use Zhou Qingxin as a tool. He repeated the sword forms again and again, and his speed became faster and faster. After 50 times, he attained small accomplishment for Tempest Slash. Everyone was shocked. After 100 times, he attained great accomplishment for Tempest Slash. Zhou Qingxin and his guards opened their mouths wide, as though they had seen a ghost. Zhao Zongjian tried his best to remain calm. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, the arrogance in his bones began to dissipate. His greatest advantage was his innate talent. But compared to Zhou Xuanji, he was extremely mediocre. Little Jiang Shui was all smiles. She loved to see Zhou Xuanji's swordplay. On the stone table, the little black snake laid on the back of the 3-eyed drought rodent. It spat its forked tongue and said softly, "Too scary. Too scary. Who can tame this devilish demon?" Dusk came. After 500 times, he attained sword will for Tempest Slash. Zhou Xuanji's body was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. He slashed toward the sky. Gusts of strong wind soared into the sky along with the sword qi, shaking the surrounding flora and fauna. Even the bricks and tiles of the buildings nearby shook violently. In that instant, everyone shuddered in fear. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked at Zhao Zongjian. This is the Tempest Slash, which is also an earth-grade low-tier sword technique. It's one of the 2 most powerful sword techniques in the sword library. Do you want to learn it? Zhao Zongjian was already convinced by Zhou Xuanji's prowess. He took a deep breath and half knelt in front of Zhou Qingxin. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, I want to learn." At that moment, he truly felt that following Zhou Xuanji was a massive opportunity. Such talent was even more terrifying than photographic memory. In the future, he could learn the most powerful sword techniques in the world through Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I will teach you in the future. Pack up and prepare to depart." Little Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin immediately went to pack up. Zhang Tianjian quickly walked over and asked, "Senior, where are you going? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Compared to a bustling city, I prefer mountains and rivers. Thank you for your hospitality. Let me gift you a black-grade low-tier sword technique. It's not too shabby, right?" He flipped his right hand, took out a blue-covered book, and threw it to Zhang Tianjian. He obtained this book when he killed an enemy in the past. Zhang Tianjian took over the sword technique and suddenly knelt down. He cupped his fists and said with a deep voice, "Senior, I'm willing to be your sword slave. Can you accept me?" With this, Zhang Rutan and Zhang Ruyu became excited. His father had finally understood. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If you become my sword slave, you will have to let go of everything that you have. We have all lost something and wandered the world to avenge ourselves. If you join us, although you can learn sword techniques, your life will be in danger." Zhang Tianjian was stunned and did not know how to reply. Zhou Qingxin quickly walked over and asked, "Senior, where are you going?" "You." This word was enough to show the change in Zhou Xuanji's position in his heart. Zhou Xuanji said with deep meaning, "We will meet at Great Zhou's Heaven Selection." He wanted to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven Selection through Zhou Qingxin's recommendation. But the battle of the princes was too cruel. He did not want to get involved. It was better to find Meng Tianlang. Great Zhou's Heaven Selection? Zhou Qingxin was stunned. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to join Great Zhou's Heaven Selection? Soon little Jiang Shui and the other two walked out one after another. The three-eyed drought rodent dragged the little black snake and jumped onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji led the group toward the exit of the courtyard. Zhou Qingxin followed and was prepared to escort them. Zhang Tianjian followed along with his two sons. His expression changed. He was hesitating whether to join Zhou Xuanji or not. Actually, Zhou Xuanji did not really want to take him in. He already had a plan. The sword slaves he would take in the future must have a certain talent threshold. It would be best if they were powerful enough to form an army by themselves. No matter where he went in the future, he would not be afraid. After his revenge, he planned to travel around the northern wilderness region. The world was so colorful, how could he not explore it? After walking out of the Zhang clan's residence, Zhang Tianjian could not make up his mind. Maybe this was the reason why the sword monarch did not take him in. He could not let go of wealth and glory. His heart was not a pure heart of the sword. Looking at the backs of Zhou Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin, everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. Zhou Qingxin said, "I feel that they will turn Great Zhou upside down." His guards nodded as well. Only God knew what they experienced just now. They never thought that a sword will could be cultivated so easily. With such talent, even the sword monarch and Zhou Yalong were nothing in front of him. Zhang Tianjian felt a little lost. He felt a tinge of regret in his heart. "Master, you are going to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven Selection?" Zhao Congjian could not help but ask. He hated being an official and did not want to be a soldier or an official with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After Great Zhou's Heaven Selection, I want to kill people. After that, we will leave Great Zhou." Zhao Congjian shuddered. What kind of person must participate in Great Zhou's Heaven Selection to kill? Great Zhou's Heaven Selection was not a sword competition. It was under the emperor's nose. He glanced at Beixiao Wangjian and the other two and realized that they were not surprised. So, he suppressed his curiosity and followed Zhou Xuanji to the city gate of Swordsman City. An hour later, the group walked out of Swordsman City and came to the wasteland. Zhou Xuanji let out a big and small air. The two dragon eagles fluttered their wings and let out a long cry, which attracted the attention of many soldiers at the city gate. Zhao Congjian's eyes brightened. Such handsome demon birds. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and said with gritted teeth, No, I'm still not satisfied. The group was stunned. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Tsongjian and asked, "Can you defeat Xie Wuyo?" Zhao Tsongjian muttered, "I can't, but he can't keep me here either. Go and burn the sword library for me." Zhou Xuanji snorted, "Just set a fire. Don't burn everything, just a part of it. Who asked him to set me up?" Little Jiang Shui stared at him and said, "Aren't you offending him?" Zhou Xuanji stared back at her and said, "He already offended me." Okay. Zhao Tsongjian immediately turned around and rushed toward Swordsman City. His face was filled with excitement. Challenging Xiezong was truly a tough test. Chapter 72. After Zhao Tsongjian left, people came to him one after another to befriend him. After all, the name of Sword God Zhou had spread like wildfire recently. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to let a big and small heir protect him. His face looked fierce. Zhou Xuanji sighed. Fame is a problem for humans, and obesity is a problem for pigs. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin heard him and burst out in laughter. Beixiao Wangjian said, "Master, you have already entered the top 10 of Great Zhou's reputation ranking, but Great Zhou's hero ranking board did not record you. They might think that you are over 100 years old." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Nonsense, I'm only 11 years old." Yes, 11 years old. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were stunned. After spending so much time with Zhou Xuanji, it was easy to forget his age. After a while, Zhou Xuanji estimated that it was about time, so he ordered, "Beixiao, bring a big and small heir to receive him." Yes. Beixiao Wangjian immediately leaped onto a big and flew toward the Xie sect. Now the two dragon eagles were extremely fast. Even Beixiao Wangjian, who was at the enlightening stage, could not match up to them. Little Jiang Shui walked up to him and asked, "Will he really be okay?" Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Xie Wuyo is only the disciple of the Sword Monarch. It's not that serious." Huang Lianxin nodded and said, "Although Xie Wuyo is the first disciple of the Sword Monarch, he is not the first disciple. The Sword Monarch's previous disciples all died for the Great Zhou Empire. This is why the Great Zhou Empire respects him so much." Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and waited patiently. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and shouted, "I'm hungry." Smack! Zhou Xuanji slapped it away along with the three-eyed drought rodent. The three-eyed drought rodent's head was dizzy from the fall. After it woke up, it vented its anger on the little black snake. In an instant, the little black snake screamed in pain. After half an hour, 2 dragon eagles flew out from Swordsman City, followed by hundreds of Xie sect disciples. All of them were flying on their swords. The leader was Xie Wuyo. His face was filled with rage. He looked at Zhao Tsongjian's silhouette in front of him and wanted to tear him into pieces. "Zhao Tsongjian, stop right there!" Xie Wuyo roared. As he spoke, he held the sword in his right hand and thrust it forward. The blade trembled, and dozens of sword chi visible to the naked eye shot toward the 2 dragon eagles. Zhao Tsongjian stood on Little Fool's back, turned around and swept his sword horizontally, dispersing the sword chi. He gazed at Xie Wuyo and said, "Xie Wuyo, your Xie sect is too shameless. The so-called sword conference is just a joke. All of you hid the high-grade sword techniques of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. What a pleasant surprise." He deliberately circulated his spiritual power, and his voice resounded throughout Swordsman City, causing an uproar among the spectators. The Sword Pavilion hid a superior sword technique? Wait, the winner of the sword conference is Sword God Zhou. What's Zhao Tsongjian's name? You don't know? Zhao Tsongjian has already become Sword God Zhou's disciple. What? Xie sect is so shameless? If that's the case, who would participate in the sword conference? I fought with my life on the line, but in the end I got ditched. Where's Sword God Zhou? Is he going to break up with Xiezong? Cries of astonishment resounded in the city. Apparently, they were surprised by Xie sect's action. The sword conference had been going on for decades, but it was the first time such a scandal broke out. Xie Wuyo's face turned green in anger. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Soon the 2 dragon eagles flew to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand. The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, thunderclap sword, and formless sword levitated in front of him. The tips of the swords were all pointed at Xia Wuyo and the others. Xia Wuyo immediately stopped. Behind him, hundreds of Xia sect elders and disciples glared at him fiercely. All of them were furious. Although Zhao Zongjian's fire did not burn down the entire sword library, it destroyed many ancient books on sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji stared at Xia Wuyo and said, "I hate people who set me up. I'm already being very kind by not burning down the entire sword library." Xia Wuyo's expression changed. "Our Xia sect did not set you up," he said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and said with disdain, "Don't you know what's going on?" Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. Zhao Zongjian landed beside Zhou Xuanji and prepared to fight alongside him. He liked Zhou Xuanji's temper. Never afraid. As a swordsman, one must ask one's heart. If one feels injustice, then draw his sword. Xia Wuyo stared at Zhou Xuanji fixedly and hesitated. Should I fight or not? Ha ha ha. The great Xia sect will become a laughingstock to the great Zhou by doing such a thing. A heroic voice came. Xiahou Jin flew over from the clouds. He was still wearing his mighty and heavy armor, and had an exaggeratedly large blade in his hand. He quickly landed between Zhou Xuanji and the others in Xia sect. Seeing Xiahou Jin, Xia Wuyo's expression changed slightly. He quickly explained, "General Xia, our Xia sect did not do such a despicable thing." He spoke righteously, but some of the elders behind him blushed. Xiahou Jin ignored Xia Wuyo and said to Zhou Xuanji with a smile, "Brother Zhou, leave first. Xia Wuyo and I have not met for a long time and want to chat." Xia Wuyo wanted to say something but stopped. He understood that Xiahou Jin was giving him a way out. Zhou Xuanji was not stupid. If they really fought, they might not win. "How should I address you?" he asked. At this moment he could not just turn around and leave. He still remembered this favor. He wasn't Long Out Yen, who could do whatever he wanted with regards to dealing with people. "Xiahou Jin, if you want to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven selection, you can look for me at the royal city's military camp," Xiahou Jin said with a smile. After that, he threw a military order to Zhou Xuanji. 2 words were carved on it, Xiahou. Zhou Xuanji received the order and was stunned. Are all great Zhou generals so straightforward? He shook his head with a smile and left with little Jiang Shui and the others. Xiahou Jin glanced at Zhao Zongjian with a smile. If he could subdue Zhou Xuanji, he would get another Zhao Zongjian. It would be a great return. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, Xiahou Jin looked at Xia Wuyo and snorted, "Brother Xia, what's wrong with you? Suddenly short-sighted? This doesn't seem like the usual you." Xia Wuyo smiled awkwardly. He did not know how to answer and could only sigh. His relationship with Xiahou Jin was not simple. That was why he gave Xiahou Jin face. He sighed. "Maybe I'm really bewitched." Ever since he met Zhou Xuanji, he felt that he was not as calm as before. It could be because the Sword Monarch praised him, or it could be because Zhou Xuanji was too talented. But it was just a little. His heart was in a mess. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the others were already far away. Little Jiang Shui curled her lip and snorted. That Xia Wuyo is such a hypocrite. It was Xia Wuyo who played tricks, but he still looked like he was slandered. Zhou Xuanji pinched her cheek and smiled. "Weren't you afraid that I would offend him?" Little Jiang Shui raised her chin and said matter-of-factly, "I was afraid, but he dared to mistreat you. I hate him and despise him." Humph. Chapter 73. After leaving Swordsman City, Zhou Xuanji and the rest walked toward the empire. They were not in a hurry but traveled as though they were on a sightseeing tour. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was paying attention to how Zhao Zongjian was teaching Northern Sword Valiant. He had been teaching little Jiang Shui since she was 2 years old. After that, he taught Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin for a few years. Among them, he even taught the sword noble Xiao Jinghong. So, he had a lot of teaching experience. With the foundation of the Sword's Way, he could always point out the problems in Zhao Zongjian's teaching. Zhao Zongjian was ashamed at first, but as time passed, he looked forward to Zhou Xuanji pointing out his problems. He even took the initiative to ask Zhou Xuanji after he taught him sword moves. Because Zhou Xuanji was teaching him too. He definitely knew the sword techniques that Zhao Congjian taught him. Zhou Xuanji's questions always benefited him greatly. This day, by the river, Zhou Xuanji was internalizing qi while little Jiang Shui washed his clothes. She was the one who washed his clothes. Huang Lianxin could not help even if she wanted to. Zhao Congjian stood in front of Northern Sword Valiant and watched him train. When Huang Lianxin walked past him, he could not help but ask, "Master, you don't even train with the sword?" This was his biggest doubt. After leaving Swordsman City, he had never seen Zhou Xuanji train with the sword. He only cared about internalizing qi. Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "Didn't you see back then in Swordsman City? With such talent, he still needs to train with the sword? To my master, the sword is a gift from the heavens." After that, she walked toward the two dragon eagles and prepared to feed them. Zhao Congjian was silent. At this moment he suddenly heard a crisp sound. It came from his chest. It was heartbreak. He took a deep breath and took out his sword to train with Northern Sword Valiant. But why did he feel so bitter when he was training with the sword? After little Jiang Shui hung the clothes, she squatted down in front of Zhou Xuanji. The hair in front of her forehead was wet and twisted together. Her sleeves were rolled up, and her snow-white forearms looked extremely smooth. She squatted down and stared at Zhou Xuanji, blinking her eyes. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhou Xuanji, who had his eyes closed, asked. His tone was just as doting as before. She asked softly, "Are we really going to Great Zhou's heaven selection?" She hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask quietly. With Zhou Xuanji's personality, if he could defeat Xia Wuyo, he would have done so long ago. If he couldn't even handle Xia Wuyo, how could he fight the Empress of Great Zhou? She was also afraid of hurting Zhou Xuanji's pride, so she endured it for a month. At the same time, she felt a little guilty. If she was powerful enough, she could avenge her brother. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked with a smile, "You don't want me to go?" Little Jiang Shui hesitated and did not know what to say. "Then I won't go," Zhou Xuanji said as he shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Ah." Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji said, "No matter how great the hatred is, it's not as important as the person in front of me." In fact, he was also thinking about this problem. Previously, he had no idea how powerful the existences above the inner pellet realm were. After all, he had yet to truly encounter a stronger existence. One had to know that there were countless spirit spring and nascent soul realm cultivators by the Empress side. There were even leaving aperture realm cultivators. Xia Wuyo was only at the spirit spring stage and was able to force them to retreat. If he went to the Great Zhou Palace, he might not even be able to defeat the Empress. As the Empress of Great Zhou, her cultivation was very high as well. Little Jiang Shui blushed a little and said, "Are you always so obedient?" "Yes." Zhou Xuanji winked at her, but in his heart, he was thinking of another way. In another 10 years, he would definitely be more powerful, but the Empress would not remain the same. He still had to find an opportunity. Little Jiang Shui got up and bent down to pat his head. She giggled and said, "Good boy." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "There's someone behind me. Give me face." After that, he got up and moved away from little Jiang Shui. In another 2 years, he would not be able to call her little Jiang Shui anymore. Looking at the grown-up little Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji sighed inexplicably. In both his previous and current lives, other than his parents, she was the one who had spent the most time with him. He turned to look at the others and clapped his hands, saying, "All of you come here." Having heard him, Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Congjian sheathed their swords and walked over. Huang Lianxin did the same. Even the three-eyed drought rodent ran over with the little black snake. Zhou Xuanji gestured for them to sit on the soft grass. "I think we need to change our plan. Does anyone know what the Empress has been up to recently?" Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. He did not feel humiliated or embarrassed. What was more important than his life? Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin heard him and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They also felt that it was too dangerous for Zhou Xuanji to come into contact with the Empress. But in their eyes, Zhou Xuanji had always been unfathomable, and could create miracles. Moreover, with Zhou Xuanji's prestige, they dared not to mention it. Beixiao Wangjian shook his head and said, We can't hear news from the royal city and swordsman city. Zhao Tsongjian squinted his eyes and said, I know that the Empress is preparing to go to Merciful Melody Cliff in the next few years. Sword God Zhou wanted to kill the Empress? This is crazy. Not only did he not feel that it was ridiculous, but he felt an indescribable excitement. Zhou Xuanji dared to mention this in front of him because he could tell that he was not interested in the royal court. Many officials and generals of Great Zhou, including the royal family, invited him, but he rejected them all. Merciful Melody Cliff. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. In the northern wilderness region, there were many transcendent sects and sanctums that were on equal footing with the empires. Merciful Melody Cliff was one of them. Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou studied at Merciful Melody Cliff. After her cultivation reached great accomplishment, she left the mountain to assist Emperor Yan of Zhou. In the end, one of them became the Emperor of Great Zhou, while the other became the Empress. It became a beautiful story. This might be his chance. But the Empress would surely bring many powerful cultivators with her. Whenever he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, he felt terrible again. His greatest hope was to avenge Lady Zhao Xian before the world forgot her. It was a pity that he did not lack potential, but he lacked time. Do you know where is suitable for cultivation? Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked. He was prepared to focus on his cultivation and wait for the Empress to leave Great Zhou. Zhao Tsongjian replied, Within Great Zhou, there are countless blessed lands, but there are very few places that people can enter and leave freely. We can go to Immortal Sundering Mountain. This year's heaven selection will be held there too. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, which means we might meet someone from Great Zhou's heaven selection at Immortal Sundering Mountain? Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, This is also one of the assessment missions for Great Zhou's heaven selection. The participants' enemies can ambush them here. Unless someone beyond Soul Fountain intervenes, Great Zhou will not interfere. Zhou Xuanji immediately slapped his thigh and said, Let's go to Immortal Sundering Mountain then. If he could meet Emperor Yan of Zhou at Immortal Sundering Mountain, his other plan could be implemented. Of course, the most important thing was to cultivate. He would cultivate wholeheartedly. A legendary sword every year. When I reach the maximum level, I will barge into the Great Zhou Royal Palace directly. I don't need to beat around the bush. Chapter 74. It was 30,000 miles from Swordsman City to Immortal Sundering Mountain. Zhou Xuanji and the others took half a month to arrive. Looking at the undulating mountains and forests in front of him, the little black snake sighed and said, Back then, I had also cultivated here for 200 years. Then I was discovered by Li Qimei. From then on, I followed him on the wrong path and ended up like this. The group ignored it and continued forward. Zhou Xuanji clicked his tongue in amazement and said, The spiritual qi here is indeed dense. There should be many demons here, right? Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, After all, the Sundering Immortal Mountain Range is one of the best mountain ranges in the Zhou dynasty. There are many places that few people know about. Naturally, there are countless beasts inside. Little Jiang Shui asked curiously, Why are there so many demonic beasts? Is it because there are many powerful demon kings hidden inside? The Great Zhou can't do anything to them? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, Of course, in captivity. To humans, every part of a demon's body is a treasure. As they chatted, they walked into the forest. The broken Immortal Mountain Range was full of flowers and trees. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The three-eyed drought rodent seemed very excited. It dragged the little black snake and ran forward. A big and little two followed closely behind. Their huge bodies caused a cloud of dust to rise as they charged about, and the trees along the way were toppled. Let's go take a look. There might be treasures. Zhou Xuanji instructed Northern Sword Valiant, and Northern Sword Valiant immediately gave chase. The three-eyed drought rodent was said to know all the treasures in the world. In the past, it often found many treasures for Zhou Xuanji, but most of them were spirit stones or spirit herbs or spirit fruits. Zhou Xuanji, Little Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Tsongjian moved forward slowly. Along the way, Zhao Tsongjian started asking about the difficulties of practicing the Vibrant Raindrops sword. Zhou Xuanji had already mastered the sword will, and had mastered the Vibrant Raindrops sword, so he could answer his questions with just a few words. Now Zhao Tsongjian had completely given in. Following Zhou Xuanji, his way of the sword had been improving. However, what he wanted to learn the most was the dual sword intent. Before teaching Beixiao Wang's sword to a high level, he did not have the face to make such a request. An hour later, with a big and small heir leading the way, they found Northern Valiant Sword and the three-eyed drought rodent. This was a cave located at the foot of the mountain. It was hidden by bushes and seemed bottomless. Beixiao Wangjian stood at the entrance of the cave and said, "The demonic beasts inside have been dealt with. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and led little Jiang Shui into the cave. Zhao Tsongjian and Huang Lianxin followed closely behind. A big and small heir were too big so they could only wait outside. The tunnel led downward, and the walls were slightly damp. After walking for about 50 meters, they saw a very spacious underground space. The walls were inlaid with all kinds of gems, and the light they emitted illuminated the cave. Not far away, there were 4 corpses of demonic beasts. They looked like crocodiles and were drenched in blood. Zhou Xuanji's gaze fell on a lake in front of him. At the center of the lake, there was a blood lotus that was glowing with a faint luster. One look and anyone could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Blood jade lotus, this is a good thing. It can strengthen your qi and blood. If I consume it, I will be able to recover my cultivation base to the 2nd level. When the time comes, I will be able to help you. The little black snake laid on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said politely. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Songjian, go get it." Yes. Zhao Tsongjian immediately walked over. The little black snake was overjoyed. "I'm going to become stronger." Finally, he didn't need to be oppressed by this stinky rat. "Are there any hidden dangers here?" Zhou Xuanji asked Huang Lianxin. Huang Lianxin's ability to see through things had been evolving. Not only could she see through the human body, but she could also see through mountains, murky rivers, flowers, and trees. Zhao Tsongjian once suspected that her eyes contained some kind of bloodline. But it was a pity that Huang Lianxin was not sure herself. Huang Lianxin's eyes sparkled with a strange light. She looked around and shook her head, saying, "There's no danger." When little Jiang Shui heard this, she felt relieved and walked towards a beautiful and dazzling blue crystal. Zhao Tsongjian quickly brought the blood jade lotus to Zhou Xuanji. The blood jade lotus was huge. It had 8 petals and each petal was the size of a human palm. Zhou Xuanji took over the blood jade lotus and asked the little black snake, "Do you want to eat it raw?" The little black snake nodded excitedly and said, "My body is small, I have to eat it slowly." Smack! Zhou Xuanji slapped it away, along with the three-eyed drought rodent. He tore off a petal and began to chew. In an instant, he felt a stream of heat flowing down his throat and coursing through his meridians. He immediately sat down and began to channel his energy. The little black snake was in a daze from the fall and shouted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "This old man cannot coexist with you." What responded was the three-eyed drought rodent's butt. Zhou Xuanji channeled the sword qi golden body incantation and cultivated on his own, while the others dug out the spirit stone crystals embedded in the walls. After they finished harvesting, Zhou Xuanji was still not done, so they decided to stay here for a while. Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Tsongjian walked out of the cave and cleared out an empty space to continue their sword training. Time passed. 7 days passed. Zhou Xuanji ate 2 blood jade lotus petals and finally broke through to enlightening level 4. His sword qi golden body incantation reached level 3, sword qi soar. Previously he was already halfway into sword qi soar. This time he completely stepped into it, and the spirit energy in his body grew tremendously. The so-called sword qi soar was to use the pores of the skin as the clouds, and the sword qi would burst out. If the enemies were close, they would be killed by the sword qi and shredded into pieces. After breaking through to sword qi soar, he was in a good mood. He gave 2 blood jade lotus petals to little Jiang Shui, 1 each to Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Tsongjian. He tore off half of the remaining petal and threw it to the three-eyed drought rodent. He kept the other half for himself. Little Jiang Shui suggested that she give her petal to a big and small heir. Although Zhou Xuanji rejected, he could not stand her coaxing and pestering. After that, the group packed up and continued their journey. They planned to head deeper into the immortal Sundering Mountain. The deeper they went, the richer the spiritual qi. After traveling for a month, they finally stopped. During this period of time, they encountered many demons and even cultivators, but they did not interact with any of them. The place they chose to settle down was the top of a mountain. There was an old tree that was 30 meters tall. The trunk of the tree needed 8 adult men to wrap their arms around it. The cliff was more than 300 meters tall. Below it was a boundless forest. Looking from here, they could see very far. Zhou Xuanji began to cultivate crazily. Not only did he internalize qi, but he also used spirit stones and spirit pills. 3 months later, he forcefully broke through to enlightening level 5. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also broke through to foundation building level 6. Another few months passed. Zhou Xuanji continued to break through and reached enlightening level 6. Under Zhao Congjian's guidance, Beixiao Wangjian achieved small accomplishment in his sword technique. It was a black-grade advanced tier sword technique after all. To achieve great accomplishment required time and effort. Zhao Congjian's vibrant raindrop sword also reached small accomplishment. During the day, he trained with his sword and occasionally gave Beixiao Wangjian some pointers. At night, he internalized qi and cultivated. The others did the same. They cultivated spells or sword techniques during the day and internalized qi at night. Only Zhou Xuanji internalized qi from morning to night. He could even sit for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. This day, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 12 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Chapter 75. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gulfurious Ape Sword. Brunch Chicken Slaying Sword. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. 2 legendary swords? What was going on? Wasn't he only allowed to draw once? Every year the sword master grows older. He must draw a divine sword. At the same time, there is a chance to draw other things, including divine swords. The sword spirit quickly explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. What if one day, his mortal rank exploded and he directly drew dozens of divine swords? If that was the case, then his 100 sword style would be realized. He took out the Furious Ape Sword and Chicken Slaying Sword. The Furious Ape Sword was a gold-ranked divine sword, so it must be very powerful. As for the Chicken Slaying Sword, this name ahem. At this moment, a few lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Furious Ape Sword level. Gold description. A divine sword formed from the bones of the ancient angry ape. By injecting spiritual energy or magic power into it, it can unleash sword qi. The longer it takes to accumulate power, the stronger the sword qi will be. Special warning. There is no time limit for accumulating power. Sword name, Chicken Slaying Sword level. Bronze description. Specialized in killing chickens, born to kill chickens. When Zhou Xuanji saw the description of the Furious Ape Sword, his eyes brightened. This feature was awesome. Charging up to /sword qi, and there was no time limit. Wouldn't it be infinitely powerful? But when he saw the Chicken Slaying Sword's description, he was speechless. He already had a swine-culling sword, and now he had another sword that specialized in killing chickens? Was there a special meaning behind the term chicken? Zhou Xuanji thought as he focused on the 2 swords in his hands. The Furious Ape Sword was a black sword with a lot of black ape fur on its hilt. It was very comfortable to touch. The blade was 4 fingers wide and 1 meter long. There was a small angry ape's head at the point where the hilt and the blade were connected. It looked very sinister and terrifying. The chicken slaying sword appeared simple and unremarkable. If it was placed in a weapon shop, no one would notice it. It was just an ordinary silver sword that was slightly longer than the Furious Ape Sword. It was actually used to chop chickens. Good sword. Zhao Congjian, who was not far away, praised. His eyes were burning with passion. As a swordsman, he had a keen eye for swords. Zhou Xuanji stored the Furious Ape Sword and held the Chicken Slaying Sword in his hand. Let's spar, he asked with a smile. Zhao Congjian looked at the Chicken Slaying Sword and shook his head. This sword is alright, but it's far from that sword. Why don't you use that sword to spar with me? Zhou Xuanji shook his sword and said with a smile, This is the Chicken Slaying Sword, don't underestimate it. As he finished speaking, he dashed towards Zhao Congjian with the vibrant raindrop sword. Zhao Congjian's eyes brightened. He immediately understood that Zhou Xuanji wanted to teach him some sword techniques. He immediately used the vibrant raindrop sword to resist Zhou Xuanji. The two swords clashed, and Zhou Xuanji directly suppressed him. In terms of spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was no match for him. But Zhou Xuanji was a dual cultivator of energy and physique. After he broke through to the third level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, Sword Qi Soar, his power increased tremendously. Together with the fact that his sword was faster than Zhao Zongjian's, Zhao Zongjian was naturally at a disadvantage. In the distance, little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were chatting at the edge of the cliff. Master is 12 years old today. Aren't you already 16? Time passes so quickly. It's time for the little girl to get married. Huang Lianxin sighed in amazement. She was only in her 20s, which was the prime of a woman's life. She wore a long dress the color of a green lotus and had 2 hairpins in her hair bun. Together with her pretty face, she could charm most men. Although little Jiang Shui looked young beside her, her looks were more exquisite. Her eyes were bright, and she wore a golden thorn inner armor with a layer of blue clothes and a white long robe. She wore a Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer hairpin on her head. She already had the looks and temperament that could cause the downfall of a city. Hearing Huang Lianxin's words, she blushed and mumbled, "I'm not getting married." Young girls were always full of anticipation and shyness toward love. Huang Lianxin smiled faintly and said, "Are you waiting for Master to grow up?" In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, so they had never treated him as a child. Huang Lianxin had already seen through little Jiang Shui's thoughts, but Zhou Xuanji did not. This guy was really a cultivation maniac. Usually, he only talked about cultivation. Little Jiang Shui lowered her head. Even her ears were red. Every time this happened, she would think back to the day when she first met Zhou Xuanji. That day, when she was bullied and returned to her room, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the bed. "Sister, I'm thirsty," he called out to her. She would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. She raised her head and asked with a blushing face, "Sister Lianxin, do you have someone you like?" Huang Lianxin was a little stunned. She shook her head and laughed, saying, "All I think about is revenge. I have already given up on love." Little Jiang Shui blinked and said, "Then you don't know what love is either?" Huang Lianxin heard her and blushed. She faked a cough and said, "Of course I know. What is love? To hold hands and never be separated. To have each other in your heart. That is love." Really? The two girls began to discuss love. To prove that she understood love, Huang Lianxin began to tell little Jiang Shui about the love legends in the northern wilderness region. On the other side, Northern Valiant Sword's attention was attracted by Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian's spar. He had a weird expression and mumbled, "Master's sword. Why does it always stab downward?" Zhou Xuanji was astonished in his heart too. Why did his chicken-slaying sword always stab downward? Zhao Zongjian's face turned red. With the vibrant raindrop sword, he really could not withstand Zhou Xuanji's attacks. He wanted to use other sword techniques, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji kept his sword and stood up straight. He faked a cough and said, "Let's stop here. Do you know where you are lacking?" Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji in shame. He turned around and left immediately. He planned to practice the vibrant raindrop sword throughout the night. Zhou Xuanji turned around to look at Northern Valiant Sword and slowly raised the chicken-slaying sword. Northern Valiant Sword shuddered. He felt a gust of cold wind drilling between his legs, and he immediately escaped. Zhou Xuanji looked at the chicken-slaying sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. It's really the chicken-slaying sword. After that, he stored the legendary sword into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked toward little Jiang Shui. He wanted to hear what the two girls were talking about. His hearing was outstanding, so he could hear their conversation before he even got close. So they are telling a story. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He quickly sat down beside little Jiang Shui and asked with a smile, "What story are you two telling?" Little Jiang Shui hugged his shoulder and giggled. "You tell me. Sister Lianxin's stories are not good at all. The endings are too tragic." Huang Lianxin mumbled, "Master knows about love stories? He can only tell you stories about the rise of powerful cultivators." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "Who says I don't know? I know so many stories that you will be scared to death." Yeah, You tell me a beautiful love story. Little Jiang Shui nodded with a smile and urged him. Since she was young, she often listened to Zhou Xuanji's stories. Zhou Xuanji could always tell her different and interesting stories. Listen up. I will tell you a beautiful love story that will touch the hearts of all ages. Zhou Xuanji slapped away little Jiang Shui's hand that was on his shoulder and began to tell the story. Legend has it that there was a powerful god in the sky. His name was Marshal Tianpeng, and he led 100,000 heavenly river navy soldiers. He was majestic and awe-inspiring, and he awed the three realms. After that, he made a mistake while drinking and was banished to the mortal realm. He was turned into a pig, and when he was young he was almost killed. Fortunately, a little girl could not bear to see him like that, so she asked her parents to buy him and let him go. Marshal Tianpeng began to cultivate in the wild. After that, he became a demon king and returned in human form to search for the little girl who saved his life. But hundreds of years passed and the world changed. The little girl reincarnated and was born in a wealthy family called Gaolao Village. The first update of the night. I updated Zhou Xuanji's attributes in the forum. There will be more content announced in advance. You can go and take a look. Chapter 76. Zhou Xuanji narrated Canopy Marshal's story. His voice was not soft, and even Zhao Congjian and Beixiao Wangjian, who were far away, were listening. Heaven Realm? Canopy Marshal? 100,000 heavenly river navy? Why hadn't they heard of such a legend? Hearing Zhou Xuanji speak as if it was the truth, they almost believed him. As the story progressed, the evil monk Tang Xuanzong brought his demonic disciple, Sun Wukong, to separate the Canopy Marshal and Lady Gao, who had finally gotten together. Little Jiang Shui and little Jiang Shui's tears fell as they listened to the story. In order to let Miss Gao live forever and accompany him forever, the Canopy Marshal bade farewell to Miss Gao and was given the name Zhu Beiji by Tang Xuanzong, with the courtesy name Wuning. He became Tang Xuanzong's servant and went with him to the Western Paradise to obtain scriptures. Zhou Xuanji told the ending of the story, and he even sighed. He could not describe the joys and sorrows of parting and reuniting, nor the feelings of love. The two women were already sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Congjian sighed in a low voice. What a great Marshal Tianpeng. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's a hero. Northern Valiant Sword was also at a loss as he thought of her. Heroes always fall for the charms of a beautiful woman. Little Jiang Shui wiped the tears off her face. Her eyes were red and swollen. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arm and asked, "What happened after that? Did Canopy Marshal reunite with Miss Gao?" Huang Lianxin also looked at Zhou Xuanji, hoping that Canopy Marshal would have a good ending. If such a sentimental hero could not get what he wanted, how many lifetimes would he have to search for Miss Gao? Zhou Xuanji got up and looked into the distance. He went to the Western Paradise and became a pure altar emissary under Buddha. He could never see Miss Gao again, and Miss Gao could not withstand the mercilessness of time. She turned into dust and disappeared with the wind. Everyone in the world praises immortals and Buddhas, but who can escape from mortal emotions? Be it immortals or demons, they can't escape love. With that, he shook his head and left in a huff. Even he himself couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Now that he was acting, it was really smooth and natural with a unique charm. Little Jiang Shui was stunned. She quickly got up and chased after Zhou Xuanji. She tilted her head and asked, "Will they really never meet again?" Her tone was low, which made Zhou Xuanji feel quite helpless. Did I speak too well, or are you too soft-hearted? Stories belong to others. What you should be concerned about is how you write your own story. Zhou Xuanji patted her head and comforted her. Little Jiang Shui nodded and pouted. Why do you sound so reasonable now? Have you grown up? Zhou Xuanji almost collapsed in laughter. What did it mean to grow up? Little Jiang Shui hooked her arms around Zhou Xuanji's neck and pressed her forehead against his. She asked softly, "Tell me, do you have someone you like? You know so many stories, you must have matured early." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and wanted to break free, but the girl did not let go. He said helplessly, "I'm only 12 years old. How can I have a sweetheart?" Young girls in the prime of their youth were just too troublesome, thinking about nonsense all day long. Little Jiang Shui let go with satisfaction, and Zhou Xuanji quickly escaped. Wait, he doesn't have a sweetheart? Little Jiang Shui suddenly thought of something and her face darkened. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji had already disappeared. For the next month, little Jiang Shui was sulking. Although she still washed his clothes and cooked for him, every time he talked to her, she would turn around with a cold snort and ignore him. Zhou Xuanji was amused. He knew exactly what little Jiang Shui was thinking. He just wanted to anger her. 5 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through again and reached enlightening level 7. This day Zhao Zongjian returned on his sword. He landed beside Zhou Xuanji, bowed and said, "Master, Great Zhou's heaven selection has begun. There are 372 participants in the martial science exam. Their goal is to hunt down rank 4 demons, rank 5 demon kings, and rank 6 great demon kings." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "They can only kill rank 3 demons?" Zhao Zongjian nodded and said, "If it's any lower, it wouldn't be in line with Great Zhou's heaven-chosen level. Great Zhou has sent a 2nd-rank general and 6 3rd-rank generals to guard and patrol. Among them is Xiahou Jin, who helped us that day." "Is Meng Tianlang here?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not feel guilty for standing Meng Tianlang up. After all, he did not owe Meng Tianlang anything. He had never used the General Meng token. "He's here," Zhao Zongjian said. Many princes and princesses came from the royal family, but the emperor and the empress did not come. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Ignore them. Let's continue our cultivation." Although Great Zhou's heaven selection was held at Immortal Sundering Mountain, Great Zhou did not clear out its participants. Even if the heaven chosen had conflicts with unrelated people or killed each other, they would not interfere. As long as one's cultivation did not exceed Soul Fountain, it would be a test. So, in every heaven selection, many failed participants came to look for trouble. This made Great Zhou extremely lively during Great Zhou's heaven selection. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Zhao Zongjian nodded and walked under the tree to continue his sword practice. That day, after Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, a big and small heir returned, Zhou Xuanji gathered them and reminded them not to go out casually, in case something bad happened to them. No one objected. Little Jiang Shui asked, "Are we going to stay here? Not hide?" The top of the cliff was too conspicuous and there would be trouble. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "There are so many geniuses. There might be someone suitable to be my sword slave." Everyone's eyes brightened, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhao Zongjian looked at Beixiao Wangjian and said, "Go and practice your sword skills. If you don't succeed soon, there will be newcomers, and you will still be at the bottom." Beixiao Wangjian was a little depressed. Didn't I still have Huang Lianxin? The first round of Great Zhou's heaven selection lasted for a year. 20 out of the 372 would enter Great Zhou's royal city, and the top 3 would be decided under the emperor's nose. The group continued to cultivate. They had already built 5 wooden huts under the tree, and they stored plenty of firewood and food. There was a small river at the foot of the mountain, and they could wash up. With their cultivation, they could jump into the river with their clothes on, and use their magic energy to evaporate the water. They did not even need to take off their clothes. They could just change in the huts. The group began to cultivate day after day. After dinner every day, Zhou Xuanji would tell them stories. The stories were filled with logic, and even Zhao Zongjian loved to listen to them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. This day, a genius finally came to Zhou Xuanji and the rest. "I'm Longyang Tian, ranked 26th on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. How about selling these 2 dragon eagles to me?" A handsome young man came on a flying fan. He wore a green robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. He stared at a big and small heir with a burning gaze. Zhou Xuanji and the rest laughed. "Let me do it?" Beixiao Wangjian said excitedly. Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why don't you consider yourself? You want to die with your enlightening stage cultivation?" Long Yangtian saw that Huang Lianxin was beautiful, and that she said such words. He immediately raised his chin and looked arrogant. Zhao Zongjian got up slowly and looked at Long Yangtian. "I'm Zhao Zongjian, ranked 9th on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Since you are here, then stay." Long Yangtian opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Chapter 77. 9th on the Great Zhou's reputation ranking? Zhao Tsongjian? Long Yongtian widened his eyes in shock and his brain stopped working. He frowned and shouted, Zhao Tsongjian? How could this be? Aren't you the new disciple of the Sword Monarch? Why are you here? The Sword Monarch's disciple would not participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. This was a strict order from the Sword Monarch. Zhao Tsongjian frowned when he heard that. Before he participated in the CSX Sword Discourse, the news that he was the Sword Emperor's disciple had spread. However, he had never seen the Sword Emperor with his own eyes. The Sword Emperor had sent someone to see him and expressed his intention to take him in as a disciple, but he was too arrogant and had directly refused. But after that, the news of him being the Sword Emperor's disciple didn't stop, and it became even more intense. As time passed, everyone in the world thought that he was the Sword Emperor's disciple, causing him to be extremely disgusted with the Sword Emperor. Hearing Long Yongtian mention this again, his eyes turned cold, and he suddenly leaped up with his sword. Zhao Tsongjian's speed was very fast. Before Long Yongtian could escape, he was already close to him. Long Yongtian leaped and the flying fan under his feet landed in his hands. He waved it at Zhao Tsongjian. Zhao Tsongjian shook his long sword and countless sword stars shot out, drowning Long Yongtian. In an instant, Long Yongtian's robes were cut open and blood splattered everywhere. Vibrant raindrops soared. Now Zhao Tsongjian's sword technique was nearing completion. Even if it was still lacking, it was enough to defeat Long Yongtian. Zhou Xuanji waved at Beixiao Wangjian. When Beixiao Wangjian walked up to him, he asked curiously, Zhao Tsongjian did not even reach Soul Fountain. Why is he ranked 9th? Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong were both at the Spirit Spring stage. The latter could kill 5th-ranked demons and Spirit Spring experts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Could it be that there was a dividing line within the Great Zhou's reputation list? Northern Sword Valiant smiled bitterly. The Zhou dynasty's reputation chart is a chart for those below 100 years old. Master, do you think everyone is like you, reaching the 7th level of the enlightening state at the age of 12? With Zhou Xuanji's pace, he might have broken through to Soul Fountain by the age of 20. Looking at him, Northern Sword Valiant could not help but sigh. Talent was really a cruel thing. Zhou Xuanji blinked and said, Seems like our Great Zhou's talents are declining. Northern Sword Valiant. The battle between Zhao Tsongjian and Long Yongtian continued. Long Yongtian was no match for Zhao Tsongjian at all. In less than 100 rounds, he was defeated. In the end, he was thrown to the top of the cliff by Zhao Tsongjian. His storage ring and storage bag were all taken away. His face was filled with despair as he laid down like a corpse. Northern Sword Valiant asked, This person is one of the top 30 on the hero ranking board of Great Zhou. Is he qualified to be your sword slave? Sword slave? Long Yongtian shuddered and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. A child? Wait a minute. Children. 2 dragon eagles. Long Yongtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned horrified. He said with a trembling voice, Unparalleled in the world. Sword God Zhou. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to give himself a few slaps. He was too rash. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Long Yongtian and looked down at him. He doesn't know the sword. Let him go, he said with a frown. Long Yongtian was excited when he heard that. He struggled to get up and stammered, Thank you, Senior God of Swords. Then he carefully walked past the crowd and arrived at the cliff. Relying on his flying fan, he swayed and flew towards the horizon. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Tsongjian and said, Check the loot. Zhao Tsongjian nodded. Long Yongtian was just the beginning. Over the next few days, cultivators passed by this place. Most of them were attracted by the dragon eagles, Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui. In the end, some died while others were injured. Zhou Xuanji's wealth began to grow exponentially. Apart from cultivators, there were also demon kings passing by. Most of them were only at the 4th rank, barely able to take human form. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed by. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian had both mastered their sword techniques. The name of Sword God Zhou spread across the immortal Sundering Mountain range. All the chosen ones knew that Sword God Zhou brought Zhao Tsongjian along to cultivate at the immortal Sundering Mountain. Many sword cultivators began to search for Sword God Zhou. Even the unparalleled Zhao Tsongjian was willing to take Sword God Zhou as his master. How profound was Sword God Zhou's way of the sword? On this day, a young man in black flew past the cliff. He stopped abruptly and looked at the two dragon eagles before looking at Zhou Xuanji. The dragon eagle's cry pierces through the skies. The unparalleled Sword God Zhou. The body of a dwarf. That's him. The black-clothed youth immediately became excited, and he immediately landed on top of the mountain. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian turned around and looked at him coldly, as though they were looking at their prey. At this moment, the black-clothed youth knelt down on the ground with a loud thud. He held back his excitement and cried out, "Sir Sword God, please take me as your disciple." Although he was not handsome, the black mole on his left eyebrow made it easy for people to remember him. Take him as a disciple? The group was stunned and could not understand the situation. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Tell me your name." The black-clothed youth said, "My name is Fang Junsheng, ranked 19th on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. I have long heard of Sir Sword God's decisiveness in the way of the sword. Dual sword wills in 9 sword mode. Even the sword monarch of Great Zhou does not know that. I am here to be your disciple. As long as you agree, I can give up Great Zhou's heaven selection and follow you to roam the world." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Are you stupid? Give up Great Zhou's heaven selection to follow him?" Zhou Xuanji could not understand it. Could it be that this person had other intentions? Fang Junsheng scratched his head and smiled. "Actually, I don't want to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. It was my family that forced me to. I wanted to leave my family a long time ago." Sword God Zhou appeared out of nowhere and had never tasted defeat. He even dared to reject the Sword Monarch's offer and burned the Siesek sword library. He had long become someone who was respected by countless people, especially among the sword cultivators. Many were dissatisfied with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou's fame and fortune. The appearance of Sword God Zhou gave them hope that the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou would be overthrown. Of course, it was only hope. Judging from his performance, Sword God Zhou was far from the Sword Monarch. Zhou Xuanji threw a glance at Zhao Tsongjian, who immediately understood and thrust his sword toward Fang Junsheng. Fang Junsheng understood that this was a test. He raised his spirits and drew his sword to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged blows on the mountain top. Their swords clashed and sparks flew. It was very exciting. Little Jiang Shui, Northern Sword Valiant, Huang Lianxin, a big and small heir, the three-eyed drought rodent, and the little black snake all looked over. At this moment, a silhouette leaped over the cliff and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Seeing him, Northern Sword Valiant's expression changed drastically. The little black snake hid behind the three-eyed drought rodent out of fear. It was Xiao Jinghong. He wore a white robe and a bamboo hat. With a sword in his hand, he looked like a wandering swordsman. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down. "Greetings, revered teacher." Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Northern Sword Valiant and the little black snake swallowed their saliva. Although they knew that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them greatly. Xiao Jinghong looked up and said with a smile, "There are still 2 more years before my duel with Meng Tianlang. I want to come here to continue my training and master dual sword wills." Zhao Tsongjian and Fang Junsheng, who were sparring, opened their eyes wide. Sword Noble. He was Sword God Zhou's disciple? Both of them were shocked, including Zhao Tsongjian. He thought that Northern Sword Valiant was bragging, but he did not expect it to be true. Xiao Jinghong ignored their gazes. He got up and said to Zhou Xuanji, "These years, I went to the depths of Gulan Forest and challenged the Gulan Demon Monarch. Unfortunately, I lost terribly and almost did not come back. But fortunately, I broke through to Astral Infant. If I master dual sword wills, Meng Tianlang will not be my match." Chapter 78. Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Realm? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This brat is so powerful. The cultivation realms of the human race, from low to high, were qi-nourishing foundation establishment, enlightening, inner Dan, spirit spring and nascent soul. Once one reached the nascent soul realm, as long as they didn't encounter a great disaster, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live for 1,000 years. He asked, "Did you follow me and protect me in the dark?" Nodding his head, Xiao Jinghong sighed. Master speed of improvement is something I'm far inferior to. Back then, when they had first met Zhou Xuanji, he was already devilish enough. Now he had reached the 7th level of the enlightening realm at the age of 12. He was even more monstrous than Zhao Congjian and Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji gestured for him to sit down, then waved at the three of them. Huang Lianxin and Beixiao Wangjian took the initiative to introduce themselves. Beixiao Wangjian looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. Back then, he had lost to Northern Valiant Sword. Northern Sword Valiant, although you are not talented, you have good foresight. You will be fortunate in the future. Xiao Jinghong nodded at Northern Sword Valiant and smiled. His tone made Northern Sword Valiant very unhappy. Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple, while Beixiao Wangjian was a sword slave. Northern Sword Valiant snorted coldly. I'm already very fortunate. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Following Zhou Xuanji, his sword technique had been improving. Every day was fulfilling, and he did not have to challenge other swordsmen like before to seek a breakthrough. Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Xiao Jinghong answered honestly. In the end, Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, After I defeat Ming Tianlang, I will follow Master to roam the world. Master, what is your goal? Target? Zhou Xuanji could not help but think. After taking revenge, he planned to travel around the world. Therefore, he was filled with lofty sentiments and said with a smile, There will be a day when 10,000 swords soar in the sky, and I will stand at the highest point. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. They thought of Zhou Xuanji's 10-sword mode. It turned out that 10 strikes was not his limit. His goal was 10,000 strikes. They imagined the scene and got goosebumps. Xiao Jinghong sighed. Master's idea is truly spectacular. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, He's invincible when he brags. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, Just you wait. That day will come. The other side. Zhao Congjian defeated Fang Junsheng. Fang Junsheng looked defeated. Xiao Jinghong glanced at them and said, This kid isn't worthy of being your disciple. He's more suitable to be a sword slave. When Fang Junsheng heard this, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. With Xiao Jinghong around, the threshold to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple was high, and he could not rebut. Zhou Xuanji looked at Fang Junsheng and asked, You really want to follow me? Fang Junsheng immediately ran over and knelt behind Zhou Xuanji. Even if I become a sword slave, I'm willing. My path is the way of the sword, and my family can't give me much help. My family is not on good terms with the sword monarch of Great Zhou, and it's impossible for me to become his disciple, so I can only rely on you. Zhou Xuanji muttered, Follow us for half a year first. Within half a year, if I'm not satisfied, you can leave. Fang Junsheng was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed toward Zhou Xuanji. Xiao Jinghong's lips curled upwards, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Congjian, on the other hand, stared at Xiao Jinghong with a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. He had to work hard and couldn't always be at the bottom. The addition of Xiao Jinghong and Fang Junsheng made the group even livelier. From then on, Zhou Xuanji would teach Xiao Jinghong every day. Seeing how Xiao Jinghong humbly sought guidance in front of Zhou Xuanji, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Fang Junsheng were all stimulated. Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts grew bigger. Half a month later, Zhao Congjian could not hold it in anymore and challenged Xiao Jinghong. In the end, he was defeated in less than 3 moves. Zhao Congjian, the undefeatable 3 sword moves. This title was so ear-piercing to Zhao Congjian. When my revered teacher was 6 years old, he defeated me with his sword techniques alone. Xiao Jinghong pointed his sword at Zhao Congjian's throat and said expressionlessly. Zhao Congjian's pupils contracted, and his expression turned bitter. Zhou Xuanji could not bear it anymore. He stared at Xiao Jinghong and said, Don't bully me. Xiao Jinghong smiled and turned around to continue his training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand at Zhao Congjian and said, I will teach you how to manifest the sword will of the vibrant raindrops sword. Zhao Congjian heard him and his eyes brightened. He immediately forgot about his unhappiness and walked quickly toward Zhou Xuanji. Under the tree, Fang Junsheng was building a house as he asked Beixiao Wangjian, who was training beside him, Brother Beixiao, how many sword techniques does Master know? I feel that he knows many types of sword wills. He really liked the atmosphere when Zhou Xuanji and the others trained. Other than little Jiang Shui, everyone enjoyed training their sword techniques. The positive atmosphere was infectious to him. Beixiao Wangjian replied, Master is unfathomable. It's not something that you and I can guess. Every sword technique that he knows, he can manifest the sword will. Zhou Xuanji's talent had already made him a god. Fang Junxing nodded and continued to build the house. He looked back occasionally. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were training in front of a big and small air. Zhou Xuanji obtained many spells, enough for little Jiang Shui to train for a few hundred years. Ever since Xiao Jinghong joined, the little black snake became extremely well behaved. Did not even speak a word. It was probably pretending to be an ordinary snake. The group did not expose it and intended to suffocate it to death. In a valley, countless snakes were gathered here in a dense mass. They were like a black ocean that surged endlessly, causing one to feel a chill run down one's spine. On a giant rock, two demons in human form stood. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man had an evil aura, while the woman had a bewitching charm. Their lower body was that of a snake, while their upper body wore clothes made of snakeskin. Husband, are we really going to deal with Sword God Zhou? Until now, no one knows how powerful he is. The female demon frowned and asked worriedly. The male demon waved his hand and said proudly, Who am I? I am Nanheng Snake Lord. Xia Wuyo is nothing in front of me with his cultivation of 5th rank level 10. And Sword God Zhou could not even deal with Xia Wuyo. He is not that powerful. 5th rank level 10 was equivalent to Soul Fountain level 10. Nanheng Snake Lord held the female demon's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, my dear. As long as we can take down Sword God Zhou's head, I will bring you and our children away from Great Zhou. We will go to the demon race's territory and never participate in any conflicts. The female demon sighed. Her bewitching face was filled with sorrow. She said faintly, The demon monarch is too much. Didn't he owe the Gulan demon monarch a demonic pellet back then? He sent us to kill Sword God Zhou because of this. We have no choice. Our demon monarch cares about morality the most. Nanheng Snake Lord shook his head and smiled. After that, he turned to look at the sea of snakes below. With a hideous smile he shouted, All of you go and find Sword God Zhou's whereabouts. Remember what I told you before. After he spoke, all the snakes dashed toward different directions. They crawled all over the mountain walls, as though they were dyed with a layer of black. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the others had another uninvited guest. Seeing him, everyone's expression changed slightly. They did not attack immediately. The person was the second on Great Zhou's reputation ranking, Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang had already broken through to Astral Infant 4 years ago. He was one step faster than Xiao Jinghong, but he was much older than Xiao Jinghong. He wore Great Zhou's iron armor and rode on a fierce horse. The horse's hooves stepped on the clouds. Xiao Jinghong. Meng Tianlang squinted his eyes and stared at Xiao Jinghong. The smile on his face disappeared quickly. He was here to look for Sword God Zhou, but he did not expect to meet his nemesis. Xiao Jinghong looked at him expressionlessly and did not make a sound. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became heavy. Beixiao Wangjian, Fang Junxing, and Huang Lianxin were extremely nervous. Chapter 79. General Meng, long time no see. Zhou Xuanji said with a calm expression. He was thinking about how to reject Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang turned to look at him with a complicated expression. Sword God Zhou. Back then, Zhou Xuanji pretended to be a kid and lied to him. He lied that he was going to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection, and cheated him of his General Meng token. After that, Zhou Xuanji never went to Great Zhou's camp. Meng Tianlang was furious, but he did not take it to heart. But today they found out that the kid was Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou was standing together with his archenemy, Xiao Jinghong. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Zhao Zongjian stepped out and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. Are you going to attack? He asked. Facing Meng Tianlang, whose reputation was not inferior to that of the Sword Sovereign, he was eager to try. You can leave. Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. This guy was always so impulsive. Meng Tianlang was not Xiao Jinghong. If they really fought, Zhao Zongjian would definitely die. Zhao Zongjian was indeed talented, but like Zhou Xuanji he needed time. Clang Xiao Jinghong raised his right hand, holding the sword in his hand. With a flick of his thumb, he pulled out the hilt of the sword, revealing half of the blade. He looked up at Meng Tianlang and said, "Sword God Zhou is my revered teacher. If you want to deal with him, ask the sword in my hand first." Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide, somewhat not daring to believe his ears. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, his hands clutching his stomach. "Xiao Jinghong, oh Xiao Jinghong, you actually acknowledge such a kid as your master? Are you King possessed?" Meng Tianlang laughed angrily, and his tone contained a tone of exasperation that she didn't live up to his expectations. He saw Xiao Jinghong as his lifelong rival, and Xiao Jinghong's actions made him feel humiliated. Xiao Jinghong remained expressionless. "What are you laughing at? Do you know how powerful my master is? Frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted." Meng Tianlang stopped smiling and said, "He's only in the enlightening realm. How powerful can he be?" Zhou Xuanji's qi obscuring incantation was not omnipotent. Meng Tianlang was at the astral infant stage and could see through his cultivation at a glance. How could Zhou Xuanji allow him to continue humiliating him? "You look down on me. How about this, since you have a high cultivation, do you dare to take my sword head and, if you come out unscathed, I'll admit defeat and I'll give you the 2 dragon eagles. If I win you'll be my slave. Do you dare?" Zhou Xuanji said. With these words everyone's gaze fell on him. "Master." Zhao Zongjian wanted to say something but stopped. Meng Tianlang was at the astral infant stage, which was 3 stages lower than Zhou Xuanji. How could he defeat him? Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Huang Lianxin, Bei Xiao Wangjian and Fang Junsheng were too nervous to speak. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji in silence. "This is insane." The little black snake hid behind the 3-eyed drought rodent and muttered to itself. Meng Tianlang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "This brat is so fearless. Where does he get his confidence from?" "What? You're the great Zhou cavalry general, are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, provoking Meng Tianlang on purpose. "Damn it! How can this brat be so eloquent?" Meng Tianlang cursed in his heart. Last time he was fooled by this brat. Now that he thought about it he blushed and wanted to beat Zhou Xuanji up. Xiao Jinghong raised his brow and said, "Of course he doesn't dare to. He can't afford to lose." Meng Tianlang heard him and snorted coldly. "Then bring it on. I have another request. Only you can fight." He was also afraid that Zhou Xuanji was up to something. Zhou Xuanji took out the furious ape sword and said, "I will rely on this sword." Everyone looked at it and was shocked. Such a handsome sword. Meng Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief. This sword was indeed powerful, but it was still a pipe dream to threaten him. He had his own powerful enchanted artifact. Why should he be afraid? Brat. Your standards are still too low. You have never experienced the sky of the astral infant stage. Meng Tianlang thought to himself with a cold smile. He immediately took out his broadsword and said with a smile, "Come on, your dragon eagles are mine." Thinking about how he humiliated Xiao Jinghong's revered teacher, he felt so good. Xiao Jinghong walked to the side and looked at Zhou Xuanji calmly. At this moment he suddenly thought of what happened 6 years ago. The current situation was so similar to what happened back then. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at Meng Tianlang and said, "Don't regret, don't dodge." Meng Tianlang leaped up and landed on the edge of the cliff. He stood proudly and said, "If I regret, I'm your son. If I dodge, I'm your grandson." "What a grandson!" Zhou Xuanji smiled and immediately channeled his spirit energy into the furious ape sword. In that instant the furious ape sword trembled slightly, but there was no unusual phenomenon. Zhou Xuanji could sense that the furious ape sword was already charging up. It contained an extremely powerful force. Meng Tianlang was all smiles. He did not even place his broadsword horizontally in front of him and waited for Zhou Xuanji to attack. The others looked at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. The two of them were 10 meters apart. This distance was already very close for them. Even a big and small air were observing. Zhou Xuanji held the sword with his right hand and channeled his spirit energy into it. His eyes were fixed on Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang looked calm and collected, but he was sweating in his heart. This kid is so confident. It must be a powerful sword technique. He had heard about the legend of sword god Zhou before. So he was on his guard and was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would suddenly take out the other 8 swords. The two of them looked at each other with confidence written all over their faces. 1 breath's time. 2 breaths' time. 3 breaths' time. A gust of cold wind blew, which made the atmosphere even more silent. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss something. A while later, Meng Tianlang's smile froze. He could not hold it in anymore and said with a deep voice, "Kid, are you going to attack or not? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. As he spoke, he was still internalizing qi and absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. Multitasking. That was his talent. Meng Tianlang snorted coldly. "Me? Afraid? Then I will wait for you. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves." He understood in his heart that this kid wanted to attack him when he was not on guard. Back then, when he first joined the army, he could do the horse stance for 16 hours. When was he ever afraid? The two of them looked at each other again. Time continued to pass. After half an hour, little Jiang Shui could not hold it in anymore and sat on the ground. The others followed suit. It was too torturous. They were not afraid that Meng Tianlang would defeat Zhou Xuanji. Xiao Jinghong was here anyway. Xiao Jinghong was also a little confused. What was his master waiting for? He noticed that the surrounding spiritual qi was flowing into Zhou Xuanji's body, but it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's internalization of qi, so he did not take it to heart. An hour later, Meng Tianlang's face was gloomy, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he gnashed his teeth. How much longer does this kid have to wait? I'm at the nascent soul realm. I'm going to exhaust you to death. Zhou Xuanji continued to stare at him expressionlessly. Under this kind of gaze, Meng Tianlang did not speak, in case he appeared to lose his composure. 2 hours. 4 hours. Dusk came and the moon rose. Good lad. How ruthless. Meng Tianlang thought to himself as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was also looking at him. Xiao Jinghong had already sat down. He was not far from Zhou Xuanji and was protecting him. The others gathered around the fire and began to eat. Fang Junxing sighed. Both seniors are ruthless. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianqi nodded, their faces filled with emotions. It was their first time witnessing a duel like this. Little Jiang Shui turned around and shouted, "Do you want to eat first before continuing?" "Eat? How can it be? I'm accumulating my energy," Zhou Xuanji shouted. "In a duel we must focus. In a battle between powerful cultivators, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. I'm looking for his flaws and so is he. If I eat now, won't I be disrespecting him and not worthy of being called a powerful cultivator?" Meng Tianlang, who was about to eat, heard him and immediately gave up on the idea. He laughed coldly. "Kid, you have a backbone. I will fight you to the end and make you admit defeat." Chapter 80. It was late at night, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The roars of demons could be heard from time to time, which added a sense of horror to the night. On the top of the mountain before the cliff, Zhou Xuanji and Meng Tianlang were still facing off. The bone-chilling wind blew. The others were already in the state of cultivation, and only the two of them were still standing. To prevent Meng Tianlang from attacking, Zhou Xuanji said, "Very good. You are indeed great Zhou's cavalry general. I have a whole new level of respect for your endurance." Meng Tianlang was brave and smart. Although he could tell that Zhou Xuanji was up to no good, he cared about his reputation and was confident in his power, so he was in a stalemate with Zhou Xuanji. Facing Zhou Xuanji's compliment, he said with disdain, "How can you know the fierce battles that I, Meng Tianlang, have been through?" Xiao Jinghong could not help but shake his head. Meng Tianlang was good at everything, except that he paid too much attention to his morals. He would not break his promise. This was also the reason why Xiao Jinghong saw him as a lifelong enemy. But Zhou Xuanji was too cunning. He saw through Meng Tianlang with one look and forced Meng Tianlang to not dare to step down. Now Xiao Jinghong was curious about what Zhou Xuanji would do. Could he be waiting for Meng Tianlang to let his guard down and attack suddenly? But even so, it was extremely difficult to hurt Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang was not at inner pellet or soul fountain, but astral infant. No matter how powerful a sword technique was, it could not surpass 3 stages. Moreover, Meng Tianlang was not an ordinary person. He was extremely talented in battle. Time continued to pass. The moon set and the sun rose. When the first ray of sunlight came from the horizon, Zhou Xuanji had less than a quarter of his spirit energy left in his body. Even though he had been internalizing qi, it could not be compared to the speed at which he channeled his spirit energy. He thought to himself, is the spirit energy in the furious ape sword enough? Seeing that he was frowning, Meng Tianlang thought that he was panicking, so he laughed coldly. What? You can't find my weakness? Admit defeat and give me the dragon eagle. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. I have not drawn my sword, so the outcome is not decided yet. If you are impatient, you can cancel the agreement. If you break it, don't even think about getting my dragon eagle. Meng Tianlang heard him and snorted. The art of war says that it is better to adapt to the situation and wait for opportunities to come. I have been leading and fighting for many years. How can you compare to my patience? Compared to the dragon eagle, he wanted to surpass Xiao Jinghong more. If he defeated Zhou Xuanji, he would have defeated Xiao Jinghong. Alright, let's continue. You said that if you regret it, you're my son. If you avoid it, you're my grandson. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be heroic and shouted. He could not help but glance at Xiao Jinghong. If Xiao Jinghong wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to provoke Meng Tianlang like this. The two of them continued to be in a deadlock. 2 hours. 4 hours. Noon came. Northern Valiant Sword and Zhao Tsongjian started to practice their swordsmanship, while Fang Junsheng waited eagerly. Xiao Jinghong had been sitting near Zhou Xuanji to support him. In the afternoon, 2 cultivators flew past the cliff. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Meng Tianlang, they were stunned. That's Meng Tianlang, General Meng. One of them exclaimed. They were all chosen ones and had seen Meng Tianlang before. The 2 of them turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. There were no children in the immortal Severing Mountain range. It could only be the unparalleled Sword God Zhou. General Meng and Sword God Zhou are confronting each other? The other person cried out. The 2 of them immediately flew to a nearby mountain and looked at the battle. They were very excited. No matter if it was Sword God Zhou or Meng Tianlang, they were both famous people. Their battle would surely be exciting. However, they watched for a long time, but neither of them made a move. What are they doing? One of them mumbled. The other person rubbed his chin and said mysteriously, in a battle between powerful cultivators, victory or defeat is usually decided in an instant. They are looking for their opponent's flaws. Once they make a move, victory or defeat will be decided. The 2 of them held their breaths and waited quietly. Time ticked by. 6 hours later, 4 more cultivators passed by and joined the crowd of spectators. Far away on a mountain top, 2 giant snakes coiled around the mountain wall and transformed into Nanheng Snake Lord and his wife. Nanheng Snake Lord frowned and mumbled. Why is Meng Tianlang here? He could not defeat Meng Tianlang. Among the demons, Meng Tianlang's cultivation was equivalent to a 6th-rank Great Demon King. The Snake Lady said anxiously, then we cannot attack. Hearing Meng Tianlang's name, she was so frightened that her tail could not stand steadily. She did not agree to kill Sword God Zhou in the first place, and she would not agree even more now. Nanheng Snake Lord nodded and said, let's watch first. Maybe Meng Tianlang would kill Zhou Xuanji, and he would take the opportunity to decapitate him. Time passed. The sun set and the moon rose. Night fell again. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy was almost depleted, so he reduced the speed at which he accumulated energy. After a day and a night, the surging energy contained in the furious ape sword shocked even him. Of course, he was the only one who could sense it. Even Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong, who were at the astral infant stage, could not sense the energy contained in the furious ape sword. It's not enough. Hold on. When this guy can't hold it any longer, I will attack. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, but he was still looking at Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang could sense the will to fight in his eyes, and was in awe of this guy's perseverance. The 2 continued to confront each other. The moon set and the sun rose. The 3rd day came. The spectating cultivators were a little tired. They all internalized qi and observed. Last night someone used a spell to spread the news. Just as the sun rose, 6 cultivators came and joined the spectators. It's really General Meng. Why does he want to fight Sword God Zhou? Although the two of them did not fight, this silent scene makes me feel like I'm suffocating. I heard that they have been confronting each other for a few days and have yet to fight. Such determination, can you guys do it? Is the one beside Sword God Zhou the Sword Noble? Wait, the Sword Noble? The cultivators discussed among themselves. Soon someone recognized Xiao Jinghong, which made them even more excited. The Sword Noble Meng Tianlang and Sword God Zhou. The 3 majestic and powerful cultivators gathered together. They cast their spells and spread the news. In the next few days, more and more people knew about this. Even the royal family and generals were alerted. More and more people came to the cliff where Zhou Xuanji and the others were. 6 days later, Zhou Chengxin, Princess Xuanya, and the other princes arrived one after another. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Chengxin sighed in amazement. Sir Zhou is so powerful. He faced General Meng so quickly. So this was what he meant by Great Zhou's heaven selection. Well, with his power, there is no need for him to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. Princess Xuanya, who was not far away, also looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Ever since she met Zhou Xuanji, she felt that the whole world was talking about him. He was so dazzling. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji's hands began to tremble. It was not because he was tired, but because the energy contained in the furious ape sword was too powerful. Meng Tianlang sensed that more and more people were gathering around him. At this moment he could not make the first move. When he saw Zhou Xuanji's trembling right hand, he could not help but laugh. "Brat, are you getting tired?" Zhou Xuanji's forehead was covered in sweat. "I will get tired." Meng Tianlang laughed coldly. Another 2 days passed. Zhou Xuanji's legs began to tremble. Meng Tianlang mocked. "Admit defeat. I'm filled with energy. You can't beat me." Zhou Xuanji stared at him. His face was covered in cold sweat. He pretended to be calm and said, "I'm going to attack." Meng Tianlang's body trembled. He understood that Zhou Xuanji could no longer find his weakness, so he decided to give it his all. He laughed and said, "You are going to attack now. Seems like you have miscalculated. If you knew this, you should have attacked straight away." Chapter 81. The conversation between Zhou Xuanji and Meng Tianlang was heard by all the spectators. Little Jiang Shui, Zhao Zongjian, and the others even got up and watched nervously. Sword God Zhou is going to draw his sword. It's finally starting. I've waited for 10 days. Looking at Sword God Zhou, he might not be able to defeat General Meng. Not necessarily, maybe it's a big move. Who will win? The spectators discussed animatedly with their eyes wide open. They didn't dare to blink for fear of missing the most exciting moment. Zhou Chengxin was also worried for Zhou Xuanji. His relationship with Meng Tianlang was not very good. In comparison, Zhou Xuanji was easier to rope in, so he hoped that Zhou Xuanji would win. He had helped Zhou Xuanji before. If Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, people would definitely mention him and add to his good name. In the distance, Nanheng Snake Lord and his wife transformed into 2 little snakes and watched from afar. "Husband, who do you think will win?" the Lamia asked curiously. It was the first time she had seen someone confront each other for so long on the eve of a battle. Nanheng Snake Lord muttered, "It should be Meng Tianlang, ranked 2nd on Great Zhou's reputation ranking. His talent in battle goes without saying. Although Sword God Zhou's background is mysterious, he looks like an arrow at the end of its flight." Most of the spectators believed that Meng Tianlang would win. Meng Tianlang behaved calmly, but when he looked at Sword God Zhou, his legs were trembling and his forehead was covered in sweat. When the two of them stood together, it was easy for others to judge. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He was very excited. He was also very perturbed. He was afraid that this sword strike would kill Meng Tianlang. "Don't forget what you said. Don't hide." Zhou Xuanji smiled and reminded him again. Meng Tianlang said disdainfully, "I, Meng Tianlang, have always kept my word. I'd rather die than regret it." Xiao Jinghong also fixed his gaze on Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to see what sword technique Zhou Xuanji was going to use. Zhou Xuanji stared at Meng Tianlang and said, "This sword technique is called Tempest Slash. I learned it from the CSX sword library. It's Earth grade low tier. And it's the most powerful sword technique in the sword library. With so many people watching, he naturally had to insult the CSX. After saying that, he directly entered the sword intent state of the tempest / great wind rise. Zhou Xuanji's black robe danced in the wind around him, forming a small tornado visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to attack. Sword intent? Meng Tianlang narrowed his eyes. This brat managed to cultivate the sword intent of the tempest / so quickly? No wonder he could become Xiao Jinghong's master. No one can stand before my sword. Meng Tianlang, your reputation will not be tarnished if you are defeated by this sword. Because the one who defeated you is me. Zhou Xuanji laughed out loud suddenly. His left hand descended swiftly, and with both hands on his sword, he slashed furiously. Tempest Skybreaker slash. Roar. The furious roar of the ancient ape was earth-shattering. A terrifying sword energy visible to the naked eye shot towards Meng Tianlang. In front of this sword energy, Meng Tianlang seemed so tiny. In an instant, Meng Tianlang and Xiao Jinghong were visibly moved. This is... Xiao Jinghong's eyes widened in excitement. Meng Tianlang was even more shocked and immediately slashed with his saber. A loud boom resounded. Meng Tianlang's saber was broken, and his body was sent flying away by the sword qi. His armor was shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. He flew out nearly 1,000 meters with extreme speed and smashed into a small mountain. Crushed rocks flew everywhere. The white sword qi, which was 30 meters long, was like a crescent moon in the sky. It was accompanied by the furious roar of the ancient ape, which shook everyone's heart. The cliff in front of Zhou Xuanji crumbled immediately. The sword qi left hundreds of tiny cracks on the ground. A violent gale blew between the heavens and the earth, which made the forest below look like a green ocean with raging waves. This slash used up all of his stamina and spirit energy. His legs gave way, and he quickly stabbed his sword into the ground to support his body. Silence. The entire world was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. That slash just now made everyone tremble in fear. Especially the furious roar of the ancient ape, which almost scared them out of their wits. Zhou Xuanji panted with his sword in hand. He tried his best to stand up straight. This moment he had to hold on. Oh my! This legendary sword is too ferocious. If I accumulate my energy for a few years, can I destroy Great Zhou? Zhou Xuanji exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly he had a bold idea, which was to stay near the Great Zhou Royal Palace and accumulate energy every day. After half a year, he would slash the Great Zhou Royal Palace in half a year. There's a chance. But he was not sure how powerful Emperor Yin of Zhou was. Maybe half a year was not enough? No matter what, the Furious Ape Sword was already his most powerful legendary sword. In terms of destructive power, it was limitless. Little Jiang Shui immediately pounced over and hugged Zhou Xuanji. She was very excited and cried out continuously, "So powerful! So powerful!" She looked excited, but she was actually supporting Zhou Xuanji. Being hugged by her, Zhou Xuanji did not fall but felt more relaxed. Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Fang Junsheng walked over. They were so excited that they could not speak coherently. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and was dumbfounded. Did I see it wrong? This brat is definitely the reincarnation of an ancient demon. So terrifying. So terrifying. It mumbled. Xiao Jinghong was stunned on the spot. He seemed to be in a daze. He could not stop replaying the slash just now in his mind. Stunning. Domineering. Unstoppable. He was thinking if it was him, would he be able to block that slash directly? The other spectators came back to their senses and cried out in surprise. Oh my god. That slash just now. CSX sword technique is so powerful. Sword God Zhou is too powerful. Meng Tianlang could not even withstand a single blow from him. Meng Tianlang did not dodge. That slash is too powerful. It totally matches the title of Sword God. Most of them were extremely excited, as though they were Sword God Zhou themselves. Great Zhou's generals and princes flew toward Meng Tianlang. They did not want him to die here. With Meng Tianlang's talent, It would not be difficult for him to become a first-rank general. Losing Meng Tianlang was like losing a pillar for great Zhou. Zhou Qingxin and Princess Xuanya flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Master, when can I learn the Tempest Slash? Zhao Zongjian held back his excitement and asked. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled. That day will come. It's a pity that you don't have the Furious Ape Sword. Even if you master the Tempest Slash to the extreme, you will not be as graceful as me. Under the crowd's encirclement, Zhou Xuanji quickly took out a bottle of pills and poured them into his mouth to prevent others from seeing. Sir Zhou, you are so graceful. Zhou Qingxin's voice came from behind Beixiao Wangjian. Princess Xuanya followed behind him, and she was looking at Zhou Xuanji charmingly. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said, Seventh Prince, why are you here? Zhou Qingxin smiled and said, The competition between you and General Meng has spread throughout the Great Zhou's heaven selection. How can I not come and take a look? Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not speak anymore. He began to recuperate his qi and blood. He mumbled in his heart, Please don't let Meng Tianlang die. He was quite fond of such a powerful fighter. The cultivators who were watching from afar also wanted to befriend Zhou Xuanji. But when Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all of them retreated like frightened birds. On the other side, on a small mountain, the two snakes were silent. Husband, the snake lady asked. Nanheng Snake Lord said, My wife, you don't have to say much. I understand. After that, the two snakes quickly climbed down and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 82. Nanheng Snake Lord left with his wife dejectedly, not attracting any attention. Meng Tianlang, who was embedded in the mountain, was carried out. His entire body was covered in blood. His hair was in a mess, and he looked extremely miserable. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought that he was already dead. One of the generals asked nervously, General Meng, are you all right? Meng Tianlang raised his head with great difficulty. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes revealed shock and horror. I've been tricked. How was this a competition of patience? This kid was purposely trying to make him relax. At this moment, Meng Tianlang wished that he was already dead. Thinking about becoming Zhou Xuanji's slave, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the general in front of him. Zhou Xuanji had already seen Meng Tianlang's miserable state. He smiled and said, I'm going to have another sword slave. Northern Sword Valiant grinned and said, It should be Dao Nu. Zhou Qingxin and Princess Xuanya were both curious. What did Zhou Xuanji mean? Zhao Zongjian's relationship with Zhou Qingxin was not bad, so he explained it to him. When the two great Zhou royal family members heard this, their expressions became strange. If Meng Tianlang became Zhou Xuanji's servant, the Emperor of Great Zhou, Emperor Yan of Zhou, would be furious. After all, Emperor Yan of Zhou had high hopes for Meng Tianlang. Zhou Qingxin wanted to remind Zhou Xuanji, but he felt that it was not the right time to make sarcastic remarks, so he could only hold it in. Soon, Great Zhou's generals and princes helped Meng Tianlang to the top of the mountain. All of them looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and wanted to tear him into pieces. Meng Tianlang stood up with difficulty. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth, Shameless brat. You tricked me. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. How? You? Meng Tianlang wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. Zhou Xuanji only used the Furious Ape Sword and no one else helped him. Everything was within the agreement. But he was so aggrieved. The injuries all over his body told him that he had really lost. Zhou Xuanji purposely frowned and said unhappily, Meng Tianlang, you want to go back on your word? In his heart he was already rolling with laughter. It felt so good. Who asked you to look down on me? In the future, I'll make you follow behind me and call me master every day. Meng Tianlang was exasperated and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he noticed that Xiao Jinghong was frowning. He was instantly enraged and roared, I'm a man of my word. Just you wait, after this Great Zhou's heaven selection, I'll resign from my position as a general and work like a slave for you. Go. The surrounding generals and princes jumped in fright when they heard that. Meng Tianlang wanted to resign from his position as a general and join Sword God Zhou? They hurriedly asked as they supported Meng Tianlang away. To the generals, Meng Tianlang was a rare genius on the battlefield. For the princes, if they could rope in Meng Tianlang, they would be closer to the throne. After they left, Zhou Chengxin couldn't help but sigh. General Meng. A single mistake brings everlasting sorrow. He muttered in his heart. Wasn't Meng Tianlang very smart? Why did he suddenly become stupid? He even dared to compete in such a bet. Now he had failed miserably. Zhou Xuanji smiled. After the pill entered his body, he had the strength to stand up straight. It seemed that he would have to be more careful when using the furious ape sword in the future. He didn't want to ruin himself. Too strong. Too strong. Fang Junxing clenched his fists. He was so excited that he could not control himself, as though he was injected with chicken blood. After Zhou Chengxin chatted with Zhou Xuanji for a while, he left with Princess Xuanya, who was in a love-struck state. As the spectators left, the cliff quieted down again. Little Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck and said meaningfully, "The way that princess looked at you just now, it was as though flowers were blooming." Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said unpleasantly, "Have you forgotten who I am?" Little Jiang Shui heard him and realized that he was right. Zhou Xuanji was also a prince of Great Zhou, which was equivalent to Princess Xuanya's younger brother. She immediately beamed with joy and went to feed the dragon eagles. Xiao Jinghong walked over and took a deep breath. That slash just now was definitely not the power of an earth-grade sword technique. "Revered teacher, can you teach me?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Learn the dual sword wills first. Haste makes waste. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to learn other sword techniques in the future." Xiao Jinghong nodded, as though he was enlightened. In the next month, the news of Sword God Zhou severely injuring Meng Tianlang with a single strike swept across the immortal Sundering Mountain and the entire Great Zhou. Meng Tianlang's fame had been in the top 50 of Great Zhou's reputation ranking for a long time, and he was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He was a sharp blade that could protect Great Zhou's future, and even Emperor Yan of Zhou praised him. Such a powerful cultivator could not even block a single strike from Sword God Zhou, and almost died? In an instant, the name of Sword God Zhou was spread like wildfire. He had even surpassed Sword Monarch Xiao Jinghong. Zhou Xuanji and the others, who were in the immortal Sundering Mountain range, did not know any of this. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate day after day. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin trained even harder after witnessing Zhou Xuanji's slash. Little Jiang Shui was also trying her best to internalize qi, charging towards the enlightening state. As Fang Junxing watched them practice, he would also follow suit. As time passed, his understanding of the sword Dao also increased. On this day, Zhou Xuanji easily broke through to enlightening level 8. He was getting closer to the inner pellet realm. Zhao Congjian only broke through to inner pellet at the age of 18, and he was already crowned as the only one in history. Zhou Xuanji's goal was to break through to inner pellet before the age of 15. Judging from the current situation, it was not a difficult task. In front of the cliff, Xiao Jinghong held 2 swords in his hands and used 2 different sword techniques. He looked very impressive. He still had not mastered dual sword wills, but the speed at which he switched between his sword wills was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji stood at the side and nodded occasionally. This disciple of his had good comprehension. He estimated that he would be able to master dual sword wills in less than half a year. Zhao Congjian ran over and said respectfully, "Master, the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword has many transformations. There is something I don't understand." "Speak." Zhou Xuanji nodded and listened to Zhao Congjian's questions. He sighed in his heart. How are they sword slaves? They are all disciples. But he quite liked the process of nurturing them. What's the fun of traveling the world alone? With sword slaves, disciples, and maidservants, I can travel anywhere in the world. Whoever dares to cause trouble, sword slaves go. After Zhao Congjian's questions were answered, he left in satisfaction and continued to practice. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked, "Will Meng Tianlang really keep his word?" Xiao Jinghong replied as he practiced, "Of course. But the Meng clan and the Great Zhou royal family might not agree to it. He needs time to settle everything. A year later we will have a battle. He can't run away." Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he were Emperor Yan of Zhou, how could he let go of such a talent? Shortly after, he continued his cultivation in peace and could not be bothered to think about this. 4 days later, he celebrated his 13th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 13 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold water driving sword, white dragon golden robe, 300 pieces of 3rd grade spirit stones. The sword spirit's voice came as expected. Zhou Xuanji, who was internalizing qi, opened his eyes. Another gold grade legendary sword. Now he had 5 gold grade legendary swords. They were the Hell King sword, Thunderclap sword, Bloodbath sword, Furious Ape sword, and this water driving sword. Good luck. Chapter 83. Zhou Xuanji took out the water driving sword. The sword was silver white in color, with ripple patterns on the blade. It was very beautiful and it was 1.4 meters long. It felt light in his hand. Not bad. 3 lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name. Water driving sword grade. Gold description. With this legendary sword, one can control all water in the world. The range of control is proportional to the sword owner's power. Control all water in the world? Incredible. The water driving sword could not only be used in battle, but it might have other uses in the future. Zhou Xuanji held the water driving sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. After familiarizing himself with it, he sheathed the sword. The others were cultivating on their own, and did not notice that he had another legendary sword. He opened his hands, and the white dragon golden robe appeared in his hands. Just like the verdant full cloud riding boots, once the owner was recognized, the robe would change according to his size and fit comfortably. After changing into the white dragon golden robe, his entire aura changed. On the clean white robe, there were golden dragons drawn with golden patterns. They were vivid and lifelike. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, while the saddle makes the man. After putting on the white dragon golden robe, Zhou Xuanji's royal aura was displayed. His face was as clear as jade, and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head, making him look lively and handsome. He did not lose out to the princes of Great Zhou. Little Jiang Shui, who was internalizing qi in front of small air, saw him and immediately ran over. The others also noticed that Zhou Xuanji had changed his clothes. After they saw him, they all praised him in their hearts. What a young man! Xiao Jinghong frowned suddenly. For some reason, he felt that Zhou Xuanji looked like another person. Zhou, 13 years old. Could it be? Xiao Jinghong suddenly thought of something and could not help but be moved. Fang Junsheng, who was chopping wood, praised loudly. Master, you are so wise and mighty. Northern Valiant Sword rolled his eyes. Can this brat be more serious in his bootlicking? Fang Junsheng was in the top 30 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board after all. He was at Inner Pellet and was more powerful than Northern Valiant Sword. But in front of Northern Valiant Sword he always had to bow and bow. If there were no accidents, Fang Junsheng would become Zhou Xuanji's sword slave sooner or later. So Northern Valiant Sword's attitude became better and better. He did not even bother to scold him anymore. Little Jiang Shui moved closer to Zhou Xuanji and sized him up. She nodded continuously. You're getting more and more handsome. God bless you, you didn't grow too old. Little Jiang Shui pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheeks and smiled happily. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said unpleasantly, Of course. In the future, not only will I be the top swordsman in the world, but I'll also be the top commander in the world. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. You're the most handsome. She suddenly thought of something and became discouraged. With a bitter face she said, Your clothes are really beautiful. I'm afraid the clothes I knitted for you can't compare. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. It's okay. I understand your intentions. Don't knit any more in the future, lest it hurts your hands. After the age of 12, his height began to increase by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at little Jiang Shui's eyebrows. He looked at the 17-year-old Jiang Shui. No Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. The flower finally bloomed. Jiang Shui felt regret and disappointment. But when she looked up and met Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the gentleness in his eyes made her disappointment disappear immediately. She smiled sweetly and said, I'll listen to you. The two of them stood at the edge of the cliff and began to chat. They talked about the jokes of the past and their hopes for the future. As they chatted, the two of them sat at the edge of the cliff. Jiang Shui could not change her bad habit. Once she got close to Zhou Xuanji, she could not help but feel up to him. And so she wrapped her arms around Zhou Xuanji's neck. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "In another year, your arms will get sore if you hug me like this." Jiang Shui smiled without a care. "It's okay. You can hug me when the time comes." Hey, don't you understand? Men and women should not touch each other. We are all grown up. Hey, why are you talking to me about this? Don't we always sleep in the same room? Okay, from today onwards, let's sleep in separate rooms. You dare. The two of them began to quarrel, and the others were envious of them. Northern Sword Valiant sighed. Back then I had a childhood friend like him too. Fang Junxing asked curiously. What about now? Gone. Northern Sword Valiant replied calmly. After that he turned around and left, leaving Fang Junxing with a lonely and bleak silhouette. This was a man with a story. Fang Junxing rubbed his chin and thought. Time passed quickly. Another 5 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to enlightening level 9, and the first stage of the Great Zhou Heaven selection came to an end. Following the shocking news of Sword God Zhou defeating Meng Tianlang, the cultivators who passed by the cliff dared not to cause trouble. Even the demon kings did not dare to get close. However, the peace was still broken. This day, a group of soldiers came on a cloud. There was a carriage on top of it. The carriage was luxurious and luxurious. It was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary carriage and looked like a small building. Zhao Tsongjian, Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant, and the others gathered around Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou's Meng clan's flag. It should be Meng Tianlang's elder. Xiao Jinghong said softly. The leader of the soldiers held a huge flag with the word Meng carved on it. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak. Soon, the Meng clan's soldiers stopped in front of the cliff. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with python patterns walked out slowly. His sideburns were like fire, his body was muscular, and he had a stocky build. Just by standing there, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, You are Sword God Zhou? Zhou Xuanji asked, Who are you? Meng Clan Meng Changhu, Great Zhou's second-ranked general king. I feel that the bet between my nephew Tianlang and you should be discussed at length, so I came specially. The middle-aged man in black leaped up and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and the others. His boldness was even stronger than Meng Tianlang's. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Northern Sword Valiant were all prepared for battle. Fang Junxing lowered his head and hid behind Huang Lianxin. He did not dare to look at Meng Changhu directly. I wasn't the one who forced him to make this bet. Zhou Xuanji said casually, which made Meng Changhu frown. He frowned and the pressure grew stronger. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's face carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. If you have any requests, just tell me. Meng Changhu said calmly, but his eyes flickered with a strange look. There's no room for discussion. Zhou Xuanji replied. If he let this go, he would lose face. Okay. Meng Changhu flicked his sleeves and turned around. He pointed at Fang Junxing and said, You come here. Follow me home. If your father knew that you are such a coward, your wives and concubines can forget about living. Fang Junxing heard him and his expression changed drastically. He could only grit his teeth and walk up to him. Meng Changhu grabbed his shoulder and flew up to the clouds. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Fang Junxing was not his sword slave yet, and Meng Changhu was not Fang Junxing's enemy. He had no reason to stop him. Meng Changhu walked into the carriage, and the soldiers left on the clouds. Prince Xuanji, His Majesty was right. You will be the top prodigy in Great Zhou's history. You have perfectly inherited the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. But I have to give you a piece of advice. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Meng Changhu's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. The others did the same and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 84. Master, you are the Prince of Great Zhou? Zhao Tsongjian could not help but ask. His expression was complicated, and he could not help but think of Zhou Qingxin. If Zhou Qingxin knew Zhou Xuanji's identity, wouldn't he vomit blood? The powerful cultivator that he tried so hard to rope in was actually his brother Xiao Jinghong was in deep thought. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were shocked, but they did not ask. Zhou Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. So why would it be impossible for him to be the Prince of Great Zhou? Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. She knew what kind of danger he would face if his identity was exposed. Zhou Xuanji stared at the direction where Meng Changhu's group left and said calmly, "Yes, I am the son of Lady Zhao Xian, Zhou Xuanji." Lady Zhao Xian. Everyone's expression changed. They still remembered the shocking incident 11 years ago clearly. Back then, in order to search for Lady Zhao Xian and her son, Great Zhou went to great lengths. All the kingdoms helped, but both mother and son died in the end. I see. Huang Lianxin mumbled to herself. No wonder Zhou Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. All the questions were answered immediately. Back then, Emperor Yan of Zhou favored Lady Zhao Xian, which made the Empress jealous. It was not a secret. Xiao Jinghong squinted his eyes and said, "Back then, when revered teacher was just born, he was loved by the emperor. But Lady Zhao Xian's family rebelled at this time. There must be more to it than meets the eye." Bei Xiao Wangjian nodded and guessed. If they did not rebel, Lady Zhao Xian's family would have a meteoric rise. After the rebellion, the one who benefited the most was the Empress of Great Zhou. Zhao Zongjian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and half knelt. "I will definitely kill my way into the Great Zhou royal palace for master and avenge you." Although he was a sword slave, Zhou Xuanji treated him just as well as Xiao Jinghong. He never treated him harshly. He did not express his feelings, but he remembered them in his heart. Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin saw this and knelt down as well. "We will go through fire and water for master. Wherever master goes, I will go, even if there is a slim chance of survival." Both of them looked resolute and fearless. Xiao Jinghong knelt down as well and cupped his fists. "A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Now that I, Xiao Jinghong, have acknowledged you as my master, your matters are my matters. Even if the enemy is the Emperor of Great Zhou, I will definitely stand before you." Looking at the four people in front of him, Zhou Xuanji felt a little teary. Other than Jiang Shui, he didn't expect to get four other people who would risk their lives for him. He laughed heroically and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. I value my life more than you do. I won't bring you to your deaths." The atmosphere was no longer tense. Everyone smiled and stood up. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "With Xuanji's talent, it will be easy for him to take revenge in the future." Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled. "We promise to travel the world together. Master, let's make a deal. After you get your revenge, we'll go to the Holy Land of the Sword, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. How about that?" Xiao Jinghong smiled as a yearning look appeared on his face. Zhao Zongjian's eyes brightened. "The legendary 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge? It really exists?" Xiao Jinghong nodded. Jiang Shui, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were all curious. They did not know much about the Northern Wilderness region. Not to mention the Northern Wilderness region, they had not even explored the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Go. Of course. In the future, wherever you want to go, we will go." The group looked at each other and laughed. Even in the face of the Empress' threat, they still laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, they decided to leave this place. Since Meng Changhu could recognize Zhou Xuanji's identity, it meant danger. Who knew which faction Meng Changhu belonged to? Now that the ascension of Emperor Yan of Zhou was getting closer, the fight for the throne was getting more and more intense. Zhou Xuanji did not want to die recklessly. He could not just shout, "I'm the Prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji." If he did so, he would die even faster. After all, Zhou Yalong had the highest chance of becoming the emperor. He had already won over half of the royal court, and the empress was even more powerful in the royal palace. Even though Emperor Yan of Zhou had great powers, it was extremely difficult for Zhou Xuanji to appear before him. "Woo!" A big roared in the sky, and the group flew on their swords. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's waist, while the three-eyed drought rodent was in his arms. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and exclaimed, "Impressive! I didn't expect you to be a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and of the royal bloodline of the Great Zhou dynasty?" Your father is a top-notch almighty in the northern wilderness region, and he is world-shaking. It talked endlessly as if it was Emperor Yan of Zhou's son. Zhou Xuanji ignored it and headed deeper into the immortal Sundering Mountain range. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, those cultivators could not contain their excitement and continuously cried out. They flew for 1,000 li. Zhou Xuanji learned a lot of news. He was already ranked third on the Great Zhou honor ranking. It even overshadowed the brilliance of Great Zhou's heaven selection. Defeating Meng Tianlang was not enough to cause such a stir. It was mainly because of the accumulation of his previous achievements. The Demon Emperor's son, North Zhou Gale Sword, Zhao Tsongjian Xiezong Meng Tianlang Sword God Zhou, who appeared out of nowhere, was already a legend in the eyes of the people. He was an undefeated legend. How powerful was Meng Tianlang? He was defeated by a single sword strike and almost died. How powerful was Sword God Zhou? Within Great Zhou, it was widely believed that Sword God Zhou had already surpassed the astral infant stage. There were very few experts who surpassed the nascent soul realm, and it was difficult for a dynasty to produce one in 1,000 years. Even within the dynasty, they would be top experts and would be roped in by the court. TSK, if this continues, will people think that you are more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou? Jiang Shui rested her chin on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and asked with a smile. The strong wind messed up her hair, and she could only squint her eyes. Even so, she was still beautiful. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Sword God and Sword Monarch, who's more powerful? Can't you tell from their names? Bullshit, but you'll definitely be stronger than him in the future. Jiang Shui pinched Zhou Xuanji's face and giggled. Hey, I'm flying on my sword. Be careful not to get into an accident. Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly, which frightened Jiang Shui so much that she immediately stopped. The others were also laughing. Thinking back to that sword strike from that day, they still felt amazed. They traveled for 7 days. The group found a valley that was open and surrounded by mountains. There was a lake, flowers, and trees in the valley. It was suitable for living. After checking in, everyone continued to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji's goal was to break through to Inner Pellet as soon as possible. Next, every month, he would send Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian out to find out about the Empress' visit to Merciful Melody Cliff. One thing was for sure. Before Great Zhou's heaven selection ended, the Empress, as the mother of the empire, would not go out. For months later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Enlightening Level 10. At the same time, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin reached Foundation Building Level 10. Beixiao Wangjian received a lot of resources and reached Enlightening Level 8. Zhao Tsongjian received a year of guidance from Zhou Xuanji and began to break through to Soul Fountain. The entire group was becoming more powerful quickly. This day, Great Zhou's Heaven Selection's first round ended. Great Zhou's army retreated from Immortal Sundering Mountain. Immortal Sundering Mountain welcomed peace. The demons no longer hid and came out to roam the world. Whoosh in the valley, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, felt a gust of cold wind. Immortal Sundering Mountain was like spring all year round, and it was rare to have such a cold wind. He looked up instinctively, and his expression changed. He saw a silhouette standing on the top of a mountain. The sun shone above his head, and no one could see his face clearly. Chapter 85. There's someone. Everyone be careful. Xiao Jinghong's voice came from a tree not far away. Zhao Tsongjian and Beixiao Wangjian, whom he was teaching, turned around as well. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin, who were bathing the dragon eagles by the lake, also became alert. The little black snake, who was sleeping soundly on the three-eyed drought rodent's head, quivered and raised its head to look. His Majesty said that you were the chosen one, but you died at the age of 2 and became a joke. I didn't expect you to still be alive. An old voice sounded. His tone was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled. People from the Great Zhou Empire? Before he could say anything, Xiao Jinghong asked, Who exactly are you and why have you come here? Sword King Xiao Jinghong? You're quite a character. But it's a pity that you followed the wrong person. The world will belong to the second prince in the future. Zhao Xian's son must die. The ancient voice came again. After that, he leaped up and dived down toward Zhou Xuanji. He rushed out of the sunlight and revealed his true self. He was dressed in a loose black robe, and his face was like an eagle's. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an evil demon that had been born. Zhou Xuanji took out the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. Xiao Jinghong's treasured sword shot towards the black-robed elder like a sharp arrow. Master, this person is also at the nascent soul realm. Leave him to me. Xiao Jinghong bellowed and leaped into the air. He took out another sword and slashed at the black-robed old man. After the black-robed old man dodged the incoming sword, he flipped his right hand, and a black wooden scepter appeared in his hand. The top of the scepter looked like a scorched claw, and it was horrifying. The scepter and the sword clashed together, causing sparks to fly and an ear-piercing sound. Xiao Jinghong turned around and caught the other sword with his left hand. Wielding his sword with both hands, he moved like a swallow and fought fiercely with the black-robed old man in the air. The two of them attacked extremely quickly, and even Zhou Xuanji was dazzled by their movements. Zhao Zongjian looked at the sky with a burning gaze. This guy had forgotten about the danger. He only felt excited and wanted to learn something. Xiao Jinghong's swords were like the wind, and his attacks were swift and fierce, similar to Zhou Xuanji's style. The black-robed old man held the scepter in his hand, and strands of evil qi seeped out from the scepter, turning into numerous ghost heads that surrounded Xiao Jinghong. Compared to Xiao Jinghong, the black-robed old man's movements were bold and majestic, and he had the aura of a general. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong did not have the upper hand. From the looks of it, this person was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Jiang Shui walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and took out the flaming fan. Do we need help? Zhou Xuanji said. We can't interfere. Let's not give him more trouble. He was somewhat moved that Xiao Jinghong would still stand up for the experts of the Great Zhou Empire. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Jinghong had already helped him several times before he had mastered the dual sword intent that he had taught him. To have such a disciple was the greatest fortune of his life. The battle continued. The black-robed elder's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even though Xiao Jinghong kept switching his sword intents, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. The two of them continued to fight along the mountain wall, causing rocks to fall from the mountain. If they continued to fight like this, they would probably fill up the entire valley. Xiao Jinghong, you are indeed powerful. But when I was young, I was ranked in the top 5 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Now that I am 7 levels higher than you, you are no match for me. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. His tone was filled with coldness and murderous intent. After he spoke, he leaped up abruptly and shook off Xiao Jinghong. A billowing black wind came out from his sleeves and circled around his body, forming into a black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It roared furiously and shook the heavens and the earth. The little black snake opened its eyes wide at this scene and said with a trembling voice, "Dragon soul! This old guy is so lucky." Next, the black-robed elder entered the black dragon's head. The black dragon twisted its body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong with an unstoppable force. Swoosh! 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 Xiao Jinghong did not panic at all. He danced with his sword on the spot, and streaks of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared around him. He stabbed with his sword, and all the sword shadows shot out simultaneously. It was like a powerful current crashing into the black dragon. Boom! The surrounding mountains shook violently. The trees swayed and a violent gale blew. Zhou Xuanji looked up at this scene with squinted eyes. He looked calm, but he was actually worried for Xiao Jinghong. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the black-robed elder. Soon, Xiao Jinghong's sword shadows were torn apart by the black dragon. The black dragon crashed into Xiao Jinghong's face, and the horrifying force caused Xiao Jinghong to vomit blood immediately. His body smashed into the mountain wall like a cannonball and disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The black-robed elder stood high above. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Prince Xuanji, remember, the person who captured you is called Qin Qitsuan. Come with me to see the Empress." He charged toward Zhou Xuanji suddenly, and the black dragon followed him. Its 100-meter-long body was awe-inspiring and gave off an unstoppable aura. Clang! Clang! Xiao Jinghong suddenly appeared in front of the black dragon and stabbed with both swords. The swords pierced through the black dragon's head and into Qin Chitsuan's shoulders. So fast. Zhao Zongjian opened his eyes wide and cried out in disbelief. He did not see Xiao Jinghong's movement trajectory at all. Qin Chitsuan was shocked too. He saw that Xiao Jinghong was surrounded by two types of sword wills, one green and one white, each occupying half of his body. The sword qi was visible to the naked eye. He stared at Qin Chitsuan coldly, as though he was looking at a dead man. This is two types of sword wills? How can it be? Qin Chitsuan cried out in shock. He suddenly remembered that Sword God Zhou was proficient in dual sword wills. Xiao Jinghong learned dual sword wills by following Sword God Zhou? Before he could think further, Xiao Jinghong relied on dual sword wills and unleashed an unprecedented attack, which forced him back step by step. He learned dual sword wills, Beixiao Wangjian mumbled to himself. His tone was a little bitter. This was his talent. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong only broke through in the face of danger, and his dual sword wills were not stable. After being slashed by Xiao Jinghong for dozens of times, Qin Chitsuan was covered in blood. He went completely berserk and roared. The black dragon materialized again and grew even bigger. Xiao Jinghong stepped back suddenly. He held the sword in his right hand in front of him and the sword in his left hand behind his back. The blade was pointed at the center of his brows. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was prepared to kill Qin Chitsuan in one strike. The two sword wills transformed into green and white flames, and his aura grew even more powerful. Swoosh! He transformed into a beam of light that alternated between green and white and charged toward Qin Chitsuan. Boom! The black dragon collapsed, and Xiao Jinghong's swords pierced through Qin Chitsuan's abdomen. Blood splattered. The black-robed old man hit Xiao Jinghong's back with his staff, and the sound of bones breaking was extremely clear. Next, Qin Chitsuan slammed into the mountain wall, while Xiao Jinghong fell to the bottom of the valley. The impact swept up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately surrounded him. Xiao Jinghong coughed up blood continuously and no longer had the strength to stand up. Almost. Damn! Xiao Jinghong said with dissatisfaction. He spoke with great difficulty. Zhou Xuanji squatted in front of him and said, "You have done well." His opponent was not an ordinary person. It was not easy for Xiao Jinghong to injure him so severely. At this moment, a horrifying aura exploded from the mountain wall. A black dragon emerged from the hole in the mountain wall. Qin Chitsuan, who was covered in blood, flew out slowly. His face was hideous. He covered his abdomen with his left hand, and blood gushed out from between his fingers. Xiao Jinghong, I'm going to make you wish you were dead but unable to. Qin Chitsuan roared with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. Everyone was shocked and got up to fight. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, "Take good care of him." After that, strands of black qi came out from the Hell King's sword and formed into the Hell King, which attached itself to his body. The thunderclap sword emitted lightning that surrounded the Hell King, which looked like the god of thunder. Chapter 86. Seeing the Hell King's image on Zhou Xuanji's body, Qin Chitsuan was shocked in his heart. But Zhou Xuanji did not even have the cultivation of inner pellet. Even though he was heavily injured, he could not defeat him. He laughed disdainfully and said, "What? Is Prince Xuanji prepared to fight to the death?" The princes of the great Zhou dynasty were extremely noble. Now that he could personally torture Emperor Yan of Zhou's beloved son, he felt somewhat excited. Zhou Xuanji coldly looked at him, and legendary swords appeared behind him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Afterimage Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword. Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong and Huang Lianqin were all stunned. Not just 10 swords. Qin Chitsuan's laughter became even more arrogant as he said disdainfully, "No matter how many swords there are, it's all futile." After saying this, he bent down and charged forward. The massive black dragon bore down on Zhou Xuanji like a mountain. With the Hell King's sword and Thunderclap sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji bent his legs and charged forward with the other 13 legendary swords. The Crimson Dragon sword vibrated, and a Crimson Dragon soul roared out. The Frost Wave sword trembled and waves of cold air shot out. The Tiger Roar sword let out a tiger roar. The Heavenly Sound sword let out a series of bewildering sounds. The Afterimage sword turned into countless afterimages, and the Furious Ape sword roared. It was just one person, but he had the power of a magnificent army, shaking the entire valley. Qin Shitsuan's expression changed slightly. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji could no longer be measured by the enlightening stage. He was the Netherworld King. The soul of the Crimson Dragon collided with the Black Dragon first. Although it was torn apart by the Black Dragon, it also caused the Black Dragon to pause for a moment. Zhou Xuanji activated Vibrant Raindrop's Sword Will and Tempest/Sword Will. His speed was extremely fast. The two swords merged together and pierced through the Black Dragon's body as he charged toward Qin Shitsuan. Qin Shitsuan had been severely injured by Xiao Jinghong, so his strength was no longer at its peak. He subconsciously swung his scepter, but the two gold-ranked divine swords directly broke his scepter. Impossible! Qin Shitsuan was greatly shocked in his heart. This was a 5th-tier transcendent-grade magic tool. How could it be so weak? The Hell King sword and the Thunderclap sword pierced his chest. Lightning exploded and wreaked havoc on his body, causing him to raise his head and scream in pain. How dare you bully my disciple? I want to see who will suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Xuanji's face was cold. He pulled his hands outward and slashed horizontally with both swords, tearing open Qin Shitsuan's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Subsequently, the other 13 divine swords revealed their divine might in succession. Sword lights flickered as they slashed and slashed madly, and Qin Shitsuan was like a wooden stake that was slashed to the point his flesh and blood splattered in all directions. It was an extremely miserable scene. The unimaginable pain almost made him faint. He abruptly transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated on the spot, appearing out of thin air on the mountain wall 100 feet away. He breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He was no longer a perfect person, looking horrifying and terrifying. Who are you? How dare you possess Prince Xuanji's body? Qin Shitsuan stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with difficulty. No matter how devilish Zhou Xuanji was, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. It was completely illogical. Little did he know that his guess was only half correct. Zhou Xuanji did not possess someone else's body and reincarnate, but he retained the memories of his previous life. Remember, I have another name, Sword God Zhou, the god of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji cried out coldly. He could tell that Qin Shitsuan, who was severely injured, could be killed. Since he could kill him, then he had to act tough. After that, he activated the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. Countless sword chi surged out and drowned Qin Shitsuan. Boom! 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 The mountain wall exploded. Countless rocks fell down, and a cloud of dust swept up. Ah, Sword God Zhou! Zhou Xuanji! You will die a horrible death. Her Majesty the Empress will send even more experts to capture you. She will make you suffer a fate worse than death, just like your damned grandfather. Qin Shitsuan cried out hoarsely. His tone was filled with hatred. Soon his voice stopped. He was dead. Swoosh! A baby shrouded in black light suddenly rushed out of the rubble and dust, flying towards the sky at high speed. Astral infant. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused and threw out the bloodbath sword straight away. Ranged sword propelling. It could slash an enemy from 100 miles away. Just when Qin Shitsuan's astral infant flew over the mountain, the gold-grade legendary sword slashed toward it. Like a flying knife cutting a watermelon, Qin Shitsuan's astral infant was slashed into pieces. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the formless sword, levitated in the air like a celestial being. His body was surrounded by legendary swords. He looked upward at the place where blood bloomed. The bloodbath sword circled in the air and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. This scene was like a painting. It shocked Zhang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and the little black snake. Even the three-eyed drought rodent, a big and small heir's eyes were beaming. How domineering! Zhang Shui mumbled. My Xuanji has really grown up. Xiao Jinghong was dazzled. He could not imagine such a scene in his entire life. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and landed in front of Xiao Jinghong. He stared at Bei Xiao Wangjian and said, "Hurry up and heal him." Bei Xiao Wangjian came back to his senses and quickly took out some pills. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Congjian and said, "Go and search. See if the old man left anything behind." Yes. Zhao Congjian held back his excitement and left. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and patted off the dust on his body. "Xuanji, you are so awesome," she said with an excited smile. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's identity was exposed, she addressed him as Xuanji without holding back. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Haven't I always been awesome?" Jiang Shui nodded heavily. She could not stop the smile on her face. Huang Lianxin sighed in amazement. "You even killed an astral infant. I feel that no matter how powerful the enemy is, Master has a way to deal with them." The three-eyed drought rodent ran over with the little black snake and jumped onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. The little black snake said excitedly, "I'm really convinced. Little brat, I will follow you from now on. Can you treat me better?" Zhou Xuanji ignored it and said to Xiao Jinghong, "I comprehended dual sword wills during this crisis, but it's not stable enough. You have to practice more in the future." After Xiao Jinghong consumed the pills, he had recovered much of his qi and blood. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Your disciple will remember." Soon Zhao Congjian returned with 3 storage rings. Once Qin Qitsuan died, his soul imprint disappeared from the rings, so they were ownerless. Zhou Xuanji inspected them and said without a smile, "Not bad. Pack up and get ready to leave Immortal Sundering Mountain." Jiang Shui asked, "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji said, "To the border of Great Zhou and wait for the Empress to leave the court." No one had any objections. For hours later, Xiao Jinghong's injuries were mostly healed, and they left. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui rode on a big's back, while Huang Lianxin rode on small heir's back. The others flew on their swords. After they left the valley, Zhou Xuanji first recovered the spiritual qi in his body. He flipped his right hand and took out the furious ape sword. He tilted his head and instructed, "Look after me. If I need anything, help me immediately. Don't let me fall." Jiang Shui, who was hugging his waist, asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Charge up and wait for the dogs to come." Chapter 87. A violent gale blew against Zhou Xuanji's face, and his hands felt a little sore. He had been holding the sword for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time he stopped to rest, he had to rely on Jiang Shui's support. Zhao Congjian flew to Ada and asked, "Master, how much longer are you going to hold it up?" Jiang Shui poured out the pill and fed it to Zhou Xuanji personally. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't ask so much. You will understand later." Zhao Congjian became even more curious. He thought about the scene when Zhou Xuanji was dealing with Meng Tianlang and understood something. He took a deep look at the furious ape sword. Then he rode his sword to increase the distance between them. Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, "There are great mountains and rivers in front of us. My appointment with Meng Tianlang at the border is coming soon. Wait for my good news then." Northern Sword Valiant followed behind him and asked in surprise, "Are we not allowed to follow?" Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Jiang Shui all looked towards Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and said, "You can't. This battle has long been known to the public, and the Great Zhou dynasty is secretly promoting it to pave the way for Meng Tianlang. If Master goes, you will definitely run into Zhou Yalong and the Empress's minions. It will be very dangerous, and even 10 of me would not be able to withstand it." Everyone came to a realization. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xiao Jinghong and asked, "If you win, will there be any trouble?" Between Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlang, who was stronger? As a master, he naturally trusted his disciple unconditionally. With Laozi's dual sword will here, how can a mere Meng Tianlang be enough to kill? Xiao Jinghong laughed and said, "Does the Great Zhou dare to touch me in front of everyone?" Even in this immortal-like world, most people still cared about their face. The higher one stood, the more they cared about their face. Everyone smiled at each other and continued forward. For the next 7 days, they did not encounter any trouble. Zhou Xuanji's face was pale. With Jiang Shui's nourishment, his spirit energy was not depleted. However, he had been accumulating power for 10 days, and his arms were really sore. Damn it, did I miscalculate? Zhou Xuanji mumbled, and Jiang Shui, who was behind him, could not help but giggle. She reached out to massage his arm and said with a smile, "Isn't it good to miscalculate? What if you get injured during the fighting?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. Jiang Shui was right. However, he inexplicably hoped that there would be enemies and that he would be able to seize the treasure. No, I can't have such thoughts. In this world, one cannot rely on surfing. Time passed. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji charged up for 20 days. He could sense the horrifying energy contained in the furious ape sword, which was enough to destroy the world. If Meng Tianlang came again, he would definitely tear him to pieces. Xiao Jinghong fully recovered with the help of some healing pills. He glanced at the furious ape sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand and swallowed his saliva. Back then, how long did Zhou Xuanji wait to kill Meng Tianlang? It was too scary. Xiao Jinghong sympathized with those who were about to kill Zhou Xuanji. "Master, there is still half a day before we leave the great Zhou dynasty." Zhao Tsongjian turned around and said. He could not help but glance at the furious ape sword. After all, Xiao Jinghong was even more frightening to him. Zhou Xuanji's face was covered in sweat and his face was pale. His arms trembled continuously. If not for Jiang Shui's support, he would have fallen long ago. At first glance, he thought that Zhou Xuanji was dying. Zhou Xuanji squeezed out a smile and said, "So soon? What a pity." When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter, holding their bellies. 2 hours later, they passed by Wuxia city. The city was not big, and they would reach the border pass of Great Zhou in a few dozen miles. Looking at the bustling streets below, Beixiao Wangjian sighed. If it were me in the past, I would definitely like to stay in a crowded city. But now I like the feeling of running around. Zhao Tsongjian smiled and said, "Or else, how can there be so many tourists in the world?" The group was chatting and laughing, and they did not look like they were running for their lives. They were about to pass by Wuxia city. "Sword God Zhou, stop right there. You killed the 3rd-grade royal guard Qin Qitsuan. Today, we will uphold the dignity of Great Zhou." A roar suddenly came from behind him. Everyone turned to look, only to see a burly man wearing heavy tiger head armor leading a group of tigers and wolves soaring through the clouds. At a glance, there were at least 300 of them. The hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia city were stunned. "Sword God Zhou? He killed the 3rd-grade royal guard Qin Qitsuan?" Xiao Jinghong's expression changed and cried out, "Oh no! It's Tai Yulong. His cultivation is at astral infant level 10, only one step away from astral projection. The royal soldiers behind him are all elites, all at Soul Fountain." The group heard him and their expressions changed drastically. Only Zhou Xuanji was excited. He said with a trembling voice, "Quick, help me up." Seeing this group of people, he almost cried. "Oh my God! You are finally here." Jiang Shui quickly helped him up. Seeing that Tai Yulong and the 300 royal soldiers were getting closer, Zhou Xuanji's lips began to tremble. If they did not come soon, he would not be able to hold on any longer. He held his sword with both hands and shouted at Tai Yulong and the others, "I, Sword God Zhou, have never offended the great Zhou Empire. The Empress sent people to kill me for no reason. Is there still justice in Great Zhou?" With so many people below, it was a good opportunity to pour cold water on the Empress. After that, Zhou Xuanji slashed furiously. This slash was accompanied by the roar of an ancient furious ape, which shocked the heavens and the earth and made the gods weep. It was such an exhilarating slash. I held it in for 20 days. A whole 20 days. Roar. The roar of the ancient furious ape was so deafening that everyone felt dizzy and their ears were ringing. It was as though the sun and moon had turned upside down and the mountains and rivers were shaking. A horrifying sword chi that was hundreds of meters long shot out with unparalleled speed. It swept across the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. In the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia city, it was as though a white crescent moon swept across Tai Yulong and the others with a powerful gale. In an instant, Tai Yulong and the 300 royal soldiers turned into ashes. They were dead. Even Tai Yulong's astral infant could not escape in time. The sword chi was unstoppable. It soared into the sky and traveled for 10 miles, slicing off a tall mountain behind Wuxia city. The mountain rocks collapsed and shook the heavens and earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Even Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were about to fall out. Jiang Shui, who was supporting Zhou Xuanji, was also stunned. This slash was too powerful. Was this something a human could do? Oh God! The heavens and earth were silent, so silent that it was terrifying. Zhou Xuanji panted and maintained his posture of swinging his sword. A big's wings flapped continuously, but he felt a little pain on his head and a little cold. The slash just now had shaved off the hair on his head. Zhou Xuanji did not notice his beloved pet's embarrassment. He cried out proudly, "The Empress of Great Zhou is only a so-so. First she killed Lady Zhao Xian and her son, then she killed me for no reason. Is this how the mother of Great Zhou should behave? What a joke! What a big joke! I, Sword God Zhou, despise such people the most." After that, he said softly to Xiao Jinghong and the others, "Let's go." A big and small air immediately flapped their wings and flew away. The others followed on their swords. The group flew quickly toward Great Zhou's border. After a period of silence, Wuxia city exploded. The cries of hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, as though the sky was about to be turned upside down. Oh my God! Sword God! He's definitely the Sword God! The famous Tai Yulong died just like that. The Empress of Great Zhou is so vicious? She dared to harm me, Sword God Zhou? Is there any justice in this world? That slash just now. Did I see it wrong? So horrifying. It's not something a human can do. It's a god. A god. Chapter 88. After a full-powered slash, Zhou Xuanji became a cripple. However, with Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian in front of them, they forced their way out of the great border pass and disappeared into the vast forest without a trace. The news of Sword God Zhou killing Tai Yulong and 300 royal soldiers with a single strike was like a nuclear bomb exploding. It spread like wildfire to the cities around Wuxia city. In less than 3 days, the news had spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. 5 days later, even the dynasties under the Great Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The name of Sword God Zhou was known by the whole world. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a place where demons roamed freely and humans were rarely seen. "Master, doesn't this look like the place where we first met?" Xiao Jinghong asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji, who was being supported by Jiang Shui, nodded. He looked around, took a deep breath and sighed. "Although the landscape of the mountains and rivers is similar, we have all changed. Fortunately, we have not dispersed yet." Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the past and looking at the present, he had more emotions than Zhao Tsongjian and the others. Northern Sword Valiant laughed. "If I don't master dual sword wills, I won't drink anymore." Huang Lianqin covered her mouth and giggled. "Your wine has been taken by master. You can't drink it even if you wanted to." Zhao Tsongjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and said, "My goal is to surpass you." Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, "Then you have to work harder." Jiang Shui pointed at the mountain in front of them and said, "Let's stay on the hillside in front. There's a river in the west and a boundless forest in the north. We can have anything we want. Isn't that great?" Compared to the bustling dynasties, she preferred this desolate and uninhabited place. Humans were always more terrifying than demons. Zhou Xuanji said weakly, "It's up to you. Help me sit down." He wailed in his heart. In the future, he could not casually accumulate power for a long period of time. Swinging the sword felt good for a moment, but afterward, his legs turned to jelly. Hearing this, everyone laughed and continued to walk towards the hillside in front of them. The hill was 100 meters tall and 300 meters wide, and there was a small cliff behind it. For Zhou Xuanji and the others, they would not fall to their deaths. Jiang Shui helped Zhou Xuanji to a rock and sat him down. Jiang Shui took out a small stove and prepared to brew some tonic for him. "Woo!" Not far away, the Baldada called out in a low voice. He and Little Fool were crouching on the ground, squeezing each other's bodies. It really seemed like they were wronged. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and scolded unpleasantly. "It's just a few strands of fur, is there a need to do this? When I, your master, swing my sword, don't you know to lower your head?" Ada felt even more wronged and buried his head in the grass. At this moment, the little black snake dragged the sleeping three-eyed drought rodent over with difficulty. It smiled coyly and said, Master, when will you start helping me become stronger? Ever since that /5 days ago, it did not even dare to call itself I in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was very tired and was not in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about it in the future. Perform well. I'm not keeping you alive just to torture you." When the little black snake heard this, it was instantly overjoyed. It shut its mouth and didn't say anything else. It was in a good mood and felt that a beautiful future was right in front of it. In the following period of time, there were no more attacks from the Great Zhou dynasty. After all, they had already left the Great Zhou dynasty and no one knew where they were. Only after 13 days did Zhou Xuanji fully recover. The lively feeling made him even more determined to not be too reckless in the future. 2 months later. It was Zhou Xuanji's 14th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 14 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Silver Falcon Sword, Silver Magnetic Sword, Gold Ghost Curse Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes wide. 3 legendary swords? Interesting. And a gold-grade legendary sword. Did the Supreme Legendary Sword system level up? It's getting more and more generous. Zhou Xuanji took advantage of the situation and immediately took out 3 legendary swords. At the same time, lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Falcon sword grade. Silver description. The sword is like a flying eagle, sharp and powerful. The cry of the eagle can intimidate the enemy and deter evil. Sword name. Magnetic sword grade. Silver description. It was forged with goblin magnetic iron and contains powerful suction force. Sword name. Ghost Curse sword grade. Gold description. It was formed by thousands of evil spirits. Those who are pierced by the sword will be cursed by evil spirits. They all looked good. He got 2 more legendary swords with special effects. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and looked at the 3 legendary swords. The falcon sword was a silver sword. The hilt looked like a majestic eagle with its wings spread. The magnetic sword was an earthy gold color. Compared to the falcon sword, it looked ordinary. The ghost curse sword was just like its name. It was filled with an evil aura. The blade was black, and there were 3 small ghost heads on the hilt. It looked like an evil sword at first glance. Compared to the bloodbath sword, it was even more evil. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong walked over. He glanced at the 3 legendary swords in front of Zhou Xuanji and calmly looked away. He smiled and said, "Revered teacher, it's time for me to depart. The border custom war is in a month's time. I need to retrieve my 2 beloved swords first." Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and smiled. "Yo, you even hid your powerful treasures." Xiao Jinghong shook his head and said, "I only immersed them in molten iron deep in the mountains for 10 years. The power of the swords must have grown a lot." Zhou Xuanji nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Go and bid farewell to them. I will wait here for your triumphant return." Xiao Jinghong cupped his fist with a smile and left. After a while, Xiao Jinghong left on his sword. Northern Sword Valiant walked over and squatted beside Zhou Xuanji. "Master, is the young master really at ease this time?" he asked. Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple. Northern Sword Valiant, Zhao Tsongjian, and Huang Lianxin all addressed him as their young master. Of course, this address was arranged by Zhou Xuanji. Everyone had their own theories. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes to cultivate and said casually, "He's not a child. He's not going to brave mountains of blades or seas of fire. He's going to fight for fame." Northern Sword Valiant felt that it made sense, so he did not disturb Zhou Xuanji anymore. After internalizing qi for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji got up and took out his new legendary swords to practice a set of sword techniques. Once the ghost curse sword was drawn, it was filled with an evil aura, which attracted the attention of others. Zhou Xuanji held the sword and swung it. It was as though countless evil spirits were surrounding him, which was even more terrifying than Qin Qitsuan. "Master really has all kinds of swords," Zhao Tsongjian said enviously. Although he wanted to learn the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, the dual sword wills gave him a headache. He decided to give up in the end. Zhou Xuanji was right. Everyone's way of the sword is destined. It can't be forced. Only the sword that suits you is the best. Huang Lianxin, who was feeding the little black snake, looked up and said, It might have been left behind by Lady Zhao Xian master. As the most favored imperial concubine of Great Zhou, it was not impossible for Lady Zhao Xian to have collected many famous swords. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and sighed. Ghost sword. This is bad. If we are discovered by the Ghost Gate, it will be another disaster. Zhou Xuanji had already agreed to help it grow stronger. What it ate now were all natural treasures and elixirs. All of them were great nourishment. What is the Ghost Gate? Huang Lianxin asked curiously. Chapter 89. The little black snake raised its head and said proudly, "Give me another 300-year-old ginseng and a 50-year-old hen. I want to drink the soup." Huang Lianxin stared at it and took away the iron bowl in front of it straightaway. She left quickly. The little black snake panicked and quickly chased after her. "Little girl. Don't rush. I'll tell you now." However, it was still tied to the three-eyed drought rodent and could not keep up with Huang Lianxin. In the next month, Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the inner pellet stage. Once he broke through to the inner pellet stage, his spirit energy would increase tremendously. At the same time, he could fly in the air. Qin Shitsuan was really rich. The pills, spirit stones, and rare resources in his storage ring were enough for him to spend freely. There were also many energy techniques and enchanted artifacts. He let Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Tsongjian, and Huang Lianxin pick 3 each. Jiang Shui picked 5 while Xiao Jinghong picked 6. When Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the inner pellet stage, Jiang Shui began to break through to the enlightening stage too. Although Huang Lianxin was at foundation building level 10, she was a step slower. Looking at Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui, who were internalizing qi on the hill, Zhao Tsongjian shook his head and laughed. Beixiao Wangjian, who was training in front of him, asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Tsongjian drew his sword and said, "Our little mistress is quite talented. She reached the enlightening stage at 18. It will not be a problem for her to enter Great Zhou's hero ranking board. I'm exclaiming at our master." Beixiao Wangjian stopped and asked, "What's wrong with our master?" Zhao Tsongjian said, "Look carefully. Our master's back is facing the sun, and there's a purple qi rising." Beixiao Wangjian turned around and looked. He realized that there was indeed a faint purple qi above Zhou Xuanji's head. This scene made Beixiao Wangjian open his eyes wide. "What's that?" he asked in astonishment. Zhao Tsongjian brushed past him and said, "The emperor's fate. He was born to be an emperor." Beixiao Wangjian was stunned. He was dumbfounded. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to inner pellet, and a golden core appeared in his dantian. All the spirit energy in his bones and tendons flowed into the golden core. Sword qi soared into the sky, and the white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind. Jiang Shui, who was beside him, looked at him with admiration. She waved her little fist and continued to try to break through. Sword owner has broken through to inner pellet. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained ordinary stone bookcutter sword, 1000 grade 2 spirit stones, and 6-path sword shadow body. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and called out the divine beast's name in his heart. Ordinary stone. Isn't this the lowest grade of God's sword? He immediately took out the bookcutter sword. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Bookcutter sword grade. Common or description. When a scholar was reading a book, he realized that the most important page was missing. In a fit of rage, he slashed the book with his sword. What a lousy sword! For the first time, Zhou Xuanji had the urge to throw his sword away. He had been looking forward to it for so long. Looking at the bookcutter sword in his hand, he threw it to the ground. Is this a godly sword? It was obviously a dagger. Jiang Shui, who was at the side, couldn't help but open her eyes when she heard a clang. When she saw the bookcutter sword, she realized that it was an unfamiliar sword. She glared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "That was left to you by your mother. How can you throw it away like this?" Zhou Xuanji smiled bitterly. He could only pick up the bookcutter sword and silently store it in the supreme storage. After that, he inherited the memory of the 6-path sword shadow. 6-path sword shadow had the profoundness of cloning. It created 6 clones with sword qi, and it was a powerful attack. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, 6-path sword shadow was at least an earth-grade advanced tier sword technique. Impressive. The vastness of this memory was second only to the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. After he finished inheriting the memory of the sword technique, he took out the swine-culling sword straightaway and began to practice. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji began to practice, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin were all surprised. Zhou Xuanji did not usually practice the sword, but once he did, it must be a new sword technique. 6-path sword shadows moves were tricky, and it was divided into 6 positions. After he practiced 100 times, 3 afterimages appeared around him, which made Zhao Congjian and the other two's eyes brighten up. It was a new sword technique indeed. After 300 times he mastered 6-path sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji had 6 sword shadow clones around him, which were exactly the same as him. It was as though he was practicing sword techniques with 7 clones. It was a majestic sight. Zhao Congjian trembled in excitement. He clenched his fists and mumbled, "I want to learn. I want to learn." Bei Xiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by the sight. If they could learn such a sword technique, it would definitely increase their power tremendously. After 500 times, 6-path sword shadow produced a sword will. Each sword shadow was imbued with a sword will, which was like 6 legendary swords. They were extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and flew away with the 6-path sword shadow. He charged straight into the forest and knocked down the trees one after another. A cloud of dust was swept up as he rampaged for 500 meters. Bei Xiao Wangjian gritted his teeth and looked back, mumbling, "I can't watch anymore. There are too many sword techniques I want to learn." Huang Lianxin was the same. She could only sigh. Her master's talent was really enviable. The little black snake who was drinking soup shook its head and said, "I only have one word for you. I'm convinced." After that, it lowered its head and drank the soup happily. Now, it was untied from the 3-eyed drought rodent because it was already half a meter long. At this rate, it would grow into a giant python sooner or later, and eventually transform into the infamous hegemon-scaled black dragon. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Jiang Shui successfully broke through to the enlightening stage, and Huang Lianxin began to break through too. What was most worth celebrating was that Zhao Congjian broke through to the soul fountain stage. This guy challenged Zhou Xuanji in high spirits, but he was defeated by 6-path sword shadow. He shut himself out. He continued to train hard. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji found him and asked him to go to the Great Zhou Empire to take a look. Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlong's battle should have ended, but he had not returned yet. He might have encountered some trouble. Zhao Congjian nodded and left immediately. After that, Zhou Xuanji walked up to Bei Xiao Wangjian and scolded him for being a jinx. Bei Xiao Wangjian was embarrassed. He could only scratch his head and force a smile. 10 days later, Zhao Congjian came back with a solemn face. The group gathered and asked Xiao Jinghong what happened. "The Meng clan is too much," Zhao Congjian said furiously. Meng Tianlang could not defeat Xiao Jinghong, and a powerful cultivator from the Meng clan captured Xiao Jinghong. This has caused a huge commotion. Many people in Great Zhou are condemning the Meng clan. Even the Great Zhou's royal court is talking about this, but Emperor Yan of Zhou did not take it to heart. Zhou Xuanji heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Jiang Shui frowned and said, "Is there no royal law in Great Zhou?" Zhao Congjian said softly, "I heard that Zhou Yalong is supporting the Meng clan." Zhou Yalong, the top prodigy of Great Zhou. The person who was most likely to become the next emperor of Great Zhou. Huang Lianxin looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Master, what should we do?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes were flashing with a murderous intent. "Flatten the Meng clan and save him. The Meng clan is in the Great Zhou royal city. Are we really going there? This is definitely a trap." Bei Xiao Wangjian reminded. The first person who recognized Zhou Xuanji was Meng Chonghu from the Meng clan. The Meng clan was definitely the empress lackey. Zhou Xuanji said, "So what? No matter who it is, I have to save my disciple." Chapter 90. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to act rashly, Zhao Congjian quickly said, "Master, we need to plan this at length. At least before you appear, Xiao Jinghong will be fine." He saw Xiao Jinghong as a competitor and did not wish for Xiao Jinghong to die. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "What can we do?" We can only sneak into the royal capital and wait for an opportunity. Huang Lianxin suggested. Brother Zhao, why don't you go and find out more information? Xiao Jinghong is not an ordinary person. Since he was captured by the Meng clan, the Great Zhou Empire will definitely do something. Perhaps Emperor Yan of Zhou has already acted? The others nodded and felt that this matter couldn't be rushed. Zhou Xuanji was not overwhelmed by anger either. He muttered, Songjian, you go first. You must keep a low profile and don't expose your identity. Within Great Zhou, who did not know that Zhao Songjian had become Sword God Zhou's sword slave? The henchmen of the Great Zhou Empress must have been searching for Zhao Songjian's whereabouts. Zhao Songjian nodded and left immediately. After Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin bowed, they left to continue practicing their swordsmanship. They understood that at this moment, Zhou Xuanji needed to remain calm. Moreover, they did not know more about the Great Zhou Empire than Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and comforted him. If you really want to go to Great Zhou's royal city, I will go with you. We can disguise ourselves. Recently, I have learned Qin Qitsuan's disguising technique, and I can guarantee that even the gods and immortals will not be able to recognize us. Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly and said, You said I was boasting, but you like to boast too? Jiang Shui saw him smile, so she giggled and said, I learned how to brag from you. Zhou Xuanji patted the back of her hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. As he looked at Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji suddenly realized that he was as tall as her. Unknowingly, he actually did not notice this matter. He took a deep breath and said, In recent years my state of mind has not been good, and I have neglected the people around me. Jiang Shui heard him and felt a little sour in her heart, but she did not show it. She stretched out her hand and patted Zhou Xuanji's head. Xuanji, you've grown up, she said with a smile. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. You are already doing very well. Zhou Xuanji looked back at the top of the hill and said, It's been a long time since we watched the sunset together. Shall we? Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. You said it yourself. You're delaying my training. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently, It's fine to train a little less. Moreover, you don't have to work so hard. I'll take care of you and protect you in the future. Jiang Shui smiled sweetly and did not reply. She sighed in her heart. I don't want to be your burden. I also want to protect you. The two of them walked towards the top of the hill. Huang Lianxin turned her head and looked at the scene of the two holding hands. She felt a little dazed for some reason. Back then, Jiang Shui was taller than Zhou Xuanji. Back then, it was the older sister who led the younger brother up the mountain. Now, both of them had grown up, and there was no difference in their height. Time really flies. Huang Lianxin muttered to herself. She couldn't help but think of her own matters falling into a daze. 12 days later, Zhao Songjian returned. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist. Master, things have changed. The Emperor of Great Zhou has made his move. Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin immediately surrounded him. Zhou Xuanji asked, How is Jinghong? Tell me in detail. Zhao Songjian nodded and told him everything. It turned out that everyone in Great Zhou was unhappy about the sword noble being captured by the Meng clan. The battle between Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlang was a gentleman's agreement. As a clan of the empire's generals, the Meng clan was so arrogant and did not deserve their current status. The sword monarch also sent a message to Emperor Yan of Zhou. After Emperor Yan of Zhou knew about the impact of this incident, he could no longer sit still. He immediately dismissed all the generals in the Meng clan and sealed the clan. Xiao Jinghong was invited into the Great Zhou royal palace to meet Emperor Yan of Zhou personally. It was said that Zhou Yalong was severely reprimanded by Emperor Yan of Zhou because of this incident and was strictly forbidden to leave his residence for 3 years. At this point, Zhao Songjian's eyes sparkled and said, Master, this might be a turning point. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin became excited too. If Xiao Jinghong told Emperor Yan of Zhou about Zhou Xuanji, would the emperor send someone to bring Zhou Xuanji into the palace? Zhou Xuanji was his biological son after all. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Jiang Shui without leaving a trace. Although she was smiling, she was not excited. He said calmly, This might be a bigger problem. Although he wanted Emperor Yan of Zhou to see his talent before accepting him again. But that had to be during Great Zhou's heaven selection. In front of the whole world, Emperor Yan of Zhou must protect him. But now Xiao Jinghong was meeting Emperor Yan of Zhou in private. Even the Empress of Great Zhou could track him down. If Emperor Yan of Zhou wanted to, he could surely find Zhou Xuanji earlier. That's right. The Emperor's clan is not particular about relationships. Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend, and Zhou Yalong is already mature. Even if Master's talent is revealed, the gap between you and Zhou Yalong is too great. Not only in terms of cultivation but also in terms of connections in the royal court. The little black snake twisted its body as it walked over. Its tongue flicked in and out, which made everyone shudder. Zhao Zongjian said, "No matter what, Xiao Jinghong is temporarily out of danger. Everyone knows that Emperor Yan of Zhou cherishes talents. With Xiao Jinghong's talent, Emperor Yan of Zhou might take a liking to him." Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. He did not want to go to Great Zhou to become the emperor. He only wanted to kill the empress and leave Great Zhou. Now that Xiao Jinghong was captured, his plan was completely messed up. If an empire has a monarchical violet qi, it can rise up powerfully, and its fate will last for thousands of years. But if there are two monarchical violet qi, the empire might be destroyed. At this moment an old voice came. Everyone turned around and saw a silhouette standing at the top of the hill. He had a hunched back and was holding a walking stick. His white hair was tied behind his head, and his eyes were squinted. There were many yellow spots on his face, and he was dressed like an old man in the countryside. Zhao Zongjian drew his sword and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" The old man ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Yalong was born with monarchical violet qi, and was nurtured by Emperor Yan of Zhou as the heir to the throne. After that, Zhou Yalong became a powerful cultivator. "I did not expect you to be born at this time. You also have monarchical violet qi, which put the current emperor in a difficult position." Monarchical violet qi? Zhou Xuanji frowned. What's that? He suddenly remembered that the race in his attribute list was not human but Great Zhou's royal bloodline. The old man walked down the hill slowly. As he walked, he said casually, "If it were 500 years earlier, Emperor Yan of Zhou might have made arrangements for the two of you. But now, only one of you can live, and it must be before he ascends. This is your destiny with Zhou Yalong." Zhou Xuanji raised his hands slightly, and the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword appeared in his hands. He asked with squinted eyes, "If you don't tell us who you are, don't blame us for being impolite." This person appeared nearby without anyone noticing and even said these words. He did not come with good intentions. Chapter 91. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to fight, the old man waved his hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry. I will not harm you. I'm your grand teacher." Grand teacher? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Jiang Shui, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were stunned too. The little black snake hid behind a rock and mumbled to himself, "Such a horrifying aura. I hope he won't be interested in my flesh." Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You mean you are my mother's teacher?" As for Emperor Yan of Zhou, he was someone who stood at the top of the northern wilderness region. His teacher had either ascended or died. The old man nodded and smiled as he stroked his long beard. "The world calls me Daoya, old man. I raised your mother. Back then, I said that Emperor Yan of Zhou was not a good person. It's a pity that your mother fell into a tribulation of love, and could not extricate herself from it. In the end she died." He said it casually, as though he did not feel heartache over his beloved disciple's death. Zhao Zongjian's expression changed and said, "Daoya, old man, the legendary land god. I didn't expect him to really exist. To be called a land god, one must have lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years." Zhou Xuanji's brows did not relax but asked, "Back then when my mother was in trouble, why did you not help?" Daoya old man stepped forward and came up to Zhou Xuanji as though he teleported. His right hand landed on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji wanted to step back instinctively, but he realized that he could not move. The others took out their weapons and were ready to fight. "Not bad. You are much more talented than your mother." Daoya old man smiled satisfactorily and answered Zhou Xuanji's question. "I'm not a real god who can save your mother anytime. Everyone has their own fate, and I cannot interfere. Your mother's fate is all on you. Back then, when your mother was pregnant with you, I knew that heaven would not tolerate you, but your mother insisted on giving birth to you. I could only use a special spell to conceal the heavenly will and ensure your survival." Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he looked shocked. The others were shocked too. Heaven would not tolerate? No wonder Zhou Xuanji was so devilish. Daoya old man took back his hand and said, "Your mother replaced you. If heaven wanted her dead, she had to die. The Empress of Great Zhou was her fate." Zhou Xuanji was displeased and asked, "You make it sound so mystical. If there really is a heavenly law, then as long as I'm powerful enough, can I go down to the netherworld to find my mother? Resurrect her?" Jiang Shui and the others were also stunned by Daoya old man's words. Was there really heaven's will in the unseen world? If that was the case, was there really any meaning in their efforts to change themselves? Daoya old man nodded and smiled. There is no limit to how strong he is. Maybe it really is possible. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What's the use of monarchical violet qi? It's useless. It's just a type of fate. He's only suitable to be an emperor. His luck is far thicker than normal people's. When two emperors' purple qi collide, only one can survive. When you see Zhou Yalong, you will understand." Daoya old man chuckled and looked at Jiang Shui meaningfully. Jiang Shui blushed and quickly lowered her head. Facing Zhou Xuanji's grandteacher, she was very nervous, shy, and perturbed. She had an indescribable complex feeling. Marriage bestowed by the heavens. Not bad, not bad. Daoya old man laughed, and Jiang Shui raised her head in surprise. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. He suddenly felt that Daoya old man might have been talking nonsense. However, he also felt that Daoya old man meant no harm. "Cultivate well. I will go to the Great Zhou Royal Palace on your behalf. No one can help you in your fated battle with Zhou Yalong." Daoya old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with a smile. His tone was filled with encouragement. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Huang Lianxin sighed in amazement. "He's really an old immortal." Beixiao Wangjian curled his lip and said, "Since he's Master's grandteacher, why doesn't he help Master?" Zhao Tsongjian glanced at him and said, "It's not that he doesn't want to help. He has already helped a lot. But a powerful cultivator can only rely on himself. Master doesn't want him to help either." Zhou Xuanji looked calm and nodded slightly. "What the? Who doesn't want him to help?" Shortly after, he waved his hand and said, "Continue your cultivation. We will surely go to the Great Zhou Royal City. Whether it's the will of the heavens or not, a life for a life. The Empress of Great Zhou must die." His tone was resolute. In his opinion, if he killed the Empress of the Great Zhou, it was her fate. The group nodded and dispersed. Zhou Xuanji walked up the hill and sat facing the sun to internalize qi. Inner pellet was far from enough. Zhou Yalong had lived for hundreds of years. His cultivation had already surpassed the astral infant stage. He must become more powerful. The little black snake came to his back. It raised its body and looked afar. "I have lived for more than 1,000 years. Let me give you a piece of advice," said. Smack, Zhou Xuanji slapped it down the cliff. "Trying to act cool in front of me?" The little black snake fell 100 meters and smashed into the rocks. "You, let me finish," it wailed. It cursed in its heart and even felt wronged. "Can't you give me some dignity? I was a 5th-ranked demon king after all. What will of the heavens? I only believe that man can conquer nature." Zhou Xuanji snorted. There was something else that he said in his heart. "It's not like I haven't died before. I was mediocre in my previous life, but in this life, I will be more glorious than the heavens." Time always passed very quickly during cultivation. A month later, Daoya old man returned. However, he did not bring Xiao Jinghong back. Zhou Xuanji walked down the mountain and came up to him. "What did you do?" he asked. Daoya old man chuckled. "I brought your disciple back." "Where's my disciple?" Your grandteacher failed. Can't you tell?" "Then why are you smiling so confidently?" "He's not my disciple. Why should I cry?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. In his memory, Lady Zhaoxian was gentle and virtuous. How did she endure Daoya old man? Daoya old man smiled. Grand disciple, let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. Speak. Daoya old man smiled proudly. Your grand teacher has great influence. I was so angry that Emperor Yan of Zhou gave Xiao Jinghong to the Sword Monarch. If you want to find Xiao Jinghong, ask the Sword Monarch for him. Grand teacher, can I hammer you to death? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He almost took out the chicken-slaying sword. Forget it. Now, other than Zhou Yalong and the Empress, his opponents were the Sword Monarch. Daoya old man rubbed Zhou Xuanji's head and said, I have another piece of good news. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed downward involuntarily. On the way back, I went to look for the Sword Monarch. He's still very influential. The Sword Monarch was so angry that he said that if you want Xiao Jinghong, you must defeat him personally. Daoya old man said with a smile. As he spoke, he twisted his waist backward and dodged the chicken-slaying sword by a hair's breadth. Jiang Shui, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others stood nearby and listened in silence. They thought that Daoya old man's arrival could turn the tables, but he pushed them into the abyss instead. Maybe this is what Zhou Xuanji always talks about as a useless teammate. Jiang Shui mumbled. Zhao Tsongjian and the others nodded and did not know what to say. Daoya old man squatted down and pinched the chicken-slaying sword's blade with his right thumb and index finger. I have another piece of good news, he chuckled. The Hell King sword appeared in Zhou Xuanji's left hand. He activated Hell King possession straight away. Daoya old man did not panic at all. Have you heard of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way? Even the Sword Monarch was worlds apart from them. I have the inheritance of one of the emperors. How about I give it to you? Chapter 92. 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword? Zhou Xuanji deactivated the Hell King's possession and looked curious. He and Jiang Shui had heard Qiu Bailey mention the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. Since ancient times, they were the 9 strongest sword emperors in the Sword Dao. They were legends in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianqin had also heard of the legend of the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. What do you think? It was good news, right? Do you want it? Daoya old man asked with a smile, like an old man trying to trick a little girl. Zhao Tsongjian said in disdain, My master. Shut up. Zhou Xuanji turned around and stared at him. Zhao Tsongjian felt wronged and could only remain silent. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya old man and asked, Where is the inheritance? At the same time, he asked the sword spirit in his heart if he could accept the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Of course you can. As long as it's about the Sword Dao, Swordmaster can become stronger without any worries. The Supreme Legendary Sword System will help Swordmaster continue on his path. The Sword Spirit replied quickly, which made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He was afraid that the system would place too many restrictions on him. However, the Supreme Legendary Sword System was not bad. It was very open-ended, and it only had one rule. He could only walk the path of the sword. Daoya old man flipped his right hand, and a small golden sword appeared in his palm. Send your divine sense into it, and you can start the inheritance test. You only have one chance. If you don't pass the test, the sword will turn into dust. So you have to be prepared. Hearing Daoya old man's reminder, Zhou Xuanji took the sword. The others gathered around and looked at the small golden sword curiously. Daoya old man turned around, waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm leaving. Grand disciple, I'll wait for you to defeat the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and become famous in the northern wilderness region. Don't worry about me, I'm living a carefree life. He walked elegantly, like an immortal traveling the mortal world. However, he did not receive a reply. Zhou Xuanji and the others focused their attention on the small golden sword. After walking for 100 meters, he looked back. Sigh. He sighed and disappeared on the spot. Thank you. Zhou Xuanji looked up and said softly, looking at where he had left. Zhao Tsongjian could not help but ask, Master, are you really going to inherit the legacy of the ancient sword emperors? With your talent, you will definitely be in existence on the same level as the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword in 1,000 years. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and sighed. From the sword, bend over. Zhou Xuanji said softly. Zhao Tsongjian was confused, but he still lowered his head obediently. Jiang Shui, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianqin were all curious. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of Zhao Congjian's head. Congjian, you are good at everything except that you are stubborn. Humans are humans because they know how to be flexible. He sighed. I did say that everyone has their own way of the sword, but gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought is also the way to forge one's own way of the sword. Of course, this requires an extremely strong mental fortitude, and one must maintain their original heart. You must grasp this point well. Zhao Congjian was deep in thought. Northern Valiant Sword and Huang Lianqin were also thinking about this. The little black snake at the side rolled its eyes and thought to itself, I really believe your nonsense. Jiang Shui pulled Zhou Xuanji's clothes and reminded him, Xuanji, you only have one chance. You must be careful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou values Jinghong a lot. Together with the Sword Monarch's great reputation, he will not harm Jinghong. We don't have to rush to save him. The reason why there was no rush was because he was not powerful enough. He looked down at the small golden sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. Zhao Congjian got up and left. He kept mumbling to himself, Maintain your original heart. Maintain your original heart. All these years under Zhou Xuanji's guidance he had never taken the wrong path. His progress in the sword's way was very smooth, so he would seriously consider every word that Zhou Xuanji taught him. Northern Valiant Sword and Huang Lianqin left separately and continued their sword training. Jiang Shui did not disturb Zhou Xuanji, but returned to the mountain to internalize qi and cultivate. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 2. That night, he took out the small golden sword and prepared to receive the inheritance. He gathered Jiang Shui and the rest so that no one would disturb him. When he probed into the small golden sword with his mind, boom! Something exploded in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was standing high up in the sky. The blue sky was above his head, and beneath his feet was a sea of clouds. He was shocked and felt that there was an invisible floor beneath his feet. Could it be an illusion? At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of him. It was hundreds of meters tall like a mountain. The black shadow only had a silhouette and could not be seen clearly. I am the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei. Junior, if you wish to obtain my inheritance, you must pass my test. His voice was domineering like that of a god. Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but worship him. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor? What a chunibu! Zhou Xuanji ridiculed in his heart, but on the surface he looked expectant. No matter how bad the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword were, they should at least have heaven-grade sword techniques, right? The first test is to fight someone of a higher level. Your cultivation is at the 2nd level of the inner dance stage. You need to defeat a soul swordsman at the 2nd level of the spirit spring stage. Do you dare to accept? Wang Xiaofei asked, and Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. Come. Then a black shadow of a swordsman appeared in front of him. He was 1.8 meters tall and was far less intimidating than Wang Xiaofei's shadow. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. Coming up to the soul swordsman, 6 afterimages appeared around Zhou Xuanji. It was the 6-path sword shadow body. Zhou Xuanji stabbed toward the soul swordsman, and so did the 6-path sword shadow. Boom! The soul swordsman perished. Before it could even attack, it was defeated by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation to the 3rd level, Sword Qi Soar. Both his physical strength and Sword Qi were powerful. Together with the gold-grade legendary swords, how could a Soul Fountain level 2 not be destroyed? The second test is a Soul Swordsman at the 5th level of the Spirit Spring stage. Do you dare to accept? Wang Xiaofei continued to ask. His tone was emotionless, as though he was unconscious. Fight! Just when Zhou Xuanji spoke, the Soul Swordsman appeared. He waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared above his head. He charged at the Soul Swordsman with the 10 swords mode. 10 legendary swords flew toward the Soul Swordsman like bolts of lightning. The Soul Swordsman swung its sword to block, but it could not withstand the impact of 10 legendary swords. It immediately jumped away. Swoosh! The Ghost Curse sword pierced through the Soul Swordsman with the ranged sword propelling. It was destroyed again. Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled, "Too weak. It's like fighting a robot." If the soul swordsman was a real person, he would be even more powerful. The third test. Within 3 days, cultivate an earth-grade low-tier sword technique to small accomplishment. Wang Xiaofei's voice came again. Next, an ancient book appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and flipped through the ancient book. He memorized all the sword moves and threw the book aside. He was extremely confident. Moonlight Wind Sword Dance. He took out the bookcutter sword and began practicing. There were a total of 108 sword moves. He used 10 breaths time to complete one round, which was extremely fast. After all, he had already mastered many sword techniques. Many of the sword moves were similar, so it was easy for him to use them. After 100 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached small accomplishment. After 300 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached great accomplishment. After 500 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached Sword Will. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords. He was a little dissatisfied and shook his head, saying, "An hour is still too slow." He looked at Wang Xiaofei and prepared for the next test. However, the sky-sundering sword emperor, Wang Xiaofei, did not continue with the next test. A long while later, "Brat, you are King cheating." Wang Xiaofei cursed suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. This thing has consciousness?